Hello, everybody. It is Maximum Color here. Comics, one doesn't know, we are going to be running for, I believe, 5 hours. We have four runners here, and during that 5 hours, they are free to do whatever they want. They can take a break. They can go get pizza, whatever, and they can reset as many times as they want. And their goal is to get the fastest time out of everyone within the 5 hours. I believe we're running on the latest version of Minecraft. Is that correct?
Almost the latest version, yeah. I think most runners will be running on 1.16.1 today. Slightly different to the very latest version, but only by a few back-end numbers. But it does actually impact the game quite a lot, but simply because of Pearl trades and things like that. But yeah, the latest version that's on the Speedrun website.
All right, and we will be doing our best to keep up with what is going on here between these four screens. And it looks like our runners are starting.
There we go.
Let's do a no reset stream. Pug.
We're up and running. Let's go.
Sizzler's already reset. Love to see it.
What kind of things are our runners looking for here in the very beginning? Just to like, what's going through a runner's head at the very start of a run?
So at the moment, there's a lot of new strategies, mostly revolving around oceans, primarily. But the standard old school method of speedrunning is finding a village and then finding a lava pool, which is the old reliable method that you'll probably see a fair bit of as well. But you'll see a lot of people in boats, people going to the sea floor, maybe putting cows, other farm animals in the back of their boat as well.
Yeah, honestly, the meta's kind of up in the air at the moment, especially with the latest version. There's new strats being found quite frequently, even with the game being out for, a good few months now. The times have been going down consistently, and we're sort of waiting for the new big barrier to be broken. I mean, we've got just a couple of sub 15 times or one sub 15 time, is it? I can't remember if Corms
there's a couple, yeah.
Okay. And now we're looking at theorizing sub 13, sub 12, even a sub 10 as K4 has mentioned before.
That's definitely faster than it was about a year ago.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. In terms of best times we might be looking at today, most runners will probably complete a sub 30, I'd say. The winner may go to maybe a sub 22 or something, depending on how competitive the runs are today. But I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put a sub 20 past the realm of possibility today. I think particularly Sizzler could get a sub 20 today.
Definitely possible. So am I right in saying Sizzler's the only one of these runners that has a sub 20 at the moment? Or does Pete have a sub 20
Yeah,
as
that's
well?
right. No, Pete's, I think, 22 or 20. No, he's got a 21-minute time. Davey, the same. Automat, I think, also the same.
Matt has a 21 as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all very very quick. Well, they're all very close to each other. Sizzler actually got the first ever sub 20 that was verified, as far as I know. Which was the world record at the time. Since it has been beaten by about 5 minutes now, so there's a lot of luck involved. But I think the new meta is trying to shift it away from super heavy reliance on luck into more reliable runs, if that makes sense. Potentially more completed runs.
Yeah, exactly, which is great for tournaments like this. If we had this tournament maybe a month or two ago, you'd be lucky to see any completed runs in this 5-hour period of 4 players. But with the new meta, I mean, on the first day, I think all runners exited the nether twice, which is unheard of, really.
Yeah, completely true.
Yesterday, I mean, 2 runners didn't complete any runs, but
Oh, that was.
many runs will be completed today, I'd say.
Mhm.
Unless
think-
unless they're chasing the #1 spot
Yeah,
in today's
exactly.
tournament, and then they may be resetting for more competitive times.
That's what I really like to see from Sizzler straight away. He wasn't scared to reset straight off the bat. He wants to set a good time. I think he wants to come out of the blocks early and get a strong time rather than just completing a run, which, you know, some runners may be like, okay, well, let me just get a time on the board just to make sure that I've got something. Because having seen yesterday where 2 runners didn't even finish a run, some runners could be scared of that happening again theoretically, so may look to actually just complete a run that may not be optimal just to have a time on the scoreboard potentially. But it doesn't seem like any of the runners are going to be particularly worried about that because they know that they're skilled runners. I hope they'll all be aiming for hopefully sub 30 today, if not a new PB, etc.
Yeah, that's very much on the cards as well. This tournament format does allow for runs completed today to count towards the leaderboard and personal
So
bests.
fantastic. It's a really, really amazing thing to be able to play in the tournament, but also if you do get a PB, you know that that PB is going to be able to be verified. It's going to be up on the boards.
Right. For context here, previous tournaments that have been run on this version were not played during this current meta. So in order to have a 116 tournament, you had to have provided seeds essentially. So seeds that were checked to be completable. Because some seeds you just can't really beat in a good time. It's mostly impossible. But
Abusing
with
a dolphin there at the bottom
Yeah,
of the
with
ocean.
the
I'm
new
watching
meta, you can complete many runs on many different worlds.
Pete doing, like we say, one of the new strats here, going down to the ocean floor and making a nether portal using the magma blocks and the lava that is underneath the floor of the ocean, which is really impressive. It's great to watch because that's been made from like about a 1 block height because he's had to be able to swim in there and swim back out again. And he's into the nether, I think that's 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes, which is a really good start time. Is that the
It
first
looks-
nether we've seen today?
I believe so. It looks like he had 3 dolphins following him around. Is that just luck, or is there a way to manipulate that?
Dolphins follow you around. They also give you a speed boost underwater,
Mhm.
which can be good, but can also be a bit disorienting.
It
Especially
doesn't
when
benefit you
making
to get more than one,
fit
though, as far as I know.
Right. Yeah.
Once you have one, there's no benefit of getting 2 or 3. I mean, unless potentially one may lose interest and maybe you have a second that doesn't. Very, very rare scenario that probably won't ever happen, but
Right, and we can't discount friendship as being a morale booster in the middle of a stressful run.
couple of buddies swimming by his side, yeah, always a great thing to have. Now, I think Pete will be looking for probably, because he's up to date with all of the new strats, he will probably be looking for a bastion here rather than a fortress, which is one thing that has changed quite a lot in the last few weeks in particular. The routing through bastions has been drastically cut in half even, whereby we can now almost guarantee pearls and nether travel with 10 obsidian with with really good speed within 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, from any bastion type now, which is really fantastic.
Now, for the viewers out there, what is it about bastions that make them so good?
A whole
so
boatload of gold is the
Yeah.
quick answer.
So there's some great loot chests in a bastion. Ordinarily, in your classic speedrun route, you'll collect beds via sheep or a village. In a bastion, you need a village or sheep because you can collect string, which can be crafted into wool, which can be crafted into beds. You can get the string from the bastion chests, but also from the piglin trades. So you trade with the piglin by obtaining gold by various methods. And there's certain percentages on certain items and that kind of thing. And there's a lot of great trades that you can get from piglins. Back in the day, I mean, with the old classic strats, I guess they still exist, but they're not so in vogue anymore. You'd have a very low amount of gold, and mostly you were just hoping to get pearls, and you didn't really care that much about the other items that a piglin would drop, because you'd collect those items by other means. But in a bastion, you get a lot of gold, a lot. So your pearls are almost guaranteed. I mean, sometimes you can lose to the RNG and not get pearls out of Bastion Gold, but you get many items from Bastion Gold. And it helps you beat the game. You can get beds, you can get, like Fulham was saying, nether travel, which is a method of traveling very quickly, essentially. And speak of a bastion, Pete has found a bridge bastion, which has exposed gold, which is very easy to play. The chests are not as in number as some other bastions, so the bridge is not a fan, or it's a fan favorite, but not a runner's favorite.
Yeah, it definitely used to be one of the bigger ones, right? Because if you weren't too experienced with bastions, you would see the gold and you'd be like, "Yay, that's all I need."
Yeah,
so you wouldn't have to
exactly.
worry too much. But now, because there's a lack, sort of a lack of chests with this one, I think there's often one more chest in a than a treasure type bastion. I'm not sure how correct that is. I'm sure K4 can correct me, but
Yeah, well, the chests are more random in a bridge. Sometimes
Mhm.
there'll only be, I believe, 2 chests, which is very small. But in a treasure, you always have 4 guaranteed. So there's a certain consistency that bridge lacks. Here he's looking for the first chest. I'm
looks
not
like
sure if
it's
this is the triple chest. I think it's the hidden chest, which
looks
is
like it's
a
hidden.
bad outcome.
It's unfortunate. He does find it though, which is good. Doesn't look like there's too much in it.
Sizzler, meanwhile, is in a fortress collecting blaze rods.
This is a good time. He does have an iron pickaxe as well, which isn't the worst.
Yeah. Automat looks like he's been running around for a while. Not finding
Yeah,
much
he had
in
a
his
slightly
nether.
late entry. He used a broken portal, as far as I know. So he had some gold just before he came in, which is maybe one thing that he's going to try and do. Maybe he'll go for the retro strats of just hoping for pearls from maybe the 18 or 27 gold that he had from that broken portal.
That looks like money. I'm gonna have to get there kind of slowly.
Now, we were
on
talking a lot.
No, there we go.
Talking a lot about the gold that we get from bastions, and you just brought up the iron pickaxe. Now that's kind of a precursor to even being able to utilize the bastion gold, correct?
Indeed. This is why we're seeing ocean strats used so much more frequently these days, because the use of shipwrecks pretty much guarantees a lot of iron versus, a village which would guarantee you between 3 and 5. 3 and 5 is not enough to make both a pickaxe and a bucket, the 2 definite requirements that you need to run a seed. So you often either have to do trading or find a bit of iron underground, etc. So having an iron pickaxe is needed for bastions because that's the way you mine the gold blocks. You can't do it with any other type of pickaxe. Well, you can't do it with a gold pickaxe, you can't do it with a stone pickaxe, nor a wood pickaxe. So that's pretty much your only option unless you find diamonds.
Right, and alternatively, if you see Automat's screen, he's currently mining nether gold, which gives you a very low amount of gold. But gold is, well, it's enough to get pearls if you're lucky. And you don't need an iron pickaxe for nether gold. You can use a wood pickaxe, you can use whatever pickaxe you have at hand. So the old classic strats did rely on nether gold, and you could use any pickaxe for that. But if you're entering a bastion, you either need an iron pickaxe or TNT, but TNT is not so popular right now.
because the way you really get TNT would be in a either in a desert temple or in a treasure chest. If you get a treasure chest, you're very likely to find.
Gravel could be good stuff.
You can also find it in the food chest of the of a shipwreck, but you're likely to find iron if you're using a shipwreck. Plus, very likely to find iron if you're in a desert temple. It's sort of redundant at this point. People mostly use TNT to maybe get some blocks to pillar to places, or occasionally gold, but very rarely.
Right. And we saw there PeteZahHutt had made a hole in the ground with some piglin friends in there.
Looks to be just you.
The reason you want to put your piglins in a hole is so that they don't wander off. They love wandering off and throwing their items that they trade off cliffs and into lava lakes and these kinds of things that ruin runs.
Watching pearls fly off the edge is never fun.
Yeah, exactly. Davey in particular has had 2 pill trades once.
What do I have? Soul speed 1? I mean, it's faster than nothing, right? Yeah.
So many runners are very experienced at absolutely making sure that piglins do not wander off
Do we not have any more
and throw
pearls?
pearls into lava.
7 and that's it? Kidding me.
I've just seen in chat that Davey might have 14 obsidian from that blacksmith that he just found in the village, which would be very, very helpful for him. He can use the nether gold then, and considering he already has blind travel and beds from the village, he's probably more likely to not need a bastion. Of course, if he sees one, I can't actually tell if he has an iron pickaxe or not. I don't think he does, so it wouldn't really be worth it, in my opinion. It might be a time waste. He may need to rely on luck, but if he does rely on luck and gets lucky, it could be a very good time for him.
64 left, and that's a lot, but like, what?
Now what's he grabbing sand for?
There's more pearls, thank you. What's that?
Maybe just to use blocks for
yeah,
the
just-
Oh, there we go.
Portal, looks like.
Decides
Oh,
not
he
to
got
look for a lava lake. Okay.
Did he have a ruined portal maybe? He might have been digging around looking for a chest. Or just uncovering the ruined portal. So you can have nether portals that generate around Minecraft worlds that are, destroyed. You can repair them by various means, which can sometimes help. If you don't have a lava pool handy, most of your nether portals will be made in a lava pool. But you can
I'm
fix a
surprised
ruined
with David's
portal on
choice
edge
there.
cases.
See if any of these boots are
I can't believe that he went and used the 10 obsidian, honestly, to make a portal
Yeah,
rather than
he's
dig
going
down.
for the
Love that.
yeah, he's going for the consistency route rather than the high roll route. Maybe just hoping to get a run on the board.
Maybe
But
so.
he could have been on PB pace if he had found
Definitely.
a lava pool.
Maybe not if you spawned into this biome though, because
There we go.
the soul sand biome doesn't spawn too many piglins. You might stay in the red here though.
Stay for more, but I kind of can't.
Oh, map
So this-
reset? I didn't spot what happened there.
Really quick, gonna hop in and thank Shrando for a $1 donation, who says, love what's happening here. Thank you very much, we appreciate it. And then also Logic Matthew with a $10 donation. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, what's with this no notification on
Big thank you to you.
generosity? Appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Absolutely, and that just goes to show any amount is really great. It's it all adds up, and don't be afraid.
Certainly does.
Don't be afraid of it just not being enough. It's plenty. Anything that you got, thank you so much.
I guess I don't care about you.
So it looks like Sizzler's got 4 pearls at the moment. Davey mining up some gold here.
I need these.
I think that Pete has enough pearls. He may
I
be.
need to reset here if I'm not.
Was Pete in a bastion? I'm forgetting already. I'm.
Yeah. So Peter's well, he's post bastion, what we call
Right.
it now. So he's looking for a fortress.
Send it.
I can't see pearls on his bar or a fire. Oh, he does have fire res. Okay, he's thinking of it now. Surprised he
Okay.
can chug that fire res now, but
Looking to pearl over.
That works.
pearls went from being a very precious commodity to being something that you kind of throw around willy-nilly as means of transportation, which was
Nice.
quite a meta
Okay,
shift.
we might have a completable
Ender pearls are used to find the stronghold, of which you need
Hold on.
to.
Sizzler's out of the
He's-
nether. He's just got pearls.
Oh wow!
This is
Oh, he's got
potential.
many pearls.
This is potential PB pace.
I can't even make a respawn.
We could be seeing a PB
Wow.
on Sizzler's stream.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So again, it's like
He's got 2 spare.
good,
I believe he's only got 6 rods though,
actually good.
so I don't think he can have any breaks here. He really doesn't want to have any eye breaks. That's a really
Sizzler.
good place. Oh, and oh no, he's back. There we go.
Skeletons not sheep.
Lost him for just a second there.
Sizzler has lost many runs to eyes breaking. So when you throw an eye, it points towards the stronghold.
Same as yesterday,
You need to go to the stronghold to go to the end of which you can fight the Ender Dragon and beat the game, which is the criteria of finishing the run. The eyes point at a certain location in the world where you need to either dig down or enter the stronghold. But every time you throw an eye to make sure you know where the stronghold is, there's a 1 in 5 chance it breaks. And eyes are also used to complete the end portal. So you need to use the same item that's used to find the stronghold as you need to complete the portal. So there's a balancing act of making sure that your eyes don't break so that you can complete the portal.
What do you do then? You just hope to come across sheep.
But also
You did it
complete the
yesterday,
portal.
though. Oh, not yesterday,
Mhm,
ago.
yeah.
Yesterday. Just
Now, it seems like he has a
we came
actually
across,
pretty
uh,
good
Or
portal
fight the
location
stronghold.
in a way, or rather portal route. I believe it's favorable to travel over water.
although this is going on
Indeed, it is. I
Yeah.
believe it's faster than sprinting.
Find a library.
Some horses, I think, are faster than boat travel. Do correct me if I'm wrong, K4, but I think
No, I keep
like the quickest horse is slightly faster than water travel. But
Yeah, well,
the
horses
benefit
are
is
very much faster than boats, but boats are far easier to obtain, and also terrain is more of an aspect for horses. Here he's left the boat. He's got a dolphin, which is faster than a boat.
not a fan of.
But the primary benefit of
One time
ocean
you walk
travel
across land,
with
I
a
cannot
boat
make
or a
an
dolphin
income
is
now,
that
maybe
it's
4
very
hours solid
linear.
if
You
I
can
need
just
stone dust, I can
look in one direction, travel in that line, and you don't have to worry about anything. But if you're on land, on a continent or something, you have to climb up hills, you have to climb down hills, you have to avoid zombies and that kind of thing. So ocean travel, I mean, it relieves stress.
Well-
It also makes it very easy to find the stronghold.
Yeah, he's
Very true.
doing this thing right now where he's aiming his camera down so that you can see clearly underneath the water.
Yeah, a little ocean clip there that players use. It also means that he's actually kind of swimming above the water level right now. You can see he doesn't have any air bubbles, which you sometimes see above the hunger bar when you're actually potentially going to drown by swimming. He's sort of hovering above the water at this current point in time. To you can see that the bubbles have just popped up now. He was kind of above the water so that he didn't have to resurface to gain his breath back.
Is that a third ocean monument in this seed?
Obviously, another benefit is that potentially the stronghold could be slightly exposed. It could spawn above the bottom gravel layer, so you could see some stone brick, and that would determine that the stronghold is there. But of course, there's always the issue of finding the portal room inside the stronghold, which could be an issue as well. We've seen some runs die like that. Always upsetting to see, but can happen.
Now, he hasn't thrown an eye in a very long time. So how? Oh, he's busting
Oh,
into
wow.
something. He found this. How did he do that? I was just about to ask about that. How did he know where he was going?
I assume he must have seen an exposed block there. I can't be sure, but I think he must have seen an exposed block.
Yeah.
He's on a great pace.
Oh, he must be low on beds. He's using
Yeah.
water here.
So the issue is he has played a villageless run, which has not guaranteed him beds, and he did not find a bastion, so he's having to resort to very, very desperate methods of obtaining beds. So even though he's on potential, I mean, even sub 17, but easily sub 18 pace, he has a tremendous issue right now that he's direly in need of beds. I'm not sure, is that 53 string he's got so far, which is enough for 4 beds. I'm not sure if he has any more string or wall in his inventory. He may be looking for another library after this one.
Has he got
Um,
9? Is that 9 crying obsidian on his hotbar as well? Okay, we may see him try this.
Oh, wow.
This is a very cool tech. Oh, he finds another library. Okay, maybe he. But a new and upcoming tech that is coming out of Bastions. Piglins can trade you crying obsidian, which previously has been thought as quite useless, not really that helpful, but recently has been started to be optimized as it acts very similar to a bed in other dimensions. You're able to use them to actually set your spawn location if you're in the nether, just like you would use a bed in the overworld. But if you try and use it in the wrong dimension, it will actually explode and deal damage to surrounding enemies. So it's very helpful for the end fight, which is exactly what we use the beds for.
Now I'm curious. Using those respawn anchors that you're talking about, is that like extremely risky or something? Because he's taking a pretty big time loss to grab all those cobwebs.
They're new. I can tell you that he is practiced on respawn anchors. I've seen it with my own eyes that he can anchor cycle. The issue is that, I mean, most runners compared to bed 1 cycles have practiced anchor cycles very little. So I mean, there's some runners who are quite confident with anchor cycles already, but if you're on great pace, it may be quite anxiety inducing at least.
I'm pretty sure there's no runner that would prefer to have 4 anchors and 1 bed than they would 5 beds. Maybe at this point, maybe there's a few, but especially in this sort of a tournament setting, people have practiced with beds a lot more frequently. He'll probably be thinking, right, this isn't PB anymore because my timer's broken and I've hit 20-minute lag, so it's at least not a PB, but it can still be a very good time. Let me make sure that this is going to be completed rather than dying in the end due to a lack of beds, for example.
Yeah, they are just more dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Well, slightly more risky, let's say.
Someone in chat said that he only has 9 glowstone dust, and you need minimum 16 to create and then charge a respawn anchor. So I don't think we'll be seeing a respawn anchor today, but
well, at least not this run.
Yeah, I mean, Davey is someone who has practiced respawn anchors. I'm not sure if Automat or Pete have at all. But Sizzler and Davey have definitely tried respawn anchor 1 cycling. You use them in conjunction with beds to be clear. It's not one or the other. You can use both of them.
Yeah, you can have a mix and match, and often that may be the best scenario because you're likely to get at least some string, and you're also likely to get at least some crying obsidian. So you'll often end up with 2 or 3 respawn anchors and 2 or 3 beds. If you've got 3 of each, you're quite confident. I think that in fact respawn anchors will eventually be more consistent than beds because of their 60+ damage anchors straight away without even much practice. It's I can definitely see it becoming more viable.
Who knows? Maybe it'll become the new meta in the future. So
Would definitely think so.
Sizzler's having a really hard time finding this the portal here. Is this a pretty slow what's the word? Fortress?
Stronghold,
Fortress.
yeah.
Stronghold. That's it.
I get them mixed up all the time as well.
Ideally, when you enter a stronghold, if you've got a good run, then you want to be entering the portal room within the next minute and a half, if not 2 minutes. I think he's been here for 3 or 4, maybe 5 minutes now. So he's been dealt a bad hand with this stronghold. Some of them are very maze-like. Some of them can be very linear with no extra rooms. But sometimes you are dealt a bad hand. At the bottom right, PeteZahHutt has exited the Nether. I believe he's
Okay.
blind traveled. I could be wrong. So he's got his pearls and his rods and
Oh
everything.
no, we just went around in
I'm not sure what
circles.
his beds are at,
Well,
but I'm sure he's got ample supply of beds. He's actually past the stronghold, so Pete will be joining Sizzler in his own stronghold very soon. Looks like he's on perhaps sub 35 pace, if I can read that timer.
if it was exposed, I feel like I would have seen it by
So if
now.
not Sizzler, then Pete may be the first to complete a run.
I'm not sure where to go.
It turns back for Pete, so it definitely is in this forest here. He may be using 8-8 strats here. Oh,
Sizzler,
wow.
meanwhile,
There it
has
is.
found the portal room. He's entered the end, and we're
Perfect.
entering an end fight.
Whew. 18
He's
wool.
got 6
That's
beds,
perfect
which
for
is
6.
yeah.
Dun,
He
I think
should
he'll be
be
confident with
using
6 beds.
dun,
yeah. He'll be using a obsidian
dun.
1 cycle. Previously, we've used a slab cycle where you would jump and place a bed, but it's in vogue right now to place obsidian on the side like he'll be doing now. Oh, he's doing east-west, okay. He's learnt to no longer do
Interesting.
north-south. There are different locations in the end you can stand. Looks like he's got an instant perch actually. Very fast
Oh, it's
perch.
fake.
Unless the dragon is debating him. Which
Oh,
is looking
that's
to be
very
true.
unfortunate. He may head up this pillar and find that the dragon may have already started to perch, which is an unfortunate scenario that does occur sometimes. He may be scaling this pillar only to find that when he looks back, the dragon's already sitting on the tower, which would be very disappointing if so.
And there's 25
He's just hit 25-minute lag. I believe he had to restart his timer because of some issues. So the bottom timer is the closest thing we have to an accurate representation of his time at the moment.
Looks like it's perching again. This looks far more convincing than the last one, in my opinion. We'll be seeing a snap on the dragon. Dragon will suddenly snap and fly towards the middle of the map in front of Sizzler.
There it is.
And now it is starting to 180.
Wow, Pete
oh,
also in the
PeteZahHutt
end.
also, yeah.
Wish me
He
luck.
set up
Looks
the
like
same
he's
one
at 31
cycle.
minutes though.
Oh, great
for
damage
2
by
beds.
Sizzler. Yeah. Clean
Good
1
5
cycle
bed,
by
very
Sizzler.
good.
It's good to get.
Pete's also looking. Ooh, those last 2 weren't fantastic. He sees it
He's
out
got
here.
it though.
Good stuff.
There we go. 2 runs.
Needed all 7 beds,
finished.
but those are 2 runs that are completed there already. Very nice stuff.
All right, now
Literal first seed of the day. And we get
this
a
I know it's something that
31, 50,
people who are
65.
familiar with the game are
Nice.
are
Better
very
than yesterday
comfortable with,
on that
but
actual first run.
this
Cool.
bed thing. Why don't we explain what that's
31,
about?
50,
Why are we fighting a
65.
dragon with beds? I mean, that sounds very strange
Nice.
to a casual
That's a good
viewer.
start. That's a really good start.
Right,
Plenty
so
of beds,
to
too.
your regular Let's
Okay,
Player
I
or
like that.
casual
Let's do the-
Minecraft Dragon Fighter,
She's got 25,
you'll probably
56.
enter the end
Alright,
with
that's a good time, too.
bow and arrow,
Feels good to get a first
some
run
diamond
done.
armor and
Yeah,
that kind of
both Sizzler
thing.
and I. Okay, there's a
You'll
seed
break
in
all
chat.
the
Probably doesn't
crystals
matter. I don't
around
think
these
we're really
obsidian
going for,
pillars that you saw
very,
Sizzler
verifiable runs, but
scaling with a water
we
bucket.
go again.
Once you break all the crystals, the dragon can no longer heal, so you can slowly knock
That's
down
really
the
good,
dragon's
Sizzler. I'm
health
proud of
with a bow and arrow. But there is a dragon mechanic that was added some years ago now, in a previous version, where the dragon will perch. And when the dragon perches, it descends to a level where the player can reach it with a sword. So the intended game design was that a player would be able to attack the dragon with a sword by some method, rather than having to only rely on a bow and arrow. And something that the developers didn't really consider is that there is another mechanic that they made to prevent the player from setting their spawn in other dimensions. So beds are ordinarily used to set your spawn so that if you die, you can respawn at your house or something. But to prevent players from respawning in the end or in the nether, if you sleep in a bed in one of those dimensions, the bed will explode, which ordinarily will kill the player because of its very high damage. When the bed explodes, it also deals damage to the terrain and also other monsters and that kind of thing in the vicinity. In particular, you can use beds to damage the dragon with a lot of damage. So I believe it was Matthew Bolin and GeoSquare about a year ago now, maybe longer than that. They found a method where you could place beds over and over, exploding them each time by tricking the game into thinking that you're sleeping in the bed when you're actually very comfortably standing at a distance. And deal a lot of damage to the dragon. In fact, you can defeat the entire dragon, which has got 100 hearts compared to the player's 10 hearts. Defeat the dragon in only 4 beds to a skilled player.
I can't get in the nether, dude.
Wow.
The game was designed to make sure that you couldn't sleep in these dimensions, and you do get a funny death message when you do try to sleep. If you didn't know, for example, that if you are a new player that may be trying to sleep for the nether in the first time, you'll receive a message that says username has been killed by intentional game design, just to make sure that there's no complaints or things like that, to make sure that players know that this isn't a bug, this is intended.
Right. That was made way back when the original creators of the game still owned it, and they had a real sense of humor. They liked doing that kind of thing. I believe Jeb added that feature into the game. And I don't know the exact numbers, but it's very similar to like a TNT explosion. I think it's stronger than a TNT explosion.
Definitely stronger than TNT
is,
by
yes.
at least 2, arbitrary explosion units.
Yeah.
I think
there's there's another mechanic where I believe, I don't know if it's any block, but if you place a block between yourself and an explosion, it negates most, if not all, explosion damage.
Hey, what up, Oliver? How much time is left? A lot.
And
I
so all you
believe
have to
that's
really
true,
do is all you got to do is place a block between yourself and the bed. You can comfortably hit the bed, takes out the dragon. Very nice.
And of course, as speedrunners, we use the blocks that are already placed. We use the obsidian, sorry, not obsidian, the bedrock blocks at the middle of the map. And by using those, we're able to negate most of the damage coming to us, dealing us only half a heart per bed, and dealing the dragon up to 60 plus points of damage.
Now, very exciting right now. At the bottom of your screen, Automat and PeteZahHutt both have farm animals in the back of their boat. Speedrunning. So the reason you want a cow in your boat is so that you can collect milk. And the reason you want to collect milk is so that when you receive a negative potion effect, of which you receive from a certain structure that has a lot of gold in it that we may or may not see. When you drink milk from the cow, it removes that negative potion effect. So if you don't have a bucket yet, or perhaps you want to restock many a milk bucket, keep the cow with you, and you have an infinite source of milk with you, which is great for removing those negative potion effects.
Oh, Sizzler looks like he's being trapped by some hoglins. And he goes for the reset, I believe. Damn.
The reason that you might need the milk for the negative potion effects is because when you go down to those, I'm not sure what they're called. Where those guardians
What I meant
are.
right now is rating 1.
There he is.
Yeah.
He sees it. And this is the exact example that we're showing. And he does get the effect. There we go.
Those creepy fish-looking monsters, they'll apply mining fatigue to you, which makes it so that it is nigh impossible to break a block. which is obviously very bad in Minecraft.
You get that effect
So
for 5
here-
minutes as well, which is very rough.
Automat is mining 8 gold blocks, which, when crafted, turns into 72 gold ingots, which gives you absolutely amazing chances of getting the pearls that you need to find the stronghold and then complete the end portal. So that's a successful monument raid by Automat. He's on great pace right now. If he enters the nether and gets a nice nether spawn, he maybe even on sub 20 pace, at least sub 25 pace. But his pearls right now are more or less guaranteed. So all he needs now are some blaze rods, some piglins to trade with, and he can leave again. So some compare monuments to a budget bastion. The issue is you don't get the chests that a bastion provides. Often you don't get enough gold or enough chests or that kind of thing in order to get nether travel, but in a tournament setting, not a world record setting, monuments are excellent for completing a run.
Looks like Matt's going for a maybe he doesn't have the fence gates, which we've seen used so far to help with the portal. Ooh, that's rough. He was trying to find some lava there to be able to just make a portal manually, like we have seen before when you go underground. Some of the water's trying to mess him up at the moment.
Portal, I guess. I don't know.
Let's hope that he has enough lava still to get into the nether here.
Raz, dwa, będzie raz, dwa, trzy. Tutaj tak.
So if you were going to be pushing for a really good time, trying to get a PB or something like that, you would not recommend going for monuments then? It sounds like it's a slower alternative to bastions, although maybe more consistent.
It's a faster method that's more consistent. So there's some. So the primary aspect of a bastion is that you can get nether travel, which saves. I mean, up to 6 minutes sometimes. Instantly saving 6 minutes is obviously sounds like a great idea in a speedrun, which is what bastions do very well. The issue with monuments is either you need a cow, which is actually not that common, and you also need a monument and not die to the fish guardians. The issue, yeah, with monuments is that you get enough gold that you have great odds to get the essentials, but you don't get so much gold that you can get things like nether travel going. So bastions are great for getting even more time saves, but bastions are also a fair bit less common, I'd argue. But it's very up in the air right now, whether or not bastions or monuments are better, or whether or not they can even be compared.
The great thing is that you can always run both, or whichever one's more relevant to you at the time. If you find a bastion, you can always go to the bastion as long as you have an iron pickaxe. And the same thing goes for the monument. We've seen players do milkless monuments before, where you may need a little bit more luck to be able to complete it. But if you find the right place to put your door, dig straight down, you may be able to get those gold blocks before you get the mining fatigue effect, which is super useful. 8 gold blocks in, I think I've done it in as quick as about 30 seconds, which I'm sure isn't the fastest, but without milk, it does require you to do it quite quickly. But you can get 8 gold blocks, which is 72 gold, which is, definitely enough to get your pearls. Well,
we've actually seen that
nothing crazy happens.
I believe on Friday. I think Davey is actually the one who did a milkless monument run.
Love to see that. Love to see that. Milkless monuments are really are always enjoyable. It's always like a last minute change of plan. Often once you find your shipwreck and you find potentially your ravine, you think, okay, well, let me look for a bastion now once I get into the nether. But if you see a monument, sometimes you think, well, I'm sure that I'll find another world that's similar to this. It doesn't have too many requirements, so I may as well go for it. And maybe, 1 in 3 times you may get the milkless monument to come off, and that could save you a lot of time in the long run.
Na to liczyłem.
Okay, so Pete on the bottom right here is abusing an iron golem.
Tam było
And what that
po
is
prostu pojedyncze,
is
ale tam ich
for
już
any
było.
anyone out there who might have trouble with iron golems, they just straight up can't hit you if you're 3 blocks above them.
Dawać.
So all you've really got to do is kind of hit them once to aggro them and then build a small tower, and you can freely do what you please with them. And I believe they drop, what, 3 to 5 iron? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And very occasionally, very, very rarely, as a matter of fact, I've had this in one run. You can sometimes find a broken portal very close to a village, for example, and this can give you enchanted tools. Sometimes you can get a looting sword. I had this in a run the other day where you can get a looting sword in a chest and have a village. One big issue is that the golems do not they don't increase their drop rates with looting at all. So you're always guaranteed to get between 3 and 5 iron.
Really? Wow, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Although, for example, for ender pearls, if you kill an enderman, you get between 1 and 4 if you lose looting 3. And I think that's the same with blaze rods as well, between 1 and 4. So, but the golems stay as 3 to 5 no matter what.
And I'm sure you can also use them on sheep and cows and the like to get large food and wool drops.
Which is helpful in certain scenarios if you do find one in a chest. I believe used to be the world record for the 1.14 category. I think I can't remember who it was. Maybe Dream, maybe I think was the guy who had it, who had like a looting book and was able to get the world record at the time.
Yeah, I think I saw that run. I think you found like a looting sword or something in a desert temple and made a huge difference.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure if that was the exact run. I can't really remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we were talking about that on Friday, that looting swords aren't as good as they used to be in this because of the trading. They used to be a lot bigger deal because you could speed up how fast you get the pearls from the Enderman. But
yeah, especially
not
that's
as necessary.
Yeah, in previous versions of the game. So, for example, 1.7 is a completely separate version to what the runners are running on at the moment. 1.16. In 1.7, there was no piglins, and there was no real viable way to trade the trade to get the pearls either. So in 1.7, we use tower strats, which means that you literally find a desert, tower up 128 blocks, and repeatedly jump off the side to make the mobs respawn. And every time you see an enderman, you just kill it, and then you want to be able to die and respawn at the top of the tower. So you use a bed, place that at the top of the tower, keep jumping off it until you get enough endermen, which means that we've never seen, I don't think we've ever seen a sub 20. Have we seen a sub 20 run in 1.7? I don't think we have. I can't remember now. I'm not up to date with the new.
The world record's around the 24-minute mark at the moment, which has stood there for many months now.
However, nothing stops a player. Sorry, go on. I'm jumping in here.
We just saw Sizzler. He just took out a bunch of blocks around this blaze spawner, and the reason he does that is it increases the chance for blazes to spawn so that they'll come in faster. Because if there's a block in one of the spawning zones, they just can't spawn in that block.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm bringing in a Corbanos piglin.
I think we also might have just witnessed a potential failed milkless monument raid from Davey. I'm not totally sure what went on, but he went down into a monument and very quickly reset afterward. I don't know if he got hit with mining
the cow or not. Don't think he had the cow there, so pretty useless if he does get the mining fatigue.
We think the chance of successfully doing a milkless monument is maybe somewhere between 15 and 30%. We're not sure. So not great chances, but really it's so early on in the run that taking the risk is quite harmless, because you're looking for a run identity essentially. I mean, if nothing else is going that well, then you may as well attempt a milkless monument since it almost guarantees pearls. And there's no harm in resetting, especially in this setting. But at the top left, we have Sizzler. He's got his 6 rods, and he's already got 1 pearl trade. So he's looking for another pearl trade here. Could be looking at another sub 20 pace if he gets a fast pearl trade. But if nothing else, he's on good pace to beat the time he's already got. Maybe with a more comfortable stronghold than the last, hopefully.
Hopefully so. He did spend a little while in that stronghold there.
So to address the chance of getting pearls from gold. So each one of these nether gold that he's mining, I believe, drops between 2 and 6 nuggets. The nuggets can, once you have 9 nuggets, you can make 1 ingot. And then 1 ingot has a
I don't know what the percentage chance
4.73% chance of giving you a pearl trade between 4 and 8 pearls. You want to leave with about 12. Anything more than that is great, but
doesn't seem good enough.
you know, maybe just a safety net.
Mm-hmm.
So
always helpful.
more or less, I mean, if you wanted to
Looking good enough.
be approximate, there's about a 1 in 21 chance of getting a pearl drop from a piglin, which is not very invigorating. It's not very comfortable. A 1 in 21 chance, which is why monuments are great, because you get 72 gold, or in a bastion you can get up to, I think, 140 gold in a bastion sometimes. So a 1 in 21 chance twice sounds pretty good in those instances. But when you're mining nether gold, it takes a lot of time. So you're really looking for good luck when you're mining nether gold, since you really would rather not be mining this slowly mined block. Looks like Sizzler is leaving the nether already. I'm not sure that he got another set of pearls.
He may only have 7
He may
here.
be doing a side strategy where you look for the stronghold early, check how many eyes are in the portal room, but along the way, what you'll do is find ruined portals. Ruined portals, also potentially monuments, obviously, contain gold blocks, which you can use for trading.
Then use the lava in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't seen that strat before. That's quite interesting.
Right. So a gold block, if you don't account for proximity between nether gold, a gold block kind of represents about 22 seconds, I believe, of mining nether gold. So every gold block that you mine represents, I think, somewhere around 22 seconds of time saved mining nether gold.
Now,
So wherever you can, you'd love to be mining gold blocks. So that may be something that he's thinking about here, is trying to find some gold blocks. It's far easier to find gold blocks than it is. I mean, it's not. It's not very easy to find nether gold. But if you find a ruined portal on the way to the stronghold here, then you should be doing pretty well. Oh, he's reset now, I think. I think he just opened to LAN. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Okay, he's reset.
he's going to check if it was a 5-eye. Was it a 5-eye? Did you need to go back to the nether? I honestly couldn't tell. I'm going to assume that it wasn't. I think the chance of a 5-eye is 0.5% or so. I think it was a 2-eye.
Dobra, na górę sobie wejdźmy. Bengi. Sizzler na 7.
All right, and regarding searching for the stronghold, previously you were saying something about like an 8x8 strategy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
something I'm
it's
unfamiliar
a
with.
bit too complicated. We won't
Yeah,
we won't go into it.
I
here.
wasn't going to mention it because I think if anything, K4 is probably one of the, you know, the person that would know the most about it.
Yeah,
and
it's not
still
worth
very
going
new,
into.
as far as I know.
Basically, I mean, most people who have watched at least one of these tournament matches so far is familiar with an idea of triangulation, where you throw Eyes of Ender and create some pretty shapes in the land with blocks, triangulating, essentially making triangles in the ground and figuring out where the stronghold is. But there is a advanced strategy that you can do with coordinates that allows you to
O, siemano Bastion.
find the stronghold and dig into it
Na trzeci ring będziemy
with very little effort. But it's very advanced. I don't recommend anyone does it.
Ta, to powinno być
But
jeszcze.
there is technically a strategy that
Imo. Weźmy sobie
doesn't
znowu
use
kartę.
triangulation. But we don't want to go too far into that today. But
You can theoretically, on a on a very insane run, only have to use one eye to be able to find where the stronghold is.
right.
Hello, my friend.
Runners have definitely done that before. Don't mean to brag. I have done it once before myself, but that is a that was a very lucky find considering the stronghold was completely exposed and underwater. So with just one throw, I was able to travel out to the ocean and then find where the stronghold was. Sizzler maybe needing to restart his game there before loading up the next world.
Idziemy w tę stronę.
And Matt having found a bridge bastion, able to get a lot of gold here, which is very nice.
Looks like he's on a
O,
pretty
dobrze,
decent
dobrze,
pace.
tradujemy tutaj.
So we might be
Mhm.
looking at another good run from Matt here.
Yeah, could be trying to leave this bastion
To tak mocno.
before 13 minutes.
Something we actually
drop-
just saw from Pete
Napraszam na
from
dół.
Pete that was really common and clever is he's on a soul sand biome and that slows you down when you walk on it. So he was just kind of
O, też chcesz przyjść? Chodź, chodź, chodź.
placing blocks underneath him so that he could just hop over the soul sand biome. Saves a good amount of time.
Certainly does. And often one fantastic thing from these piglins is that you can get a whole lot of you can actually get soul speed boots, which is a new enchant from 1.16, which allows you to run with increased speed over the soul sand and soul soil, which is really good. It's really good.
Trochę mamy, ale...
Yeah, I believe it's actually faster. It's the fastest walking method, correct? It's faster than ice blocks.
I believe so. I think you can actually combine the soul and the ice blocks, maybe, and it theoretically, of course, never in a speed run, but you know, in your Let's Play world, for example,
Nie, no muszę
you can
sobie
reach
jakąś mapę
speeds
nie-
of
nie dropły.
hundreds of blocks a second, which is insane.
Wow.
However, in speedruns, we have, I think, theoretically had ideas about dolphins and
Nie
Depth
ma
Strider 3,
najmniejszej opcji, żeby z tego nie dropły.
which is an enchant you can get from shipwrecks, I believe. And
Ruined
dolphins, of course.
portals. Yeah.
Oh, and ruined
shipwrecks.
portals. Okay.
And that strategy would give us 48 blocks a second compared to 7.1 blocks a second. So your ordinary running and jumping speed is 7.1 blocks a second.
Okej.
But if you've got Dolphin Depth Strider, you're running, well, swimming at 48 blocks a second, which is incredible, really. Your
Quick.
average stronghold travel, if you're just running and jumping, is anywhere between 5 and 7 minutes. But with Dolphin Depth Strider, it takes about 36 seconds.
Wow.
At a minimum distance stronghold, which is hilarious.
Now they're mentioning running and jumping. Yet another kind of hidden mechanic that a casual player might not know is that you move faster if you're just like holding down the spacebar, if you're just jumping, than if you were to run normally.
Dajcie mi wyjść.
Right, and that's because of just friction along the ground. There's less friction when you're in the air. There's also, I believe, a small speed
Idziemy chyba w
boost
tę stronę, nie?
when you jump.
Tak mi się wydaje.
This is why you often see some runners
Na pewno.
spamming jump when
My tam
it
się
looks
po
like
prostu.
there's nothing to jump into.
Zobaczymy, co nas tu czeka.
Called
Na granicy
head hitting.
tego regionu, czyś w kolejny region.
You're able to just
Pójść w sumie.
increase your speed
Minus...
very quickly without actually needing to jump properly. You're able to get more jumps in a smaller space of time.
Right, we have Matthew Boland himself correcting me in chat. It is not friction, it is jumping, giving a speed boost.
There we go.
To się chyba nie respi nic.
All right, looking around for what's interesting here. It looks like Davy's about to enter the Nether underwater again.
Mhm. So, speeda
Using an
mamy.
We have a
I'll be back in
village
a
that
moment.
Pete just found.
I know Matt's out of his bastion now, so I assume he has pearls and hopefully fire resistance, obsidian,
Widzę, że
and I
to
assume
był
he's just looking for a fortress now
dobry czas
to
na razie.
get out of the Nether and get a good time here. It's looking like a good pace for him though, because if he finds his fortress quite soon, and the blind travel is substantially, actually saves him a lot of time, then it could be very
Nie
good.
wiem, co robić.
Sizzler spawns into a village, very nice.
Now, would you care to elaborate on what blind travel is?
Okay, sure.
Czy tam
So
czy to jest
blind
forteca?
travel is a
Kolejny.
nickname that
To jest bastion
speedrunners
kolejny.
use for
Tego nie potrzebuję.
making a second nether portal in the nether.
To jest
Often
chyba-
speedrunners have had to
Kurde, muszę jeszcze
either
dalej
save their own
zaraz.
coordinates or ask their chat
Albo się cofnąć
to be able
totalnie.
to
Spróbujmy się cofnąć
help
totalnie
out
w
and
sumie.
say, oh, my nether portal is at 50x and 100y and 5z or whatever. Which is helpful because you can traverse back there after you've found all the things you need to.
Mhm.
A faster way of doing it is, in fact, having enough obsidian to create a brand new portal in the nether. And this can also save you time by
Wcale go tak dużo nie mam.
taking you out in the overworld to a place that's closer to the stronghold than where you started. So it just means that you have less double back, like having to run back on yourself far less.
To muszę zmienić
You're able to
region po
run
prostu.
more linearly. You can go into the nether and come out nearer to the stronghold rather than say, go to the nether, find the fortress, go backwards back to where you started, and then run to find the stronghold. It's just a little time save here and there that could, that adds up to a few minutes in the end.
Mało jedzenia.
Right, and this all works because the Nether is actually it's parallel to the main world, the overworld. But it's about 1/64th the size, 1/8 the size in either direction. So you can essentially travel 8 times as fast by
Teraz na plus jedziemy z
going in
powrotem.
there.
Yep, that's very, very true. So
O,
the
cóż,
strongholds have a
lawa,
specific
lawa
radius that you
randomowo.
spawn, that they can spawn at. Oh, Matt taking a death there.
Co jest?
That's unfortunate. Oh, he actually died to fall damage. That's unfortunate.
Mogłem wypić, bo ja mi w cholerę, to był mój błąd w sumie.
Damn.
Forteca tu była?
But yeah,
Nie, tak czy siak.
I can't remember my train of thought now. Doesn't matter. Yeah, stronghold, closer to the stronghold. Yeah, something along those lines anyway. Oh, Davey has a fortress. That's good.
Dobra, już godzinę mamy.
Has he had a bastion
Zginąłem przy
already?
3 dobrych
Or
ranach,
I don't think so.
ale żaden z nich
Yeah, I
nie
don't
był
think
gotowy
so.
do
He's
przebiegu,
in 9
więc
minutes as well. I'd be thinking that he's thinking of
Skupienie jeszcze
resetting
większe i
more
lecimy
so
po prostu
than
koksem.
playing this out. He's in a Soul Sand Valley, which ordinarily does not have many piglins, and it also does not have a lot of gold around to collect. If he's looking for a faster run, it looks like he's found a red biome now. Maybe he's looking for a bastion right now, I'm not sure, but fortresses previously were the staple of a 116 speedrun, but with more of the modern strategies, a fortress is just not enough to justify playing Outer World. Mostly because of the 4.73% chance of getting pearls is very demotivating to play, and also just in general unlikely to finish a run on.
Bengi.
It's always very, very nice when you luck out and get it in a small number of gold, though. As you've seen in some runs, well, some of the older runs, especially the first example you probably think of is the X World record, Core Barnos, who got, I think, all of his pearls in 5 gold, having spawned inside a fortress, was insanely lucky, but that's the kind of luck that you needed for a world record. Now, of course, with the method changing, it's starting to become a little bit less reliant on crazy luck, and
jest nie.
potentially more routing and slightly more skill based.
Serio, jak widzę dirt momentami, to mi się wydaje, że jest zatopiony statek.
Davey died to the very piglins that he was trying to trade with, but I doubt he's very upset about it. I don't think he was on excellent pace.
Po co kwiaty? Do
By any means.
zupek z kwiatkiem.
Will only like you if
Tak,
you are
zrobię
wearing gold.
zupy
Right.
z-
Well, they can be
Otherwise they're
distracted
hostile.
by the gold. Yeah.
114 for like 5 hours and hope for a completion. I'm serious. This is negative positive. Okay, so this is negative is that way.
I think he does, yeah. A golden enchanted hoe.
Okay, so we'll roll here.
Wow.
I've got
He's
Must have found
fancy.
that from
so I'm not gonna worry about that.
a broken
It's
portal.
looking like a vanilla spawn like entirely right
Um,
now, but I don't know if there's gonna be a bastion or not.
Zooming into Pete
Not a
here.
bastion, that is a biome. What just died there?
Looking around
Just
what,
looking for
what was
some
handed
nether
up.
structures.
Looking for some sort of structure.
I
Looks like the
remember
runners
that in
have,
the last 2 weeks.
all sort of
It's
started to
like
reset
development
worlds
last,
now.
like,
Even
year.
if they get to the nether, they're starting to understand, you know, they've got to be looking for sort of PB paced runs roughly,
Nether that
or close to that. Of course, I think that
no, it's
if any of these guys PB today, I reckon that they will have the
dangerous,
fastest
sure,
time.
But
I'd be very shocked to see 2 PBs from these runners, but you know, definitely could happen. One interesting strat we've seen by Pete to get into this nether was something that I don't think has been brought up yet. The cod in a bucket strat, which is quite fun. Having spawned in a village, you're able to use emeralds to trade with a fisherman
I'm not fighting that.
to get
I'm
a
gonna go
cod
for
in a
this.
bucket. Often the cod are simply removed from the bucket by just causing them to suffocate on the ground, picking the water back
Gonna
up.
be a lot of wither skellies.
Just because you're able to actually not need those 3 iron to make that bucket, you then just have a bucket, which is quite useful.
Love that for myself. What the? Hey, don't do that. That's a penalty.
Lots of alternate options.
Please tell me it's down here.
I think that's the best thing that
Looks like probably
that
is.
the speedrunning
Maybe
community's
I'll just
got at the
find
moment. We've got lots
instructions.
of with new people. There's always new
Pretty sure
strats,
at least one of them's down here.
and I think that's really what
What is
what
this
people have
strat
seen
here?
recently. You know, when cod buckets were first introduced, they weren't used as much, but now they're having to be used more because most people really want an iron pickaxe to be able to continue the run.
So it looks like Sizzler just found a lava pool next to a ruined portal, and he opted to build a whole new portal rather than complete the old ruined one. Is there a reasoning behind that you can think of?
So, a ruined portal
Okay.
also contains crying obsidian, which has a 15% chance to generate instead of the obsidian. So you can only create portals out of obsidian, not crying obsidian. It takes the same amount of time to break crying obsidian as it does regular obsidian, which is, depending on what kind of pickaxe you've got, anywhere between 42 seconds and 21 seconds, or maybe 9.4 seconds if you have a diamond pickaxe. But basically, it takes a very long time to break crying obsidian. And with how many blocks are ordinarily in a ruined portal, and with the 15% chance of a crying obsidian, generally a ruined portal that generates will have crying obsidian somewhere that you'd rather not mine. Building a portal for your average player takes about 15 seconds. So you'll only fix a portal if there's not enough lava in the ruined portal. Another reason why you wouldn't want to fix a ruined portal is that fluid mechanics in this game, while they can start seeming quite intuitive, will very easily take you off guard and destroy
true.
all of the lava that you have. So it's often better, even if you're quite studied on the fluid mechanics in this game, it's often better to just not think about it. Take the easy route, build a new portal.
Even though we're in a wasteland,
If you have the option of having 10 lava there,
back to spawn,
you should
which is
make a new
fine.
portal.
I
I'm quite confident about that. Unless potentially there's one block missing that you need to repair this portal, that might be slightly faster. But I think most runners now have just said, right, time to make a new portal, a brand new portal
Oh,
from
you still have
scratch.
charge left, huh?
Occasionally there
That is
may
a
only
little-
be 3 lava blocks or something like that, and then you're going to have to try and improvise. Okay, can I use the side of this portal here and then make a little bit more lava flow here? But it requires, and when you're speedrunning, you ideally want to save as much of that brain power for focusing on going quick.
Please.
Okay, now Davey just found. It looks. Oh, is this just a ruined portal? I think it is.
The thing is, remember, we're
Found a
trying
nice
to
chest
this
there.
time now, right? So
He,
even if we're on like pace to beat
I
our
know
VOD,
that
I
before
think
the
that reset
before the
anyway.
start of the stream, he was remembering and teaching himself how to loot these. There's a certain number of them that spawn. I think there's 12
Okay.
variations or
Cool, bye.
14.
'Cause I'm gonna need a
Every
copy.
single one is meant to spawn a chest. Sometimes world generation messes it up, but there's also, unfortunately, different ways that they can spawn, including a mirror flip,
I see
which
them
means
all
that the
down
chest
there,
will
I
spawn
do.
in one of potentially 4 different locations, which isn't always great, but if you can directly tell exactly which portal type it is, it could be very useful, and that may be a required thing in the future.
Oh yeah, the gold pig, you're right.
Is Sizzler abducting a cow again?
Thank you.
Everyone always says it's aliens,
forget.
but it's just speedrunners. He's slowly making his way to the
You can't-
coast.
Wait.
And there we go, he's finally in the water.
Oh, that's fast.
Pete is doing some kind of.
I think I can leave.
It looked like he was doing that head bouncing
Now.
strategy. He was like
The way
placing
that
blocks
Sizzler's looking
above
down
him
on
to
me, man.
bounce his head off of.
Alone, dude.
Means that you run ever so slightly faster, and that
Yeah,
is
thankfully didn't have
fractions
to
of a
do
second
any
per
skeletons.
block
Yeah.
placed, but if you're doing nothing else, why not?
Yeah, efficiency 4 is gonna be a
It's
insane break for
small
us.
time saves like that, you know, they all add up. Saving a
was
few
looking
seconds
down
here,
there and I was like,
I don't
wait, how are you
know,
getting that angle?
overlapping some things like eating while you're sitting inside a nether portal means that you don't have to eat while you're
You were here
standing
yesterday,
still
you had
or
the pearl luck.
while you want to be
Maybe
running
you
in a
say,
certain
"You know
direction.
what, you're gonna pass
Just small
by
time
over
saves that
too.
can end up
You don't
helping
need
out a
to
lot.
Use it up today.
Eating
We
while
won't talk
diving.
Tomorrow.
messed up
That'd be
portal.
nice.
We'll
It
we'll
would
ignore
be.
that.
But I need to find
He's completed it now and he's in the nether, so
I'll grab a gold bomb here, get out of the way.
Automat's right behind him.
both of them are kind of struggling to get the lava in the right spots. Talking about the fluid mechanics, this is exactly what we're talking about. There we go. Oh, is Matt
So
in?
dangerous.
I don't know what's happened there.
Well, he's on fire.
Oh, he's made it too tall. He's made it too tall. Oh, no.
To clarify, that's 2
That
blocks
doesn't look
tall,
like-
not
Oh yeah, TWO. not
excessively tall.
TOO. Oh,
He's made it
no.
too short, essentially.
The only good thing about you is
Not
that
sure
you
what
Maybe
to
one
do
of the
here.
first things you do in Minecraft, you make the
Wow.
very, very unfortunate.
No, this is
minimum
even
height
worse
is,
than a reset because you feel stupid when you do it, which impacts
Yeah.
your future runs.
Everyone's done it. Every runner has done this at least once.
Alright, let's get started.
They've misclicked the block, not realized, and then oh wait, I
Cold
can't walk in.
snap
I've just
you.
set myself on fire.
Down,
And
goodbye.
then there's nothing you can do because you don't have a diamond pickaxe. You can't be
String is
like,
the same
oh,
trading
let me
range.
quickly replace where the block is. You just have to say, oh, right.
Mm.
If you don't have another bunch of lava, if it's not a big lava pool, it's a reset. that's really good.
Down.
That's
Oh,
that's
shit,
definitely
nice.
one of the highlights so far.
Oh, hello, friends. Good to see you.
I'm sure he'll
Get
bounce
me
back.
in
I'm
and
sure
out
he'll
of here
bounce
real
back and get a good
fast.
run though.
Well, Pete
That's
is
really
digging
great.
digging a hole for the piglins, throwing the gold down, and just
Nabbed
pushing
it.
them in
Oh
the
my God,
hole.
there's so many. Yeah, give us
Again, that's to keep them from running off and throwing your
Where was the
items
other
into
one?
lava.
Oh my God, there's like 17.
Also, you may see some runners
Jack, for
actually
now, where I dug
give
the other one down
these piglins other items that aren't just gold, especially if they have spare leather. You'll see them occasionally. Some runners will throw boots into these holes. Because if you throw in leather boots and your piglin puts them on, it actually stops them from despawning. So you may run a certain distance away, leave, I don't know, if you've just looted a monument, for example, you could be leaving 72 gold in that hole.
Hey, friend.
And be like, okay, well, we know this is going to take a little while, so what we'll do, I'll go and try and find a fortress in the meantime. And you may come back and realize that they've only traded 6 gold and then they've despawned, which is not ideal. So often, if necessary, runners will give any kind of spare armor piece they have to these piglins. And when a piglin puts on armor, it updates the NBT tags or something along those lines, and it means that they won't despawn naturally.
Same goes for weapons and tools and the like, right?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Items
you can
that
use
are dropped.
gold shovels as well.
Ah, okay, that's interesting.
Which
I
is
didn't know
quite resourceful.
that. Oh, there you go. I learned something new as well. There we go.
Gold tools work
Show me what you got.
of any variety other than gold swords, since they already have a gold sword in their hands. I think maybe you can only use gold shovels on crossbow piglins. I'm not sure. I've had a piglin despawn trying to use a gold shovel before. Fyro was in the chat. It's his fault.
How much I can take of
Um,
today, I don't know.
But yeah, the armor
Woke up and was ready for
is the
this.
best way of stopping piglins from despawning.
Mhm.
Now,
Kidding me.
Sizzler is on a treasure hunt here. He found himself a treasure map and is actually
I think I'm
digging
gonna
for
reset if
buried
this isn't getting
treasure.
it.
So, and he got
Do I
quite
want
a
to
bit
leave
of it.
K4 to explain if I say the words
Are you
99?
streaming?
Will I just let K4 explain this?
Yeah, so Sizzler found a map by some means, probably by a shipwreck. The map is quite difficult
I think I
to
reset.
interpret. If you've ever tried to do a buried
I was gonna
treasure
dash on the other
in a
ones.
survival world, you'll probably spend the next 5 minutes digging around in sand,
40
finding
something
nothing,
gold?
and then you finally find the buried treasure, and it has very lackluster loot.
Pretty good. I'm gonna get more
But there is a coordinate inside a
26
chunk.
iron. That's good.
We're getting into quite technical territory
Yeah,
now.
I'm glad that I
the-
asked you to do this.
Yeah, so the game, the way that things generate in this game is based on chunks,
Fine with it.
and a bunch of other things are also based on chunks, which are 16 by 16 areas in the game. When you open your coordinates, your debug screen, which is allowed as per current rules, you're allowed to use the debug screen for various things. You can see your location in the chunk. So there are 16 by 16 blocks in a chunk, and you're able to line up on a certain coordinate in that chunk, which is 9, 9. So slightly away from the middle of the chunk, if you visualize a 16 by 16 square.
Guess what? I don't have either. I don't have. Alright, well,
But you can always go to 99 in the chunk. If you've found the buried treasure on the map, you can always go to 99 in the chunk, and the buried treasure will always be directly below you. So it's very good to know these kinds of tricks if you're in a speedrun. It's better than randomly digging around in sand, missing it 100 times. And buried treasure is amazing for the current ocean meta. The largest struggle in ocean worlds is securing enough food. In a village run, you get many hay bales, which turns into wheat, which turns into bread. But in an ocean run, although there are a lot of fish around, it's currently not very practicable to kill fish and cook them, although there are methods being developed right now.
I don't even know how many emo slots are available,
And
like,
a
since
buried
I am
treasure
trying to
contains
shit on that.
often around 7, I'm not sure the exact average, it's probably around 4. Someone in chat may be able to correct me. But there's a certain amount of food that often generates in a buried treasure, which is great.
Yeah,
As
and
usually
that's-
your food method in an ocean
Mhm.
run is either mushrooms in the nether, where you can make stews that can be augmented with flowers. I don't think we've seen that today yet, but maybe if we get there,
Well, you
someone
can
will be
actually
able to
see
point out
Pete
the
currently is
flowers.
carrying.
There he
Pete's
is.
currently
Yeah.
carrying a dandelion for that
Oh,
reason.
he is, yeah. So he's looking for mushrooms in the nether. And when you make mushroom stew, which most Minecraft players will know about mushroom
Hey, got the
stew,
flint.
if you add dandelions to the recipe while crafting the mushroom stew, you can get a suspicious stew. There's a variety of suspicious stews, but the dandelion one gives you saturation, which is the hunger potion effect. Which in practice it gives you 6.5 hunger bars, which is the most potent source of food in the entire game. So you go from having no food at all to having the strongest source of food in the entire game very quickly.
Am I right in saying that different flowers give you different suspicious stews? And I think there is. Is there
Yeah.
another type? The blue. Is it blue orchid? That gives
Yeah,
you
so
that option as well.
there's a flower in a swamp that also provides the same effect as dandelions, but you don't often have that circumstance. But
Often
yeah,
you
you can
can
use
just
other
find-
flowers. They give you negative effects mostly, just to troll the player. There's some effects like you can get fire res, which sounds great, but it only gives you like 5 seconds. There is one that gives you regen, but that only heals 1 heart, you know. Whereas the suspicious stew using dandelion, I think it heals like 7 hearts on a good day.
You could be right down at the bottom of your no longer able to sprint, and you can pretty much get all the way back up to your full hunger bar being full, regenerating health and things like that from just one food source. It's
Right.
really fantastic, honestly.
And the effect stays while it's regenerating as well, which also converts into health regen in the same way. Because obviously we eat food to regen health.
I know that's why I ate food.
Yeah.
So we're going to see 3 runners in the nether here. It's quite nice. Oh, no, I said that just a second before Davey decided to reset. Okay. Why did I have to even mention anything? Yeah, we're still going to see 2 runners in the nether. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's too much going on.
Might be just an instant reset.
Well, we're moving around the villages here, and yeah, I guess they're just looking for things.
Looking for some sort of structure. Oh, basalt delta found.
Baby's
Fine.
resetting again.
It's a good time to reset. Resetting early on it's far more helpful than resetting when you've put 10-15 minutes into a run. If it doesn't look great, then reset. It'll take you 10 seconds to make a new world. You could be better. Yeah, you know. I mean, if you spawn into a swamp and it's just not great, then so be it. You might want to reset and try and find a desert or an ocean.
Maybe I shouldn't be willing, but as
Now, Matt just bridged across to, it looks like another ruined portal in the nether this time.
I just feel like I don't.
And I want to point out that Matt had obsidian from a village earlier. I believe this is the same run where he had quite a large amount of obsidian from a village blacksmith chest. And he just got more obsidian from that ruined portal. He's now up to, I believe, 10 obsidian. So all he needs now is a fortress and some pearl trades. And he'll be able to blind travel without a bastion, which is a very rare circumstance.
Rare scenario indeed. Yeah, I think he got 5 from that broken portal there, which was really, really good luck. I think it has
that's
over the 10 mark.
extremely lucky.
He is on a good pace as well. Not even 9.5 minutes.
No blacksmith.
Strong time.
This is a prime example of a village.
Certainly hope so.
In an ordinary
It's worthy of a reset. No blacksmith.
fortress run with pearl trades from Nether Gold, ideally you'd be leaving between now and the next few minutes. But the nether travel can net him about a 5-minute time save in some situations. So the window for him to PB right now is far more open. Looks like maybe he's got a fortress on his screen. I'm not quite sure. There's something
Speaking of
dark purple on the
windows.
screen.
Davy's using a window to take out a golem.
That's fantastic. smacking him through the window of the house. A very interesting strat. Not one that I've actually
Is that
seen before.
wireless? It is wireless. A wireless headset. Yes.
Automat's getting harassed by ghasts.
$100 to the
Now I've
cause.
seen a couple runners take a good amount of time,
What is
10
Anya
seconds or
talking
so, to
about?
take out the ghasts. Are they that dangerous that you want to get rid of them?
With the new meta
They-
shifting, it's just a pain, honestly.
For the cause.
If you start
more
taking
than
damage
anything, they're a
unnecessarily,
nuisance.
yeah, you already don't have too much food. If you need to use food to keep regenning because you get blasted by ghasts, it's not ideal. Also, if you're trying to bridge across somewhere, you're placing blocks and they're being destroyed, or you're trying to mine some gold. Yeah, like K4 said, it's just a bit of a nuisance, really. Just kind of annoying.
I'm tapping again. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll stretch my legs. I'll stop
Was in
myself from
time.
tapping.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, well,
Okay, I'm forcing
ghasts
myself to stop.
threaten your run to be ended in various ways. So when a ghast shoots a fireball at you, obviously it can deal damage to you, but it also lights surrounding blocks on fire and can also break blocks that you're on top of or nearby. When you've got a piglin hole and you've got gold in the hole, if a ghast happened to shoot nearby or inside that hole, not only will it threaten killing your piglins, which are not always in such great number, but they can also, well, the fire can burn your gold, which you've probably spent many minutes mining. Ghasts, like Fulham said, if you're bridging across somewhere, a ghast can either shoot you off or destroy your bridge. There's all kinds of ways that ghasts can end runs. If you have no need to be in a specific area, you'll probably ignore the ghast, but if there's a ghast somewhere where you need to stick around, like a fortress, or
Man, we're definitely
maybe
not
you've got an
flint guards
open
today.
area where you're trying to trade with
What's wrong with
piglins,
me, but
ghasts are very annoying.
not any flint guards today.
Very true.
Oh God.
Now I know you were saying earlier that Matt would want to be leaving sort of around about this time if he didn't have the obsidian. Of course, we saw in the new world record, Koraway, he actually left the nether after 11 minutes, which actually isn't particularly too fast. The fastest ever time to leave the nether in a completed run was by Dream Was Taken, who left after 7 minutes and 11 seconds, which is the fastest so far, but doesn't have the world record in the category.
Piękne.
Corbano's in second with 7 minutes and 30.
Chciał ze mną walczyć?
But
Nope.
Koraway actually left after 11
Normalnie
minutes,
jak w
but
Fortnite.
because he was able to use blind travel and make a portal, he actually spawned very, very close to the stronghold. So Matt's not particularly worried at the moment. He's mainly focusing on getting some pearls, hopefully finding a fortress. The time at the moment is still on for a very good pace for him. And, you know, I still would be confident to say this is still maybe sub 25 pace, probably. On a good day, if he finds a fortress quite quickly, gets pearl trades quite quickly.
Okay, so how do they
9 tylko. Bra.
how do they know where to aim in order to find a fortress, right? Because a stronghold, sorry, because you don't know where the strongholds are.
Mm-hmm.
9 to zdecydowanie
But
za
is there like
mało.
a
Dobrze,
general
13.
gist of like maybe how it spawns or something that you can run off of?
Yeah. So there are, I can't exactly remember how many rings, but they spawn in rings. Strongholds spawn in rings. There's a certain number of
Dropniecie więcej?
strongholds that spawn per ring, and these rings are centered around 0, in your world, which is the coordinates of the origin of the world. They spawn, so most speedrunners will obviously go for the ones that are closest to 0, just means less running and less traveling in general. So they spawn between 1,400 and 2,600 blocks away from 0, 0. This is still quite a big range, so we usually just try and have a guess in the middle. Try and pop out around about 2,000 blocks away, and hopefully you'll be within about 800 blocks, which is a little bit closer than if you walk out of your original portal.
Now, meanwhile, PeteZahHutt has been raiding a housing bastion. So we've seen many bridge bastions today. But PeteZahHutt is in a housing bastion. So there's many different kinds. Well, there's 4 different kinds of bastions. This one does not have exposed gold. You have to study the housing bastion along with the other 2 bastions that are not bridge.
Can I quickly jump in, K4? I just want to say that I think, according to chat, I'm trusting chat here. Always a dangerous thing to do, but supposedly Matt has his pearls. He currently has a double blaze spawner right next to each other, meaning that both can spawn simultaneously, and has 10 obsidian. He's at a very, very good pace here. Probably leaving the nether in the next minute or so. Probably, if he gets a good blind travel here, could be looking at the new best time for the tournament so far.
Yeah, comfortable sub 25 pace, but with some great luck, perhaps a sub 20 or a PB here by Automat.
Yeah, his PB's 2102, I think, if I remember correctly. What's the matter? 2105. So this is a slim potential, but could PB here, which I think would be the first PB we've seen in the tournament so far.
Yeah. Pete, meanwhile, he's traded a lot of his gold already. He's got some pearls coming in. Getting his fire reds, getting his obsidian. He's at 14 minutes. If he gets another fortress pretty quickly, he could be on pace to beat his current his current time in this tournament. But
do we know what the lowest time for the tournament so far is?
It'll be
Sizzler had it with
Sizzler's minute.
22,
Yeah.
40, 22 something, I think.
22 something, yeah. So Automat is on pace to beat that. With some great luck, that is.
Yeah, with some good luck with this blind travel.
To be within a minute of the stronghold, you need 5% luck. To be within about 2 or 3 minutes of the stronghold, you need about 10% luck, I believe.
Ooh, wow, that's some stats that I would have had no idea on. But
yeah, these
very,
stats
very
are important for when you're trying to reinvent the meta.
Is that with the ideal blind travel? Which
yeah.
Okay. Still based quite a lot on luck then either way. Oh, okay, Matt's alive. Got a little bit scared for him there.
Matt is alive. You guys might frequently be seeing people in the nether just popping boats down and rowing off cliffs and stuff. That's because if you're in a boat, it actually cancels any fall damage that you would take. And you can't actually put down water in the nether. So that's one of the few methods to negate fall damage, which is extra important in the nether since there are so many large drops all over the place. Oh my gosh, and Sizzler almost died there. Looks like he reset anyway.
Okay, I can't see if that's going forwards or backwards for Matt, but he has gotten he's out of the nether now. I think that's 18 minutes in, 19 minutes in even. So not the quickest, probably not going to PB, but still looking to hopefully hit the gold time for this tournament so far.
Looks like he's preparing to throw another eye here. Generally, you want to throw your second eye very quickly after exiting the nether in a blind travel to gauge your distance, since you have literally no idea how far away you are from the stronghold. I mean, if you exit the nether regularly by exiting through the portal that you entered in, you have a pretty good idea that the stronghold should be maybe 1,700 blocks away. if not less.
Throws another,
Oh, yeah.
same direction.
Yeah, so I didn't see the angles, but I'd be willing to bet that he's about 1,000 blocks away, which is
Nie wiem, jak
not
bardzo się
horrendous,
zmienił kąt.
but I mean, he's got some water travel here. He may be able to
Dobra, i koniec Ocean
beat
Travela.
Sizzler's 25-minute time here, but he by no means high rolled here.
Pete's chilling out in the hot tub.
There we go.
Po prostu jak najbardziej.
Yeah, post Bastion nether travel is very fun. Drinking a fire res potion and jumping into lava lakes is a nice change up.
Teleporting out.
70. Mocno
Like a
Looks like the
superhero.
angle might have changed quite a bit for Matt.
Ooh.
do mnie daleko.
I'd say
That's
he's probably
good.
within 500 blocks now. I'm not entirely sure. Again, I can't see the angle numbers. I can't do the math in my head right now, but
So it looks like he's placing down markers.
Ale jest
Is that in
Ocean,
case he has to turn back to it?
he might have just been using the block. See there, he was just hoping to cross this river pretty quickly as you're slow moving in,
Upewniam się, dobra, to jest po prostu
slow
dalej
moving in
Ocean
water.
Travel będzie.
I'd say he may be pretty close here.
Ziomeczku.
He's got a dolphin as well.
That's good. That's good. The
I'd say he's
dolphins
on
came
good
up.
pace to beat Sizzler's time here. With a forgiving stronghold and a forgiving Ender Dragon Perch,
Wątpię, że było na tej pozycji, mam być
he should
szczery.
be able to supplant
Sobie
the
opłyniemy.
gold time
Hopefully
right
we
now.
won't get the same scenario that we had with Sizzler, with his
Też może być,
stronghold
jesteśmy
being
na jakichś
rather
punktach.
scuffed. Hopefully Matt's
Yeah,
will be a
we-
little bit better than that.
We've only seen one Ender Dragon fight so far, haven't? No, we saw two at the same time.
Yeah,
Lądujemy
simultaneously.
trójkę
Quite interesting. Matt looks like he'll definitely at least shift into second place, though. I can't see him taking longer than 31 minutes for this.
Pękła, dobra.
He'll either complete it definitely within sub 30
Nie
or,
opuścił mój kolega.
you know, or not complete it at all. Those are the two potential
No patrzcie, jakie mamy kordy, jesteśmy daleko. To
two
musi
potential
być
scenarios
super.
here, I think.
Dosłownie wydaje mi się, że to będzie...
We got three of our people on a
Okay.
journey through the sea. Sizzler stuck in the desert looking around what for a lava pool, correct?
Jeszcze dalej?
Deserts
What?
most commonly spawn lava pools.
I believe there's a lot of speculation and maths going on behind the
Ale
scenes
mamy
right now as to
zapas
whether
chociaż 14.
whether certain biomes spawn more or not. I think that's
Yeah.
the case anyway.
By consequence of some other things, it turns out that lava pools generate more in deserts, just because water lakes don't generate there. I believe is part of the reason. Water lakes don't
Okay, zmieniło
technically
lekko,
generate in deserts. Sometimes you'll still find them, but that's just by
po prostu przed siebie.
coincidence of nearby biomes that
To będzie
happen
widoczne.
to have a lake generate
Zakopanym
and
zanim będzie
generate into a desert, but technically water lakes are not meant to generate in deserts.
Interesting.
So
Yes, yeah.
and lava lakes cannot generate inside of other
Oh,
water
widzę,
lakes.
widzę, yes.
So I don't think they.
Strunhold.
Well, they obviously don't. It's not like every time a water lake tries to generate, it turns into a lava lake in a desert. But by consequence, it becomes a fair bit easier to spot lava pools as well in deserts, since the exposed stone and lava is quite contrast with the sand.
Oh. Automat's found the stronghold.
Ooh. Dig straight into the
It's an
library room.
exposed stronghold.
Maybe looking to try and dig straight into the portal room here.
Yeah,
to-
looks like perhaps no exposed portal room. Hopefully he'll be looking to find the entrance of the stronghold. Finding the entrance of the stronghold allows you to do some other tricks to do with finding the portal room, which is obviously your number one priority.
Dobra, jesteśmy
Yeah,
na
nothing
daleko.
else
Looks like he's
matters
just
you're in the
winging it a
stronghold.
bit.
Na to wygląda, więc się cofnijmy
Don't think
tutaj.
he'll need that Enderman. Got a lot of pearls as far as I remember.
Oh,
Co to jest?
I'm not sure what the plan is for Matt here at the moment. Maybe he's stressing out a little bit. Oh, he's kind of low actually. Maybe he's trying just to avoid dying probably #1 priority.
Dalej, pójdźmy sobie.
That was quite a late stronghold entrance, and he hasn't instantly found the portal room, which is something that I thought he might be able to do with that ocean travel that he had. Often you're able to find an exposed portal room in oceans, but he wasn't able to do that, so technically it's impossible for him to beat Sizzler's time right now. So he's looking to take the silver, but he has 0 chance of getting the gold here, in this run at least. As the fastest possible end fight is about 50 seconds long if you do everything right and
Pójdźmy tam.
get perfect luck.
It was a really horrible journey. Like he must have spawned over 1,000 blocks away from this from this stronghold, because most of it was ocean, and it still took him a long time. Like maybe 4 or 5 minutes to be able to find this, and it was exposed. Like this was very unlucky. I would probably say that it was unlucky blind travel for Matt here.
Jeszcze nie szedłem.
Now, you said that it's you can often find the portal room exposed in the water. Does that mean that
Mamy to.
the portal rooms tend to generate higher up in the stronghold?
No, not at all. But they do have light emanating from iron bar windows in the side of the walls. So it's usually pretty easy to spot the portal room compared to any other stronghold room. Looks like Automat is doing purged strats, which was innovated by Jojo57s a while ago. He's doing east-west rather than north-south, so it's a bit slower, but it's far less risky to do east-west compared to north-south. Basically, there's different locations you can stand in the end to influence different kind of dragon perches. He's going for the more consistent, well, not the more consistent, but the less stressful method. Looks like he's doing a slab cycle instead of an obsidian cycle. He's got 7 beds, which is very comfortable for
Nie pobijemy Sizzlera, ale
most
pobijemy
players.
Pita.
So he's looking for the dragon to wander over to the opposite side of the end. It'll spiral around the obsidian pillar opposite him, and then he'll peel down to the little fountain below him,
Bardzo niedobrze.
place his slab, and then kill the dragon with beds.
Now, the slab cycle, is that blocking off the explosions with the slabs?
So using a slab, some runners just use a full block. So the old 1 cycle method was you would place a block against
Krąży
the
teraz? Chyba ta.
fountain in the middle.
Krąży, dobra.
Looks
zaraz
like
będzie animacja,
maybe, I'm not
zlatujemy.
sure where the
Nie
dragon
czołgujemy.
is. Looks like it might be perching right now. So he's going to place a slab against the fountain. He's going to place a bed on top. And once he explodes this bed, he's going to jump up and place another bed. What he's trying to line up is the dragon's head above. So he's got hitboxes on. He's trying to line up the dragon's head hitbox.
let's
Looks like he got a
go.
5 bed,
Pretty
which
smooth
is
five
very
bed there
clean.
from a
Did a
jump
great
placement.
job. And now the
Isn't
reason
it
for that
second
is
level?
because the head of the dragon takes more damage, correct?
28-15.
That's right.
Zap 30.
28-15.
The reason you use
Not
a
bad.
slab instead of a full block as well is because since the dragon is right above you, and the dragon is very large, if you're jumping or
GG.
just standing there in general, sometimes the dragon can hit you, which
Sida,
would
jakbyście chcieli sobie
either
zobaczyć.
completely ruin your 1 cycle or just instantly kill the run. So using a slab makes it less likely for the dragon to
Ukończony, więc git.
hit you, knock you back.
Który to był świat? 14.
The more contemporary method is by using obsidian and placing beds against the side of the obsidian. You have 0 chance of getting knocked by the dragon, and you can also line up the dragon's head better above the pillar. But slab cycles, easily, most runners have more experience with slab cycles. I wouldn't expect all runners to convert to new methods so quickly, but slab cycles are the old reliable, just like the old fortress and near the gold ore strategy.
Nie no, trzeba
I think it'll take a while for everything to switch over, but you know, I do think it will. Even those that they don't really like, they're not the biggest fan
One
of
those, like, cursive binding on.
the certain strats like ocean strats at the moment. People are still a little bit, ooh, I'd still rather go for a village. I'm sure that people will come around in time to realize that
you guys are probably gonna get more annoyed by
things
people
that make the
asking
game go
questions,
faster
but
mean that you
I'm
do
in a
better.
good mood.
That's
I
it's
don't
kind of the whole
have
premise of speedrunning. So
do I go there?
Well,
Be
with
back
that
in a moment.
exciting run over, we are back to pretty much the very beginning with
Last
every
one, yeah.
runner here. Pete is the most ahead, and it looks like he has
You
found
fuck off.
some gold blocks in a
That doesn't
river.
count, that was deserved.
nice.
I'll actually take that, thank
Some
you.
good
Looks like
stuff
an
there.
underwater ruined portal.
Full armor, Pagu.
One thing that ruin portals are particularly useful for when you have an
I'm
iron
gonna eat
pickaxe
extra food. Do I care?
to the nether is that you can often find
Yeah, it could be a
gold
short
armor
run. I've got 2
in
gold
those
blocks. We find a fortress and some big ones nearby, it's
chests.
good.
I believe there's a
Times
20%
on
chance of
Monday,
finding
so
each
bottom left is
individual armor
28,
piece
Yeah, I knew today was not gonna be like
in the
this
chest.
today.
I'm not sure whether they can stack. I'm not sure whether that percentage is totally correct, but I think it's over 50% chance that you get at least one armor piece. So it's worth checking those if you're heading towards the nether, just so that then you don't have to waste any of your gold, or you don't have to waste time mining gold to make sure that you have a piece of gold armor before going into a bastion.
This is so cool.
You want to make sure that the piglins aren't angry at you before you start stealing their gold. Once you start mining their gold, they're going to get angry, but that's fine because you can actually use that to your advantage. Bringing piglins closer to you just means that you'll be able to get more of them together for trading.
Yo, dude, the new Spider-Man looks great. Couldn't get a PS5. I'm glad I have streamers.
Pete
to
is
watch gameplay
climbing
of.
up. What is this? What is this structure that he's climbing? Just getting to high ground, I guess.
Yeah, just
Son of
random world
village.
generation. Ooh, sees a lava pool in the distance. Maybe that was what he was going for. Trying to get some height so you can look out over the desert just a tiny bit more.
Yeah, actually,
Can I pick up a
speaking
bed?
of
I've got 6.
finding
Yeah,
lava
literally 6
pools
houses.
easily,
I think
you'll
I'm-
notice that most of the runners
good.
have the hearing assistance on. It'll on the bottom right, you can read
6-minute nether entry
the
with
different
2 gold
sounds that
blocks
are happening.
already, being this far
Mhm.
out. Yeah, dude,
I believe that
amazing.
this is beneficial to most runners because they I think the subtitles pick up slightly more than a regular player would hear. You can often hear things like minecart rolls if you're above a what are they called?
What?
Mine
Mineshaft.
shaft. That's the one.
I
Yeah.
thought there was food in that slot.
If you're above a mine shaft,
Why
you'll
is there
often see
not?
minecart rolls, even if you definitely
Fix
cannot
that.
hear them because they are very far away. So it's very useful. The only runner that doesn't do that is Sizzler because he actually plays in fully windowed mode. So the size that you're seeing him play on right now is probably the size that he is seeing it on his screen.
Really?
He doesn't play on full screen. He does play in windowed.
That's
And
not an
it-
exaggeration at all either.
You're actually able to see it just next to his webcam when he opens F3. It says display 854 by 480. That's the size of his window.
Oh my god.
It's tiny. It's really small. So he doesn't like to have F3 open too frequently because it just takes up so much of the screen. And he doesn't have the subtitles on because again, it just takes up too much of the screen. which is really quite cursed, but also makes it quite unique for him especially.
Each to their own, right?
Exactly. I mean, if he wants to do that, he's X world record holder. I'm definitely not one to talk. So
Can I leave?
Yeah.
I'll fucking
I
get
think the
fucked bash and
biggest
I'm
use is
out.
probably hearing lava pops to help you find those lava pools, and it'll even point the direction that you're hearing it from.
Oh, I've unfortunately missed out on a treasure room raid by PeteZahHutt. He's raided another bastion. So previously he raided a, I think he's had a bridge today. He's also did a housing just before, and he just raided a treasure room. So he's almost done all the different types of bastions today. Unfortunately, I missed out on it, but I'm sure it went well. Since he's
worrying
no
too much
shame,
about Sizzler's tiny screen. My apologies.
Yeah.
Am I going negative?
Um,
Can't quite tell what time
I'm going
Pete's at. Is that
negative
7
right now.
minutes or 8 minutes there? Nearing
That's-
8 minutes.
Yeah,
Having, I
excellent
assume.
pace, really.
Yeah.
have
He's on
some
sub
probably
20
has the
pace
pearls.
easily.
I could trade with if
I mean, if you found a fortress right now and got some
Dude,
quick
that's
rods,
disgusting.
technically he's on world record
I'm gonna
pace.
go with that's
But that's with some that's with an instant fortress and quick rods, and some
How many
5%
pearls does he actually
blind
have? It doesn't look
travel
like he's got too many pearls though. I'm not gonna
Is
lie.
that
I
a
don't think he'll be using
fortress?
them.
Wait.
No. Oh
wait,
wow.
This is PB.
Uh,
Oh wow.
yeah. So I would definitely be watching PeteZahHutt for the
This-
next 10 minutes.
Wait.
Whoever's
Um,
meant to be commentating after, wait because we're not moving.
It's up here. Or is it not? It's right here.
Pete is. What is he waiting for here? Oh, he is moving. He's going through a
Wait a minute.
So
tunnel.
again, I want to stress with some quick rods here,
Water, please?
some good rod
Oh,
rates,
this is
and
tough.
blind travel luck. He's on world record pace.
I mean, it doesn't
Bear in
look
mind,
very
Pete's
good.
PB at the moment
No,
is
okay.
21:33, and considering world record is at 14:39, this is a very quick
Nothing
run
on
for
here,
Pete.
right?
And if the blind travel is even remotely good, I would
Come
say that
on.
this is PB pace.
Thank you. I didn't even find it properly.
So
That's-
he's struggling to find a spawner, which is very unfortunate. I'm not sure a world record is on the cards anymore.
Ooh, that,
Oh,
okay.
he found one right there.
He'd need
Found
some
one.
very good rod rates and blaze spawns.
I assume he has 10 obsidian. I haven't, we can't check. When he opens his inventory, someone's gonna have to
Those rates
somehow
are so
spot.
sad. Like,
I very
I
much hope so.
mean,
He did have a treasure
if-
bastion. Let's hope that he does.
If he
This
gets
is
his
exciting.
rods in the next minute, he could be on world record pace.
My.
So, does someone
so
in
if you
chat
don't-
know if he has 10 obsidian?
So someone says he's not gonna nether travel because he's already really far out.
But I need to not be
Well,
greedy.
I'm not sure whether that's the perfect idea or not. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
He's
So
getting
what
some
we're looking
great
for here is
spawns
we're going to
here.
be excited. Every blaze rod we see, we should be excited for.
Very much so.
Oh, he
There's
didn't go
another.
for
Let's
obsidian
go.
because it was already out there.
What?
He skipped
know about that.
obsidian
It's fine.
Really? Oh, okay.
because he says he's already all the way like 1,000 out, which isn't technically a correct play because you
It's
need
not
to be
really
further
correct,
than
is it?
1,000 blocks. But
Yeah. And 1,000 blocks.
Wait.
You don't know that that's 1,000 blocks in the exact correct direction. It could equivalent.
Right.
It could be equivalent to 500 blocks in the right direction, or even closer to 0. Like.
so I'm not sure how to quantify his pace anymore.
Mhm. It could still
I
be
mean,
PB.
Yeah, exactly. He's
Potentially.
still on an
So-
easy PB pace here
Not yet.
if this 1K blocks story is correct. But
Yeah, I think he's at about 11 minutes. So
Road record pace? I wouldn't say that.
bear in mind that in his
But still
PB
really
he
good.
left at 15 minutes. I believe he did do
Into the
nether
red.
travel in his
I'm gonna
PB though.
PB chat. I need to do it with 6.
The spawn rates aren't the best for these blaze.
Shit,
It's
I
a
wonder
50-50
he
chance,
decided
is that
not
right?
to
at this point.
yeah,
use a
that's
blaze
right.
bed or anything.
God bless. I'm out.
I don't know if he
Yeah,
has the
yeah.
fire resistance potion or.
Yeah, you hate
like
to
that.
see people not blaze bedding, but
To be fair, I did throw a sub 20 yesterday because I
Fine,
blaze
bad.
bed and then tons of wither skeletons killed me. But I won't cry about
Looks
that
like-
anymore.
Correctly.
Dumb.
looks
I'm
like
done
Pete's
with
leaving
crying.
the spawner. He may
I don't
have
like
6
building blocks,
rods.
it's a big problem.
That's just an estimate. I've got no idea. But often people will
Okay.
stick around at the spawner, think about whether or not they want to stay
Is Sizzler sent
or
these?
leave if they've got 6. He has 7. Okay, he's got 7
Come on
rods.
now.
Okay.
Should
Wrong
be
button,
exiting the
bro.
nether at maybe 13 minutes. If he's on 1K blocks out, we could see a sub
Very
20
around.
by Pete.
Yep.
But yeah, I've got no idea what his overworld coordinates are. I've got no idea his proximity to the stronghold.
Corner chat.
All he's going to want to see, let's say he's in the positive area. If he's like
Right
plus
back here, right?
1,000 out, he just wants to see the
30,
pearl,
negative
the
30,
eye travel in the
30.
correct direction. That's all he's going to be wanting to see right now.
You're right in front of me.
Something I'm actually not sure about is whether or not his timer is correct. Because the in-game time, I don't believe, is updating. And his RTA, I'm not sure if his RTA is correct. Looks like it might be correct because it's nighttime in that overworld.
The in-game I think he's only got RTA. I don't think he has an in-game time at the moment. The right-hand side timer looks like that's the time left on the time left for him to be able to complete runs, 3 hours, and then his PB is underneath it.
Holy
Oh
fucking
right,
shit.
yeah.
I know it's a little bit blurry on the Discord share.
You're gonna make me
In
quit
game
my
time,
seat
bottom
for this,
right,
aren't you?
apparently. Okay.
Oh, bottom right. Oh yeah, just under
Okay.
the subtitles. That's quite smooth. I didn't even spot that.
Just enough pearls to make it a 1 eye. I have 1 spare rod.
Was that
for
Trevor?
All right, so how are we
Sure.
looking on this?
If I can get more pearls somewhere.
How are we looking on this
Get more
stronghold
beds.
finding?
Think I
It
can-
is
No
going
idea
negative
yet.
Z. That's good. That's good. It's going negative X as well though, which isn't. It's not perfect, but it is good.
I'd rather
Apparently an
throw
eye
it
broke.
through it.
He only had
More
13
time to get
pearls.
more beds.
Excuse
It's
me.
like enough.
So
6 will be enough.
he kind of needs no more eyes to break, otherwise
Obsidian?
he's banking on a 1 eye.
Oh. Slab strats?
A 1 eye is not unheard of. It's just not very comfortable to bank on because
You never want to
you
rely
see
on that.
a lot of 0 eye
There's another village
portals.
coming up if I need to go.
Maybe
more.
someone in
I'll
chat
take
knows
more
the
beds from
chance
that
of
village, at least.
at least 1 eye.
77, 72%. It's in the 70s for
Yeah.
sure.
Which sounds comfortable, but
Curved a bit to the left.
It never
Line,
is.
so I'm gonna when I get,
You never want to be relying on the portal to be the thing that saves you.
yeah,
anxiety in a while.
because it's not an option to. I mean, he could get another pearl in a
Let's see.
chest.
Mhm.
There's
Still going.
at most
Okay, it's a far
5
stronghold.
chests in a stronghold.
5.
So I think it's okay.
yeah.
Let me stop being
At
Oh.
most, there's 5
I thought it was
chests in a
4.
stronghold.
Damn.
Get that gold out of here.
I'm
Been missing
pretty
out
sure
on
it's
one this whole
5.
time.
I could
So I'll
be
get more
wrong.
beds,
I'm pretty sure there's maximum 5 chests in a stronghold, but there
I don't
can
think it's
be
close
less than
enough
that,
to be
obviously,
PvE,
if it's
so
a
I'm gonna
very
calm
small
down on that,
stronghold.
but I can at least
And there's
try to
only
PvE. It's
roughly a
15
20%
minutes.
chance,
Got
I'm not
plenty of
sure.
time.
At most 4, apparently.
6
Okay.
minutes, a few seconds. That's in-game time, right, as well, too?
Okay,
Let's see
4
this.
it is. 4 it
12
is.
pearls, 13 powder. Okay, so he just doesn't want another one to break at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. If
Looks like
another
he's
one
getting
breaks,
some,
that's when
Slap
it's
trap.
catastrophe. But
grabbing some backup beds since
I
he
was
walked
thinking with only
right
6
through
I
a
might
village
do,
by chance.
Okay, at 15 minutes, he's reached the minimum distance
just
that the
like,
stronghold can
or
actually spawn
one
at
block.
now.
I was thinking it was 6
So,
on each slab,
He's
but-
really hoping that in the next
These
couple
two.
of eye throws, the eye turns backwards and he'll be able to really start to triangulate.
Okay.
But the fact that there's
11
ocean
hours to
here,
travel, it looks
that
like
really
it's
helps
back.
out. Quicker travel, potential for exposed. Dave, you can also see pearls in his piglin hole. Matt in a fortress. We're kind of neglecting the other runners for a hot minute
Yeah.
while we're focusing on what could be a new PB for Pete here.
It's fair though. That's
yeah.
the exciting part here. He's using boat strats on the ice, which is actually, I think, the fastest way to travel.
Pretty much the fastest way to travel, I
Get in
believe.
there. Please don't break.
Throws another eye, doesn't break. That's good.
that's
don't
went
think
on
there was
an
an angle
odd angle,
change.
though, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
think
he's
it was the same
traveling
angle.
diagonally now.
Oh, do you think it changed? I wasn't sure that it changed too much. I'm hoping that he knows the numbers, or you know the rough direction.
Is that it right there?
I've just realized that Davey has he's post monument right now. He
so.
had
Oh.
Prismarine at the bottom of his piglin hole, so
you can
he's
see that
traded
there.
his monument gold. Just looking for a fortress now. I'm not sure
I
his
think he
obsidian
had 4
counts.
fire
but-
resistance potions. I'll be very surprised if Davey doesn't blaze bed here.
Yeah, Davey is very comfortable with his blaze beds.
Angle of the eye just changed for Pete.
That's good. That's good.
This looks like a very shallow ocean, though, which gives you good
Slight issue.
chances of getting
Sizzler with the
unlucky.
worst spawn in the nether I have seen in a while. Happens
Be-
occasionally. The nether portal has to spawn in a couple extra obsidian blocks. You can actually walk outside the portal, but you can't do anything about that. That's unfortunate.
So was he soft locked?
Not quite soft locked, but he would have needed to pillar out onto one of the nearest islands, probably needing about 100 blocks to get there. So effectively wasting a ton of time. Just goes for a reset instead.
Pete actually did not get a very sharp angle change change apparently.
wrong about
He's
this
been
one?
following the
Unfortunate.
same angle for the past couple minutes. So
He's got to be nearing max distance at this point. I think it was minus 2,000. I mean, saw him check his, or minus 1,900 when he last
oh,
checked.
here we go.
Here we go.
should
He's
be able
starting to
find it.
triangulate.
Yeah.
What time are we at?
So this is
18:10?
this is the classic method of triangulation. You place blocks in the floor, in the
This one-
ground.
This one I'm looking at right here.
Maybe
please.
doing a bit of 8-8.
we
I
go.
think, yeah, he's using the chunk borders
Um,
here and approximating that this should be the chunk that the eye is pointing
Right.
at. So a bit of a brutal method of using the 8-8 strategy, but if it works, it works. Davey, he's post-monument, but he's in a bastion.
Apologies if I'm
Usually you don't
unnamed,
need
I'm
both, but
sorry,
he's
I
just
repeat
secured his
my
obsidian for nether
PB.
travel. He'll
Only
probably be
players
leaving
select
his
their
bastion
skins.
now. Meanwhile, PeteZahHutt has
Finds
entered the stronghold.
We're in.
Oh
We're
my.
in. Let's do this. What's that time say? Where is that?
18, maybe 23 or 33 at this point. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, so he's
Oh,
slipping away
19
from the
minutes just
sub
now.
20.
There we go. So,
Yeah, so
Very unlikely
he's
to be sub 20.
slipped away from the sub 20.
Yeah, I will.
If he finds the portal room instantly and gets a
There I
fast perch, then he's on PB pace. But if nothing else, he's on great pace to beat the
winning.
current gold
Okay,
time
so
of
yes,
25
it's marked
minutes.
off.
21:33
Oh,
is his
it's not that
current
way.
personal best
Could be,
across
very
all of
well.
his 116 runs. So let's really hope that he finds this soon.
What?
Wow,
It's
it's-
funny to see PeteZahHutt has actually played some set
Now I'm turning
seed,
around.
which is a different category.
Oh.
It's very good for
Weird.
working on
Okay,
his
I see.
mechanics, so it's funny to see that Pete has been putting in perhaps some practice for this tournament. He did a strategy that you'd only ever do if you've tried the set seed category before.
Is that where he placed the block
So-
down to line himself up for the drop?
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be a bit turn
That's some
around.
frame saves right there.
Yeah, exactly. It probably saves, 0.1 seconds, if that, but
This looks good.
it's good to see that he's been
Right.
practicing. He's still got the chunk borders on, which may be distracting.
Ouch.
He's going to need
He's checked many
Portal room could be
pathways in the
really
stronghold
close.
so
Yes
far.
and no.
library.
Library.
You wanted that light
Where
source
is
to be
this
the
thing?
lava, but doesn't look like it's going to be PB at this point, which is unfortunate. It always hurts to lose a
Maybe
potential
someone goes
PB
for
run
one
so
like
late on.
animated.
If you lose
I
it
was hyped
because
to
Are you kidding me?
yeah,
get one during a tournament too.
that would have been insane.
Let's.
Already went through.
Pete now is having to.
Where is it?
I didn't really go through. No,
Yeah,
I went
he's
through
having
Does
the
he
whole-
hear? Does
to-
he hear Silverfish's? I think he does. No,
No, it's right here.
no, he doesn't.
Okay.
Oh,
he's found it.
maybe he did. He's got
Silverfish,
it.
yeah.
One eye.
Here we go.
He's on very comfortable pace
20:59.
to
Okay.
That's all I need.
to beat the gold here. By no
There we go.
means, he's passed his PB, but we should be able to see the Ender Dragon coming down in the next few minutes, which is very comfortable
Oh no.
gold pace. He's aggroed an Enderman, but you see he's trapped the
Smooth.
Enderman in a
Very
boat
smooth.
very cleanly. Hopefully he's got an extra pearl in his inventory. He does. He'll probably be going for the east-west. Looks like he'll be doing a slab cycle as well, since he hasn't placed the obsidian in advance. His bed count, I'm sure, is comfortable since he's been in a village already. Not sure if he maybe aggroed another Enderman now. Very short pillar here.
Chooses to
Oh,
go
he's got so many
Sure, he
beds.
very
He has
well
nothing
might
to
be
worry
off, but
about
I
for the
need to build
beds,
that
so
next too
I
close.
totally understand him going for a slab cycle here. He's
Don't hit
waterlogging.
him. Don't hit him.
It's
Okay.
pretty hard to do a waterlog
Oh, I have no building
cycle.
blocks.
unless he pearls very early. I can't see him doing a waterlog here. Wow!
Using the doors to pillar up even higher. That's fantastic.
I don't think anyone has seen that before.
No!
Oh!
That's not what you want to see. Oh.
Oh.
What happened? Did he get knocked back by the?
He
How do I misplay that? Literally, just don't hit the edge of the tower.
Or
Knocked
again.
line. I cannot believe I just threw that.
wow.
Not like
He's-
this.
Wasn't
Oh.
He was
That-
trying to pillar up with the
that's
door.
sad.
One of the most interesting strats we had seen.
116.
Hold on. In the meantime, Matt is triangulating at 18 minutes here. What? What are we missing? There's
What
so
are
many
we
good
missing?
runs.
I didn't even know he
Refocus
was in
the
a
map.
fortress. Apparently, he's triangulating.
He might be doing
Oh, he's doing educated
as well.
travel. He is.
Okay, okay, wow.
So he's not actually
Wow.
triangulating. He was throwing an educated
Right.
travel eye.
I
So
was
there's
wondering
blind
why he was
travel.
dipping back into that ravine. I was like, what?
Right. So there's a couple different methods of nether travel that you can do. So one of them is blind travel, where you place a nether portal in a location in the nether that is going to be within the stronghold rings, which is in the overworld 1408 to 2688, I believe. Which is within, I think, 190 and 270 blocks in the nether, something like that. I'm not sure the exact numbers. So blind, you just kind of hope. But with educated, what you're doing is looking for the nearest stronghold and the angle of the stronghold, and then building a portal in that direction, which is slower since you have to exit the nether, throw an eye, go back into the nether, and then run a distance in the nether. It's slower, but it's more consistent. Consistency obviously sounds it's a great thing in a tournament. If you're going for world record, more or less you just want to go for blind travel. There's very few cases where educated is going to be faster than blind travel. But in a tournament setting, if you're just hoping to close out a run, you know, maybe beat a 25-minute time, you're probably willing to risk a minute or two of time loss, just so that you can finish a run.
Mogę wejść do łódki. No nie wszedł do łódki.
Yeah, absolutely. See you later.
Perfect.
Drugi raz
Thank
nie
you
wszedł.
very much for having me,
Wejdź
guys.
do łódki.
Appreciate it.
Right.
Dziękuję.
Enjoy
We are
the
going
rest
to
of the
be-
runs, chat.
We're going to be dipping out here, and this has been Maximum Color,
Teraz 10.
Fulham, and
Na 10
K4.
już.
Thank you guys
Dobra,
for
szty.
tuning in. I'll take one last opportunity to say that, again, just to remind you guys, this is for charity. It's for veteran mental health. So if anyone would like to give in any donations, if you're enjoying the show, any
116
donations would be
widziane.
great.
Potrzebuję jedzenia.
Otherwise, just having you around and
Niby mam
having your
wszystko.
support watching the stream is great. Thank you guys so
Zaryzykujmy i po
much.
prostu
I hope you all have a lovely day.
w ten sposób to rozwiążmy.
See you, chat.
Bye, chat.
Thank you.
Trochę w tę stronę. Mam nadzieję, że Poison tylko nie wpadnie na tym, to by było fatalne.
Hello.
Tutaj portal.
Let me get our feed set up here. Hello, Hal.
Yeah, hello. How's it going, chat? I'm Howell, and with me in the booth.
Wchodzić
Hi, I am Blue Crystal.
wystarczająco wysoko.
Yeah, so I guess we're coming in on the tail end of Pete's very unfortunate end to a run. I don't know if I think you were watching as well, but
Yeah.
oh man.
Yeah, that was tragic. I mean, on a low 22 pit, I think that was a good chance to like maybe close out the finals. I don't.
Mamy na
It's not
137, czyli minęliśmy.
very likely that another runner will get such a good
Pękła.
pace
Oczywiście, że pękła.
for the rest of that. So it's really heartbreaking for Pete
Yeah.
that happened.
Pęknąć, bro.
Yeah,
Co się
it was
stało?
like if he had a taller tower, it would have been a lot nicer. Because he was having to just tower up with anything that he could because of how short that tower was.
Powinniśmy trochę w tę stronę.
Yeah, so that was really unfortunate. He was just kind of chucking anything that he could, including doors, just to get higher up.
Zobaczmy, jak
Yeah, really risky
daleko od
and
tego jesteśmy.
especially with the dragon.
Minus 135 teraz, okej.
Mm. Yeah, but of course, if you're on that pace,
Czy to pękło znowu?
I feel like it's just a little it's just a little stressful.
Yeah,
Bro.
you can fall into some things that are sort of driven by panic and
Jesteśmy, no blisko dosyć.
especially when I think
2 razy z rzędu
it's
mi
very
pękło.
defeating to be on such a good pace and then
I to jest
the
tylko
stronghold
one,
was really
więc
not
jakbym chciał
good.
jedno znaleźć, jakby nic nie
So
pękło.
I think that did not help.
Bro.
I think that may have helped to rattle Pete a little
Miałem
more.
8
Hmm.
pereł, ziomuś, hello.
But in any
Yeah.
event, for the other runners, we are going to see Davey. I believe he has tons of obsidian in a bastion right now. And the pace is not too bad either, 8 minutes in. But we'll see if he can get
Yeah.
that fortress and secure those blaze rods.
How do I do it in a safe way, though?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because usually when you're looting a bastion, you'd like to have an iron pick, but Davey only has stone and has a pile of TNT. So hopefully he's going to be.
What do you mean?
We're going to see how he uses
wait, they
that
get
to
mad still, right?
collect all
No.
these gold blocks.
Do they not get mad? Hold on, do they not get mad?
Yeah, it's definitely a viable strategy to use TNT
Shit, easy.
instead of an iron. It's not preferable, but you know, if you can't get that iron early on, then the TNT from the temple is a fine option. I think he'll still have plenty of gold to trade. Sizzler looks like nothing so far in this nether, and
Fuck, bro. What the
in
hell?
a big warped forest, so not looking great.
Fuck.
Um,
That's a fire.
Yeah,
card.
definitely not what you like to see,
Come at me, boys.
especially with all this rough terrain. He has to just keep going up and down and across
Get
these
mad.
awkward lava gaps.
and is going to go into spectator. Unfortunate. And Automat seems like he's struggling to get another seed. Pete has a village, so some traditional stuff. And a ruined portal, I believe.
Pearls?
That would be where the gold shovel came from.
I just need pearls. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know if there was any. I don't know if there was any gold there, but we might see COD strats come out just to guarantee that iron pick. If there was a gold block there.
I just need pearls. That's it.
Yeah, now we see
Yeah.
Davey collect after collecting all that gold
that.
with the TNT. He's beginning trading. I'm pretty sure he has a bunch of pearls already.
It's only 9 so far.
Okay. So he just needs one more trade. I'm not sure how much obsidian he has, but I think he's gonna.
I think he has all the obsidian, like plenty. Could probably make 2 more portals. So that's one way to do informed travel is to have 20 obsidian.
Just
Yeah.
Quick. Quick, dude.
But yeah, he got a lot of obsidian in chest. Struggling with these pearl trades, although he did get another one, so he does have enough pearls.
Yeah, I have 17.
But if there's no fortress, it's not going to mean much, especially
positive X.
nearing 11 minutes in.
-0.
If he wants to beat that 25-minute time, he's going to have to leave.
Grab any fire res.
Let's say if he has blind travel, I mean,
-Z stocks.
he doesn't have more than like 5 minutes maybe to get to the fortress.
Yeah.
X bad Z good.
Yeah, but it's I think Davey has if he finds a fortress, he has potential to at least get second place. I feel like
Yeah.
the first place is a little far-fetched at the moment, but the 28-minute time is pretty easily beatable. He's got 18 minutes left. Has basically everything he'll need.
Yeah, I think it's very doable. If if the fortress is even close to decent, doesn't have to be super good, but again, second place means essentially nothing. If you're going to get second place, you might as well. I mean, I guess it means you get second place, but as far as winning,
That was true.
previously all that mattered was that you got top 2, but now if you want to win, you got to go for that to beat Sizzler's time currently.
Yeah, that's true. These runners are, I guess, going more balls to the wall than they were in the previous rounds because they could be content with a second place time,
I just
but
got
now
shit on, dude.
it's basically first or nothing.
No freaking fortress.
Yeah, and really important that Sizzler set that early time,
that should've spawned as a
25-minute time,
fortress.
really early. That's sort of put the pressure on, and no one's. I mean, with the exception of that run by Pete, no one's really been able to match that.
Yeah, but of course we still have, I think, a bit less than 3 hours remaining. So there's plenty of time for a good run to be had.
Bruh.
Yeah, not even halfway
Bro,
through,
what do you
and
mean? Give me fortress and I'll
Automat
bro.
and Pete both doing some ocean strats. Automat's gonna try and see if he can find a monument with this
That,
cow.
dude.
I don't know if Automat has an iron
Did
pick.
I go positive?
Probably
yet?
looking for a
No.
shipwreck first.
Yeah, I
Then
did. That's where the...
Pete.
Oh my gosh, this is
Pete actually has a gold block. I think that was probably the ruined portal. He's gonna find another
Yeah.
ruined portal as well.
Oh, and another gold block. Nice.
Nice. So that'll be really big if he gets into the nether. 18 gold. I would say 18 gold is pretty good. You know, it's nothing like a monument or a bastion, but it's certainly feasible to get all your pearls in 18 gold.
Mm.
If you gave me 18 gold every run, I would love that. I would be like, before going into the nether, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Plus, it's just even if you can't get pearls in that 18 gold, entering a bastion with just a little bit of gold is always nice because you can make armor to keep those piglins off you and can start your trading even earlier.
Hey, shit ass. Wanna see me speed bridge?
Yeah, and it looks like Davey might have gotten another bastion, or still maybe. No, I can't imagine
Yeah.
this is the same one.
If this is another bastion, I'm not even sure why.
What is he
he's-
doing?
I don't know why he's looting this other bastion.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine unless he's thinking like he
He's sick.
needs the pearls, but oh, he's used a lot of his pearls and he only has 10, I think.
Oh yeah,
that's-
okay.
That really puts a damper on things if he has to do another set of barters. Not totally dead, but
Holy shit.
as far as beating 25 minutes, I don't think it's gonna
Oh, there's
happen
so
if
many right there.
he wasted all those pearls.
Yeah, and especially finding 2 bastions in the closest 4 quadrants. I'm assuming that he was going around to the closest quadrants to 0-0, but
Yeah, he does get those pearls.
yeah.
But yeah, it's not a good sign for the chances that there are a fortress around. And Sizzler heads in, but it's a basalt delta. Doesn't look like much is in sight for Sizzler, and Pete is entering nether as well.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
See ya.
Basalt. And another basalt.
Both basalts.
I need a dig. What am I doing? Oh, I'll take it.
Not I would say this is certainly the worst biome for a speed run. A lot of them are you know, there's 2 that are really good, but as far as just the basalt delta terrain is not really what you want to see for an easy nether. But he does enter some nether waste, it looks like, so a good sign for Pete, but we'll see if he can find another fortress and get some pearl trades.
Yeah, and Davey got a bunch more pearl trades, and now he's stocked up on pearls again. I'm interested to see what he's gonna do here, because he has to pick up the pace to I guess beat the first place time. He's only got 10 minutes left to find a fortress, get all of his rods, and make it to the end.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like a big task, and would not be surprised to see Davey reset within the next few minutes. I didn't see exactly the beginning of Pete's run. Did he get a bastion on that really good pace, or was that just some really
I
good
think
trades?
he got a bastion, and he elected not to. He left before getting enough obby.
All right.
Really quick, guys, we have an anonymous $79 donation, which brings us right up to $1,900, just $100 away from $2,000. Thank you so much. That's very generous. Keep them coming in, guys. Command charity in the chat if you want to find out about the great cause, the organization Stack Up that we are supporting. So yeah, thank you so much, and keep enjoying the tournament.
Yeah, that
Let's
is a
go.
big one, so thank you.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're gonna see Pete already doing some trades, but and he does have that 18 gold, but I'm not sure that it's gonna turn out super well. You know, especially if it doesn't find a fortress.
Yeah, I know. I do have a couple more hours. I'm just getting
Yeah.
RNG and I'm getting upset.
It's 18 gold is definitely helpful, but if you have a bad spawn, it doesn't really go anywhere.
Okay, that's my bastion. I see my bastion.
Right, and speaking of spawns, Automat is about to enter the nether, and we'll see what his looks like.
Yeah, I know.
Let's see if it's the 3rd basalt delta spawn that we see.
Don't tell me there's a fortress here. I'll be upset.
And entering at 8 minutes definitely isn't the greatest time.
I'll be quite happy, but I'll be kind of bummed out that I didn't go this direction.
Right, and it looks to me
Looks like
yeah,
another
it's a
waste.
nether. Yeah.
Or,
Pete,
no, easy.
Pete's well on his way to
If I
hot,
come bash
hot
it
tourist
now,
destinations
Davey
right now.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
Davey's still
Back
going,
on fucking
using this pearl
portals too,
travel.
dude. Nah, that video is
I
pretty
don't
much
really
done.
know
It's pretty sick.
that he's going to find anything within the next couple minutes. And he's got to know, he's got to go big or go
I didn't
home.
memorize all of them yet, but I can
Finishing the
do it
run,
if I just spend
not
an hour doing it.
not a big deal when you have to beat
You get home, right?
25:56. And this run's
Yeah.
looking that's going to be
No.
a slim chance.
Yeah, you should actually.
Yeah, I think he might. I don't know. He might be holding on to this run for a little too long. Perhaps he's just checking one more quadrant to see if there's a fortress, and if not, then he's gonna reset. But oh,
And Automat has a fortress.
Oh,
Okay, it's
So
like
that's a good
5
sign. Automat, again, not the best pace, but
second ring,
I think,
because I'm not gonna find a fortress.
maybe
Powinien
he
być
banks on
best
some
run,
really
tak mi
quick
się wydaje.
pearl trades, and we could see another good pace from Automat.
Ogromny
But he's
stąd.
got to get those rods
Co się
first, and
dzieje?
got to hope for some. I guess there could be a bastion nearby, and
Ja mi
that
się
might be something to look out for as well.
posłał
But
jakoś?
yeah, we'll see what Automat can do, and we'll see if Davey's gonna come up with anything.
O,
yeah,
Looking
he is
unlikely.
pretty.
Lubiłem tutaj.
Automat is pretty deep into that quadrant, so he's gonna have to go far to look for a bastion. But there's always the chance.
Yeah, and he has spent some extra time looking in this
Wow,
secondary section of the fortress for some gold. He did find it, but the more time that he's spending
Mhm.
time getting the gold, which
Oczywiście,
could help
brawo.
you get the pearls, or should you
Brawo. Dobry,
just
Maciej,
try and go as
dobry.
fast as possible? And obviously you can't know, so
Boże święty. Dobra.
we'll see if that gold makes a
Zobaczmy,
difference.
czeka, co mam.
Pete has an entirely ocean
Ale-
spawn. It's always
To nie
funny
jest
to
idealne po
see,
prostu.
especially when it's loading, because you can tell kind of by the loading screen if it takes a while and just keeps going around in a massive circle. There's gonna be nothing but ocean.
Mhm.
And I think Pete is actually staying on it for a little bit just to see if there's anything of value.
I didn't really know you could spawn in a like a water block.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, but it happens occasionally.
Davey does reset that run, so unfortunate, but the fortresses have really been the issue. I think mostly for these runners over the past few days. And
Yeah,
Automat
unfortunate
finally
but necessary.
finally getting to the spawners. Automat. We'll see how quickly he can get the rods, but he's got to make.
Wydaje mi się, że to jest drugi spawn.
He's got to get that gold and pearl trades pretty quickly for this to turn out well.
Zdecydowanie drugi spawner.
Yeah, and based on Automat's play as he was getting to the blaze spawner, I don't think he's going for a bastion because he's been mining like every single pocket of gold he could see.
Yeah, so
To jest nieprzyjemne.
possibly knowing that the chances of him not only getting the rods, getting out of the fortress to a bastion, trading for all the pearls, and maybe not even having blind travel. He's probably thinking like, that's not going to be fast enough. I need to hope for some really good trades. Just stray trades.
Yeah,
Myślę, że zostaniemy tutaj, bo
yeah,
tutaj
just
tam
kind
się
of
tyle tych
bank on that,
przeciwników.
what's it, 4-point-something%,
Masakra.
and hope for the best. And if not, he can
Sizzler
reset.
got a fortress.
Oh.
And he's in another waste, it looks like. Always kind of hard to tell on the
Yeah.
border, but
Yeah,
always
in
kind of hard to
between
tell
a
how big
nether
the
waste and
biomes
a-
are.
Yeah, it's a border between a nether waste and a soulside valley.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
when
my
he falls
goodness.
into the lava, missing the block clutch.
Oh, he was trying to go for that jump, and I don't.
I'm not sure why.
I was gonna comment. Yeah,
He's going around.
I'm sure
but-
he's pretty confident in his play because it's Sizzler, but
Yeah.
I feel like you have to be a little safer in in sort of finals format. And I was gonna comment. It's a good sign. Sizzler has been getting to the Nether a lot. It seems like every time I look at him, he's entering the Nether or in the Nether, and that's a really good sign in this format because the more Nethers you can get and churn out, the more chances you get a fortress and a good run. And he's obviously not in a pressured situation. He is in first place with a pretty good time, but you never, I wouldn't say it's super comfortable. I think he is still feeling like that's he really needs to improve that time, and it's not a bad idea to try.
Yeah.
Nie tędy, tylko tędy chyba.
Yeah, I think Sizzler definitely has broken through a little rut that he's been in for the past, like as we saw in, was it Friday? Because there was a point where he was just on a drought of runs. It was like 3 hours and no runs.
Yeah, it took him
But-
a long time.
Yeah. And just to clarify with chat, at this point in 1.16 speedrunning, although it's difficult to find a fortress or get a fortress early in a run, it does not mean that it's going to be the best seed there is. Because you still have to get those pearls, and if there's no good source of gold or there's no like piglins around, it's going to be really difficult to get those pearls, even if you have all of your rods at like 6 minutes.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, I think it's worth it to play out those sorts of seeds. Anytime you get a fortress, it's not a bad idea to play it out, because you need a fortress to beat the game, but there's always a chance that you only need 2 gold. Right. So it's not like, doesn't mean it's going to be perfect if you get a fortress, but I think with how rare the fortresses are, you don't get many shots at completing those seeds. So I don't think it's a good idea to abandon all hope just because there's no bastion or anything.
Yeah, of course. But you can't rely on just a fortress seed to carry you to victory. We see
Sizzler-
Automat at 15 minutes. I think he's just hunting for gold.
Yeah. If he's lucky with these pearls, not a terrible run, but does kind of have to pick up the pace, and especially does not have much gold, so it's not looking super likely like he'll get the pearls, but there's always that chance. And Sizzler is doing some traditional village strats, getting the beds. Got the cactus in the blacksmith. A decent blacksmith, but I think it's only 4 obsidian. But some armor, some gold, and some iron. So not bad for Sizzler. And he's gonna get another shot at the nether, it looks like. So again, really good that Sizzler, a good sign for him that he's pumping out these nethers constantly. And
Yeah.
Davey is also gonna enter, as is Pete. So we can see all 4 runners in the nether here shortly, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and speaking of fortresses not being indicative of a good run, we see Automat is kind of struggling for pearls. He's just mining all these small gold ore veins, and it doesn't really seem like he's having too much luck.
Yeah, we'll see what happens when he goes back to the piglins. I'm assuming he's found piglins to trade with. But yeah, we'll see if he's gotten any luck so far.
Yeah, I don't think he has any pearls so far. But it could change with just 2 pieces of gold. Very unlikely, but it could happen.
Szkoda, że nie wykopię w międzyczasie obsydianu.
Alright, it looks like both Davey and Pete's nether spawns were not the best. I think they both spawned in either like a cave or a ravine.
Yeah, secluded areas for sure.
Yeah, and that's what you hate to see, because it's so easy to get lost in them, and they feel massive but small at the same time. Like you can wander around forever, but there's no way into the open areas.
Byłoby miło, jakby tego nie zrobił.
Yeah, it's also somewhat difficult to get back if you do need to go back to your entrance portal, and definitely not ideal. But they're both going to play it out for a little bit and see if they can come up with anything.
Możliwe, że jesteśmy blisko
Automat is
strongholda I na to
this run's slipping away right now. Looking pretty unlikely that
Zespawnuj się, please.
I mean, he's got 8 more minutes to beat that time of 25:56 put up by Sizzler, but I just don't think it's going to happen on this seed.
Yeah.
Nie zdespawnował się, subcio.
I think he's kind of fallen into the same thing that Davey had just a couple runs ago, where he was on a really good pace, but just couldn't find what he needed. But I guess kind of opposite, where he's having trouble finding pearls instead of finding a fortress.
Bro.
Yeah, and
And-
5 minutes in for Sizzler. And we'll see if he can get that lava. He did enter a temple, but it's not going to do much good if he doesn't get that that lava that he needs. It looks like there's a pool, and there is. So an underground, these underground strats have been really working out for Sizzler. I'm very hesitant to do these sorts of strats. I know runners like Illumina are very hesitant to dig down for lava, but it's really working out for Sizzler.
Yeah, I think although it takes like it would take more time than to just find a lava pool, it's probably more consistent considering how much lava generates closer to Y0.
Yeah, exactly. Davey does reset his nether. If I were Automat, I would consider doing the same at this point.
he has 5 minutes. I can't see it happening.
Yeah. Pete going for New World as well. So no runners are on a particularly brilliant run so far. Sizzler doesn't look like he sees anything useful in the nether, but at least has a good biome. And does have TNT.
Yeah, I think Automat is just waiting for these last gold trades to happen before giving up, because it's 20 minutes at this point. There's no way.
Yeah, just
Bro.
unreasonable to expect that you, even if with a perfect run, that you would get. And he did go into spectator or creative. So
Yep.
thrown in the towel is Automat, and Sizzler currently the only one in the nether. Is that a fortress? That's a fortress for
Oh, it
Sizzler.
looks like it
Another
is.
fortress. So he's getting redemption for that luck
Yeah.
on Friday and does the jump this time.
Yeah,
And-
and that's exactly what I was gonna say. He gets another chance at making that block clutch.
Yeah, a little easier was that one, I think, but looks decent for Sizzler. Again, the gold is he has 1 gold. So it might prove to be an issue, but we'll see. If there's a bastion nearby, although I don't think it's going to be the easiest to get to given his spawn. But
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually wait. How much obsidian did he just get earlier?
he got
That
4
was-
from the blacksmith. I don't believe that he has any more.
And then he got another 4 from a fortress chest. So he has the
Oh,
potential to
So
nether travel out.
yeah, not looking unlikely. Mm-hmm.
Znowu ląd. Aha, fajny statek, co nie?
Yeah.
Couple runners on the coastlines, and Davey has a village here, so it's nice to see the difference in strats. Some runners are getting villages, and other runners going for all that hyper modern stuff.
Yeah. I'm so glad that hypermodern strats have become a thing, because I think the most frustrating part of speedrunning Minecraft is just resetting, looking through all the like terrible seeds where it's just, oh, I'm in an oak forest with nothing. But now you can at least play for a little bit on an ocean. And of course it's a little bit of a trap to fall into, especially in this tournament format, because even if you like if you run around or I guess boat around for 5 minutes on an ocean and the run dies, it's I guess a bit of wasted time if you're trying to get a good run within a time frame.
Yeah, it's tough to know when to reset, especially in this version, I think. That's something I've talked to Illumina a lot about. He feels strongly that 1.16, it's really hard to know when it's efficient to reset. But Sizzler is at 7 blaze rods, and gonna, you know, I think the only real, he is going for more gold ore.
Czy tu będzie żelazo? Tu nie ma żelaza chyba.
You know, maybe the best avenue right now is to go in those quadrants and look for another structure.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the best play is. It's definitely
Let's go.
up for debate because he had really difficult terrain and it'd
Dlatego nie
probably
możemy.
be it would probably take a while to get to other quadrants. So I think he's
Liczymy na to, że tu już
just
będzie
gonna settle
It,
for lucky trades.
the thing I'm thinking is if
dobry
you do have to travel a lot, he's almost guaranteed to have obsidian for a
nie
portal.
będzie chyba
Just
pod nim
because
opcji,
if what you said is correct, he has 8. And if he does
Za
decide
mało,
to
no.
search for a bastion, getting 2 obsidian is really going to be no problem, or should be no problem. But we'll see what it looks like he's just electing to hope for these really good trades.
Yeah, got a pretty lucky piglin spawn in the fortress. The string, not what you want to see, especially considering he has all those
nothing.
beds already. Oh, and getting harassed by a blaze as well. It's definitely the downside of doing trades in a fortress that there's a lot of hostile mobs that can spawn.
Yeah, Sizzler right now the only one on really a run that's anything to speak of. But even then, it's looking pretty. I don't want to say dire, but it's not looking good for the Pearl situation.
Yeah, I mean, Davey is digging down. He could enter the Nether quite soon.
Yeah, Pete also in an ocean. Automat will be entering soon if he can make this.
I don't have much faith in this.
This portal, although he does have a nice cooperative lava pool, does not have to build one of the weird ocean submerged portals,
Oh my god, you followed me.
which just look like a pain, really.
Yeah,
Alright.
they're definitely difficult, but some runners have gotten very consistent at them. I don't think it's faster than doing a classic lava pool nether portal, but people have gotten it down.
Gives you more options for just seeds that you can continue, since those ocean ravines are very common. So it's a lot more consistent than finding surface lava pools.
Yeah, and looks like Automat has not too great of a spawn. He was in a ravine, it looks like, and he's digging up.
Yeah, Davey's still here in this underground.
But he falls into
He may-
lava.
I don't like non-bastion runs anymore, man.
Very unfortunate.
Unfortunately for Automat,
You know?
Sizzler. Knowing Sizzler, he'll probably reset pretty soon. Davey's not doing so hot with the lava. 6 minutes in, and yeah, has gone into spectator. Pete is entering the Nether in a basalt biome, so nothing great. And Sizzler's still holding on to this run.
And did I just come across a base?
Yeah, Sizzler. I have not known Sizzler to be one to be very attached to a run. I think there's still a little bit of hope for it, but it's definitely looking dire.
Yeah, I think Sizzler has been a little more aggressive with his resets. That's what I've been. That's what I thought on Friday as well. I think Sizzler was not. Sizzler was a little picky about his seeds, and it did take him a while to get one, but he has gotten some good spawns in the Nether today, but this one might not be one to keep for very long.
Yep, and there we go. Opening to land
Yeah.
and exiting.
Pete is in a little better biome, but this is just a horrible
So sad.
spot. It's sort of one of those inlets
halfway done
when
too.
you're under
Bastion yet.
the.
Damn, how many bastions have other people found?
You're sort of at the lower levels of the Nether, and you're kind of squished. Oh, and a fortress. Never mind.
Ooh.
He's in a good biome. He's got a fortress. I don't really know if he grabbed any gold beforehand, but Pete's certainly in a good spot with that fortress. But we've seen recently it's really been the pearls, I guess.
Yeah,
no
what,
one, no
like-
one's. Yeah, it used to be. We saw a lot of runs earlier getting bastions, and now I think it's all the fortresses are coming out, but no one's really getting that gold. So it would have been nice, I think, if Pete had gotten a monument. I didn't see if he got like a shipwreck or anything. Looks like he does have a map, but
yeah, I think he got a shipwreck but no monument. And what this is kind of weird. We saw Automat, who was on a good fortress spawn run and then it died, and then Sizzler was on a good fortress spawn
Right.
run and then it died, and now Pete is on a good fortress spawn, and we'll see if it dies or not, I guess.
Every message you send doesn't like give you points.
yeah, and I've been saying that the fortresses are really the big reset point, and that
You get double
the bastions are more common. Getting the pearls is a little easier, but really that's not what we're seeing in the past. I would say the past hour has been just relentless with these fortresses and no good trades.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace.
Be added back because it's not a bad command.
Yeah, I think I like seeing blaze fights. So
How'd I come with my name?
I'm a little less disappointed that runs are dying
Thought of
to pearls than I am to blaze or fortresses. But
Yeah, because
for the runners, it doesn't matter because you need both. So
yeah. And I mean, I guess it's a bit. It seems a bit more desperate when you're looking for a fortress because you're just throwing pearls around willy nilly, trying to just get as far away as you can from that bastion. And usually, at least for the past like hour or so, it's just been no luck.
A lot of blaze spawns, but I think his rates are really bad for Pete. I think he has 3 rods, maybe. That's kind of what I've been able to see.
Yeah, not too great. Definitely, I think at this point below average.
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
I don't think so.
I think he's just grabbing extra blocks now. Not sure exactly why he's digging into the wall here. You can get extra
Never
blocks.
a bad idea to get extra blocks.
Yeah, but I think you could both get extra blocks and improve your spawn rates by digging out more of the fence.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the fences kind of suck, but yeah, the walls are an option to clear up some of that space.
But after this is over, it'll go back.
It's nice to have a bed here for Blaze bed, but yeah, Pete has been here for a little bit, so that's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, and he's already past 10 minutes. This is not looking too good. Unless he finds a bastion for a quick leave, I don't think this run is going to go very far.
Yeah, and nothing crazy on the other runners' screens. Davey is boating around like we've seen so often. Automat and Sizzler are both in deserts. Automat looks to I can't tell if he has stuff, but it's 4 minutes in, so I assume he found some stuff. And
yeah, I think he's
trying to find lava. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did see that. So presumably has everything he needs. Just needs that lava.
Rule of 8. Wait, so if that's the case, then how did blazes procreate?
And Pete, I think, finally leaving that blaze spawner. Took him. What? How long did it take him to get through that blaze fight? It took a very long while due to unfortunate drops.
Positive and negatives. We might actually.
Yeah. Did he even leave with 7? That's my sort of concern right now.
I think he left with 7.
Oh.
Because the last fight that he did, it was a double blaze drop. I don't think he left with 6.
Okay, so unfortunately, if he was leaving with the pearls as well, that would be really good pace, but unfortunately that's not the story. And we'll see. I mean, there's always the Corbanos chance, but
I hope so.
Yeah, I think
it's unlikely.
I think due to the good terrain of the Nether Waste, I think he's just going to search for a bastion.
He's find one of those other regions.
Yeah, he's been going past a bunch of gold.
Thank you, Fire. Very cool.
He had some sort of boat glitch there. I don't know what was happening. I guess there just wasn't enough space for him to place his boat, and he dropped down.
Boats are very,
no bastion.
very nasty objects sometimes. They have a lot of glitches.
Yeah.
Well, not wasted, but I've already
Automat's trying to
they're-
get these
they're pretty
carpets
thick and take
to.
up a lot of space.
Yeah, they can be invisible
hate
sometimes.
you,
They're
I
not.
hate you, I really do.
They're not the
Really
kindest
not
of
a fan
things.
of you.
And Automat's portal's still not lighting despite using these carpet strats
Got
that we've
excited.
seen. We've seen a handful of
not speed.
times this weekend.
Just leave me
But yeah, they're just
alone.
burning. I think you're supposed to put
Hey, there
wood
we
on the
go.
other
Which way I
side, but
got here?
it does light, so
Yeah, I don't think he
irrelevant at
has
this
wood.
point. Right, that could be an option as well.
Could still be.
Is that a fortress? Oh my goodness.
Is it?
He spawned right next to a fortress.
Oh my
We're
gosh,
seeing
it's
so
just
many
fortress
fortresses
spawns.
today.
Reset is inbound very soon.
Oh my goodness.
What the
Unfortunately
heck?
for him, he is doing some traditional strats, so no gold, or very little, if any, and it's a horrible biome. So
Yeah.
it's not promising, I'll say that, but
There's not a bastion right along the
again, I like seeing
here.
fortresses, so that's nice
But
for me.
beyond that, maybe
Yeah, and he's
that's
at
the
a
thing,
he's at
isn't
a
it? It's not
decent
gonna lead
time.
me to anywhere, is it?
This could
Yeah, only 7 minutes. There's some room. Yeah, there's some room to work with. So
this could turn around with a fast blaze fight, and I guess his only real option when you're in a Soul Sand Valley is to just search for
Thing is, like,
a
we're
bastion, I
going back
guess.
now. So like, we could still
Because
find
this-
some,
yeah,
but
Bastion would
14
be
minutes
super
isn't
clutch for
terrible.
Automat as he's struggling with these blazes. Oh no, he's on
so
fire at
low,
low
and
health.
there's a
The Wither Skeleton.
oh my gosh, running back through
I think he'll
his
live.
oh,
Oh my goodness,
Call it then. Yeah, I
that
think
was
so.
scary.
that was extremely
is-
clutch, running back through his tunnel to
Spawn that
escape.
fortress? Oh, boy.
Wow.
Yeah, and these blazes are tough to deal with. He might just want to find a different spawner. Maybe not though. There's a pigman blocking too.
Traditional or hypermon?
But yeah,
Same village,
if
so it looks right.
Automat does get through this and finds a bastion, the chances are
Kinda
pretty good with a
hungry, I'm gonna
bastion.
order
But
some food.
unless that happens, it's this spawn could have been better. I think
Yeah. We have the duality of
he does have good rates.
man in
got-
chat. There's somebody named Fortress Not Found who said Fortress Found. Who am I to trust? Has it been found or has it not been found? I don't know.
Well,
Can't
it's been
say
found for one of our
where
runners,
it
and
is before. Unless I
already
have,
4 rods. I think there was 4 in a row that
no
dropped.
idea what I'm talking about.
So if that
Need to
can
find
hold up,
dandelions
he'll be out of here pretty quickly.
somewhere. Savannah should have a lot of dandelions though.
Yeah, I think the only runner who hasn't found a fortress recently has been Davey.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think he's. I think his main problem has just been struggling with getting into the Nether. So I think
Yeah,
Davey
that's
should.
dandelions.
And it looks like he's digging down again, doing a lot of these underground things.
what's my time
At some point, maybe
It's like a while.
maybe you want to start switching to some, looking for traditional seeds instead. Oh, but does find lava. Never mind. I'm eating my
Oh.
words. Always eating my words about these traditional strats, but
Yeah, and he dug down really early. He's only at like what 4 minutes ish.
yeah,
Oh,
almost
wait a
5.
minute, that
Yeah,
was
But
like
he'll enter
good.
at 5, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe I'll
Still
go, like,
pretty
up a
fast for
range.
a dig down.
Is looking like Automat got
okay.
all the rods. Is that 8? It looks like 8 rods
I didn't know you could
on
get,
his
gold
mini
armor from
GUI
rods.
size. But Davey is going to enter, hopefully for his sake.
Tak może?
There's something. He is also the only runner who has not finished a run. So
O Jezus Maria, typie.
again, finishing run is not always the best option because you do have to beat the number 1 time. But it's not looking great for Davey, especially now with this spawn.
Hmm.
Although it is kind of open, so that makes it easy to look around.
Yeah, but the only thing he's really seeing is just more lava lakes, which is not what you want to see. Either a bastion or a fortress would be really great for Davey here. Oh my gosh, and getting ambushed by flowing lava. Having to give up on that gold.
Some obsidian and gold on Automat's side in the secondary part. So, I never really think that this is a good idea, is looking in this enclosed section for the chests, but runners have been getting some use out of it, so we'll see. We'll see if it helps Automat get those trades.
Nie rób mi
But
tego.
Yeah,
Nie,
he is escaping into a better biome, which is
Chciałem powiedzieć, czy to jest
good.
na minus plus to, czy na minus...
Away from that
Yeah,
Soulside Valley.
Chyba powinienem
if I'm Automat in this situation, I know the time to beat is pretty good,
tak
and
mi się wydaje, że trzymam... Tak,
you know,
na
maybe I'm
minus
just
plus, tam
sticking
musiał
here,
minus plus zrespić, idziemy na minus
getting the
500.
gold from the ore and trading with the piglins. It's a little risky, but there's no guarantee you'll find a bastion either, and that's just more wasted time on top of it.
Liczyłem bardziej na bastion, ale...
I mean, Sizzler entering the Nether as well,
Wow.
also with the. Oh wait, no, he's okay. He's ending
Automat
his
is
run. He's in
mining.
creative.
Let's go.
Automat is gonna get the netherite.
Perełki.
Let's go.
He's gotten pearls.
Oh, that's.
He's gotten one pearl trade. I didn't see how much it was. It is 6, I
Dobra,
think.
jak chcę to
So
jeszcze raz
6
tylko-
pearls already. That is actually really good for Automat. Just needs one more trade, and even if it's 11, I would leave then, and go for this.
He's getting more debris.
This is a really good pace.
A,
Yeah,
let's
just
go.
wants the ancient debris.
Perełki.
Yeah, I think looking around. Does he see pearls in there?
Unfortunately, no more
Więc
gold to trade. It looks like
my dosłownie na odrobinę.
he has to come up with it in a few more trades. It seems like, but that one pearl is, or that one trade was maybe some hope, some extra life breathed into this run that otherwise was not looking good. And maybe he is thinking that the ancient debris is a good omen.
Nie jest to najlepszy teren.
Maybe it would help him get the trades that he
Yeah,
needed.
good luck charm. Carry around the debris with you.
Bra.
Ooh, and that's not some gold that you want to mine. Really unfortunate to see a big ore, a big vein of gold that's just right above a lava pool, so you can't collect it. Yeah, I think it's Automat already has one trade. I'm not sure what his game plan is here. He might just be going for Corbano's trades, or
Jest bastion,
yeah, I think
no
with
way.
one trade he's probably just going for another lucky trade.
Yeah, I
rather
didn't
than
see how
running around
much.
for a bastion.
No way.
Yeah, I think the right play is to drop the. Oh, was that a bastion? He found a bastion,
No way.
Holy moly! All right,
and
well,
he. Oh my goodness! And he could get the obsidian as well. This is looking pretty good for
yeah,
Automat.
Wait, what are his
This is
coords?
looking like a sub 25.
Okay,
I
he's at
can't
about.
quite read them.
He looks at about like negative 250, which is around
Yeah,
the distance
he's
you
gonna
want to
be
be.
He's going to be able to certainly move into minimum distance range if he's not already there.
Okay, and it's a bridge bastion. That's pretty good. Not the greatest, but
Only needs one trade, and I'm not sure how much obsidian he has, but maybe something good comes out of this. He's not even really that far from his original portal, so I think even without nether travel, this run is still looking good. But
Robimy tu blind.
And
certainly
Automat-
with some blind travel,
yeah, I don't know if you caught it, but he was trying to make a pimped out boat. He was trying
gold
yeah,
boat.
gold boat. I feel like
Yeah,
I feel like it wouldn't be
unfortunately-
too buoyant, but it'd look pretty
no,
cool.
it would. So we'll see just how quickly he can get the. I mean, it's more of a matter of when he gets the
Ej, Serio, gdzie jest
trades
zapalniczka?
Yeah,
now.
because with the bridge bastion, you're guaranteed a bunch of gold at that little, like, I don't know what it's called, like the gold monument there,
A,
but
bo ja nie miałem pomiędzy wami.
the piglins is what's really the downside of a bridge bastion, because you're not guaranteed many big groups that are easy to trade with.
Czy jest zapalony, żeby mnie tam...
It seems to be what he's looking for now, running around this bastion, trying to find a
Co tu jest? Boże, lawa
group
się
to
dała
throw all the gold at, but not having too much luck.
najlepiej.
Yeah, I'm still optimistic though. Of course, only 15 minutes in. That is not bad, especially if he gets really close to that stronghold. It could be a good pace. Pete's gonna take a break here. Davey is in a village, doing some more traditional stuff, and a buried treasure for Sizzler. He has a ton of iron now, so looks like Sizzler's gonna get another shot at the nether. He has been relentless with getting into the nether. Sort of the opposite of Davey. I think Davey needs to You know, I don't know. It's tough to say whether someone is to blame for not getting into the Nether enough, but maybe Davey needs to switch up his game plan or something. Maybe there's something that's not quite working. Needs more attempts into the Nether, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like this Bridge Bastion isn't the best with on Automat's screen. He doesn't have the triple chest up at the top, which you'd like to see. It looks like both sides are just the small single chest.
Does have this big group here though, it looks like. Probably has already gotten a pearl trade, so if he wants to leave, he can basically leave whenever. That's kind of the power of having those pearl trades. Or he could elect to have that obsidian. I don't know if he has obsidian. I'll check his inventory on the...
Yeah, the lack of chests is really kind of the downside for Automat at the moment, because it's really difficult to get enough obsidian just through trading.
Yeah,
if you don't have any chests.
If I'm Automat here, I'm going to go back to my original portal and just try and hope it's a minimum distance ocean kind of thing. Unless he's got to really bank on some obsidian trades. It might be, it looks like actually 9, maybe. It's 10 obsidian? Was that 10?
Ooh, is it? I think it is.
He might be looking for flint to light the portal, but I think he just got the 10th obsidian, unless it's a different black block, but it's certainly not crying obsidian. I think he's in a really good spot here. He knows his coordinates better than I do, and so he can really be maybe have some really good blind travel.
Yeah. 17 minutes, he's got potential to take the first place time.
Yeah, seems like we're also possibly welcoming a new recruit into the booth. I'm not sure.
Hello.
Let's see. Hey, it's Simply. Hello.
Welcome, Simply.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Okay.
It's going pretty good. Automat's on a pretty epic run right now.
I see that. Bastion acquired the gold, the rods, everything. The eyes are here. It's time.
Yeah, it looks like
Could
he's
be.
going for informed travel.
Okay.
Big.
Yeah, blind travel, but it's hard to tell if he's going in the right direction. He did have 8 rods, so he's going to play really fast and loose with these eyes. There's like basically nothing to worry about.
Yeah, it's like oh my gosh, and he's just chucking all these pearls as well.
Yeah, he really wants to beat this 26-minute time, and it's really doable for him right now. I'm not sure, again, not sure if the direction was great, but I'm sure he knows whether it was good or bad.
Yeah, it's not the best. He's at like 1.9k in the negative direction, and that's decreasing, and his Z is increasing. So it's not the worst, but it's definitely not great.
Okay.
He did throw another eye, so maybe he thinks he's close, or maybe that was just a bad decision. But I would love to see him beat Sizzler's time here for some drama on this finals night.
Oh
It
yeah,
would cause a lot of drama for sure. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We have 2 hours left for these runners to get their best time.
Yeah,
I think so.
almost exactly. It's like 2 hours and change.
Okay.
So
Dosyć blisko z tego co rozumiem.
2 hours left. Automat got to be getting close now. It's covered a great amount of distance. Did he have 10 obsidian?
yeah,
You were saying informed travel, but he opted to not go for it.
actually, he just blind traveled, I think.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, he just had enough obsidian to do blind travel, and yeah, I think he's close, but this is horrible terrain. Dark oak forest with some hills, but it's looking like Sizzler could get some pressure here to improve his time even more.
Yeah, this is a really long travel for Automat.
It's the danger of blind travel. There's no guarantee, and it's gone back. It's reversed its direction, and he's really close. Yeah, so this is getting spicy. One thing that worries me though is that we've seen the runners. Oh, and it's going down. He's right
on the
on top
chunk.
of it.
Okay,
He's gonna use that 4-4. He's throwing another one.
If you have extra and you just want to make sure.
Yeah, he's got plenty. He's gonna do that 4-4, I think.
Oh gosh, he has about what? He has about 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's got to be on top of his stronghold game. He needs to find it within 3 minutes, basically.
All right, and he's in.
Yeah. So this portal room, he's got a couple minutes to work with, but we've seen Sizzler and Pete get kind of tripped up by these strongholds today.
They can be a little bit scary, and I can't imagine the nerves on top of it. You know, there's not a lot of time.
Yeah, he knows.
This could be the last run that he has for the evening.
Yeah, I'm sure he is well aware of that this run could be the make or break moment.
Gotta follow Forson's law. Extremely important here.
Yeah, he's going really deep. He needs to remember that.
Yeah, I'm concerned about.
I think this branch is kind of junk.
Yeah, I was concerned about the first branch that he went down. He only went like 4 rooms deep, which is a little worrying. I don't know if he's well versed in Forson's law.
He's running into some dead ends, and I think he goes down the center here. And if it's not really close, then unless he maybe thinks it's not that deep.
Yeah, I don't know.
For the folks out there that aren't familiar, could you please explain Forson's law?
Yeah, how would you like to do that?
Sure. So, Forson's law is the portal room cannot be within 5 rooms from the starting staircase. So how strongholds generate is that there's a staircase which leads to nothing, and basically the rest of the stronghold branches off of that. So you have to go beyond 5 rooms, and at that point, it's more likely to spawn closer to the starter staircase than not. So at like 6 rooms, it's quite likely, and then the chance.
He's got it.
Oh, here it is.
And he's gonna go in. It's looking really good. Unless he chokes, this is really good pace to beat Sizzler.
Yeah, kind of. He has to pray for a kind dragon.
Are we going to be seeing some perch strats? Is he climbing atop a tower? You know, maximize that perch potential.
Yeah,
I think so.
It's hard to tell because it blends in. It's a medium-sized tower. It looks like so. He is going to climb it with this pearl. He's got so many pearls to work with.
Pearl and block clutch.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This looks so cool.
And the dragon's right there.
Don't get knocked
It's
off.
a little worrying for him.
We could see echoes of Pete's choke here. Hopefully not for Automat's sake. But it's looking really good. He has a lot of time before Sizzler's.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's got the ball in hand. It seems that the chat is open, ready to catch the ball in case he throws it, but will he throw it? This could be it.
All right, Milo, can we get some full screen attention for this one? If the stream gods are listening.
Oh, and there we are.
So the final stages, but getting attacked more and more by this dragon. Hopefully it's going to see a perch soon. He's got those pearls ready.
Ooh.
And it looks like he's doing slab strats, possibly not well practiced with the obsidian or
Well, he
anything
didn't
else.
set up the obsidian before. And it's definitely difficult to set it up if the dragon is perching.
Yeah, straight
Looks
for the
like
tower
it
in
is.
it.
That looks like a perch.
It's opposite side. That looks like a perch. The circling motion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Very
even on the edge of
promising.
my seat. I'm off my seat.
It's actually very possible that he chokes this, possibly pausing there to delay the 5-minute lag. Really good idea so it doesn't happen when you're one cycling.
Yep, and
He's gonna go down. It's possible to choke with the slabs. We'll see if he can clutch it out to beat Sizzler's time.
Getting extra beds just to be extra sure.
A long perch here.
close.
He's got time.
Really high perch.
That's good damage.
Late on the first hit. This is looking better.
Ooh.
It's looking good.
This is looking good. This is looking really good.
Oh,
That's it.
one
And
more.
he's got this.
Let's
That's
go.
Got this.
Is that it?
Okay, wait. Yeah, I think that's it.
That
He's
is
got
it.
time. He's gonna beat it by like 10 seconds.
So we'll see the
Or
in-game time
20,
come
it
up.
looks like,
25-28. 30-second improvement over Sizzler's time.
Automat coming in hot.
You are breathing. Automat's breathing a huge sigh of relief right now, wiping some sweat off his brow after that. And
He's
some pressure is
chucking
off him
everything
now.
in
The
his
pressure is
inventory.
all on. Yeah, the pressure is on Sizzler now. Now that his time's beaten, and really on the other two runners as well to beat that newly improved time.
Yeah, it looks like both Davey and Pete are in the nether at the moment. I'm not sure if they're on a good. Okay, no, Davey isn't. But yeah, I don't know if Pete's.
Pete's got a
on
fortress
good run.
again. Another fortress. And I think the gold situation is probably similar to what we've been seeing, but you keep getting fortresses sooner or later, something good is going to come out of it.
Yeah. Let's hope, at least for Pete's sake, that there's a Bastion or he gets lucky with gold. Because as we saw with Automat, that's what you need to make these early fortress runs count.
Hey, Pete's got a wooden axe as well. I don't know if he has stone or anything.
Are you into men?
Surely no blackstone nearby.
No.
Yeah, I think he was doing ocean strats.
But happy for you.
But of course, with a wooden axe, I think you just need to crit twice.
Oh, so that's not even much of a time loss then for the blazes.
Yeah.
Yeah, wooden axe isn't too bad. Still pretty decent damage coming out, destroying these blazes. Have we seen much ocean strats? I see Sizzler right now investigating the ocean over here. How has that been?
Some good rates, yeah.
We've seen quite a lot of ocean strats. I think
yeah, we've seen
yeah, what like everybody but
have we seen monument strats at all?
I don't think anybody's looted a monument, at least while I've been commentating.
You know what?
Yeah, but surely like a lot of ocean ravines for those portals. They've tried to take the cows with them and find a monument, but oh no, I think we did see a monument in the early stages. So, but not very often.
Yeah.
But a lot of ocean portal building.
Yeah, being informed by K4 that both Davey and Automat have looted a monument so far.
We have 2 monuments looted, both commentators not aware of either of them, not sure what's going on here, but it's a lot of Minecraft to keep track of. Like normally, even two games side by side, you're going to miss a lot. So 4 players all doing runs at the same time. It's just a massive overload.
Yeah, and speaking of stuff that we've missed, I think I know there's a story that you like to tell. I can't remember it quite exactly.
Not quite sure what you're talking about, but if you could be more specific, maybe I could help you out.
It's got something to do with it's like some kind of bird and like a sandwich. I don't know. Was it like turkey? Short turkey, I think.
Oh no, the long chicken. No, it's the long chicken. You're thinking.
Oh yeah, long chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice story. It's just kind of long is the thing. You know, no pun intended. It is a long story. I'm not sure if this is really the best spot to be dispensing it. But you know, someday if you meet me at the right time, the right place, perhaps I can share that with you.
Okay. It's a story to pass down through the ages, not one to tell lightly.
Definitely. But speaking of lightly, Pete making light work of this fortress. No shield, flesh. Not the healthiest diet, but it is working.
Yeah, definitely.
It's time
I
for
think
some
he got
trades.
blindness too, so possibly a suspicious stew as well. And has 7 rods, so maybe with some Corbanos Pearl luck.
And I need brown mushrooms. I need brown mushrooms.
Munching that meat.
And I'm hoping for Davey's sake that he gets a fortress. It's been very biased towards the other runners who've been getting fortresses pretty constantly within the past hour. And oh my god!
What's up, dude?
He spawned right at the spawner.
Has to be
What the
scripted.
hell?
What is that?
Davey
No
is
way.
finally catching a break in the most insane way. He didn't get like a fortress at all, and he's right on top of it. Oh my god!
Could this be it? Could this be Davey's moment to swipe number 1 out of nowhere?
Could be his big break.
Yeah, he's at under 5 minutes.
This is the one, baby. This is Soul Sand Valley, though.
I'm wondering.
I actually want to point out something Sizzler was doing. I don't know how common this is with the stew, but in order to get the stew, he was bone mealing some grass. I don't know if that's common, but it was pretty 5-head to me.
To get
as you
dandelions.
bone meal some grass blocks, it'll grow a bunch of flowers.
Oh, that's kind of that's big brain.
You know?
Oh, and he looted a temple, so he got the bones from the temple. Oh, that's kind of that's 5-head.
so many.
Sizzler has been really good thus far about, which I think is an improvement over Friday. He's been really good about these hyper modern strats and continuing a lot of runs. Like I've been saying, getting a ton of runs to the nether. So eventually, hopefully it pays out big for him.
Oh,
I mean, in
God,
theory, it can, but you got to find the obviously monument, ravine, shipwreck all right next to each other. That's like the dream combo.
Nice.
And what's definitely not the
Unfortunately-
dream is Davy's Blaze situation. There's just so many. It's really
Yeah,
difficult to
you-
get in there.
This is a little bit scary.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get this spawn after all that and choke it. But he's taking good care of him. He's got
Back.
4 rods, so Pete unfortunately has a kind of unfortunate situation. No good biome,
Ouch.
and the gold situation is not going to work out in his favor probably.
Yeah. What? He's at like nearly 14 minutes. I think this is a wrap for Pete's run.
That is 6 rods for Davey as well. I mean, he's flying if he can get some pearls. This is like, I mean,
Oh,
you
and
know,
he's-
that's a big if, but
Yeah, and he's really close to 0-0, which is a good sign to be able to check those other quadrants.
yeah, I mean, possibly even some like informed travel coming out.
Yeah.
If the Bastion.
Cracked.
Although I'm not sure in his situation, would you opt to do blind travel instead? Sizzler has a fortress
That was
as
the
well,
greatest spawn of
so a ton of fortresses.
Great
This is
And
looking like
we're
1.14. What is this?
Yeah, it is. We're just waiting to see a Bastion, and Automat was able to capitalize
Give me
on
Bastion,
that.
dude. Let's do it. Oh, this
We'll
is
see if
awesome.
another runner can get a Bastion, and
Alright, I gotta go
and
wrap around. I gotta go
Sizzler, I don't.
Oh, wait, Pete has a Bastion, it looks like, I think. I'm unable to tell. Yeah.
There are chords.
Oh my goodness, Pete does
This
have a
is
Bastion.
straight back
This
south.
is pretty good with this blind travel if he can
would
get
be
the
where I
really
need
quick
to
pearls and
go
obsidian.
to-
Yeah, and he's at a
he
decent distance as
Could
well.
feasibly,
blind travel.
yeah, could feasibly be on pace to beat Automat.
Player house,
Sizzler died there. I know it wasn't like
should be fairly.
you didn't have a monument. You didn't really have the greatest gold situation, but I think you have to play a little more careful when you do get a fortress because
Right.
there's no guarantee in the next hour and a half that you're going to get a fortress again. So maybe
I guess
he's
so.
feeling the pressure a little bit, feeling the pressure
Yeah.
from Automat, maybe.
But with the time to beat, it's all the more reason to kind of go balls to the wall and go really quick.
Yeah.
Because
That is
if
true.
you wait around for so long, even if you have a fortress, it might not lead to a good run.
Yeah,
Oh, and
that
it looks
is
like, yeah, I think Pete has a housing
Find my way.
stronghold or housing bastion, which is a really good sign.
Yeah, so we'll see if Pete
Does he
can-
know his bastions? Is the question.
Pete, I've seen. I think he knows the gist of the strats. I've seen like a little bit of misplays around the bastions, but I think he knows it well enough to get through it.
Yeah, he does find this gold down here, so.
And I think Davey just got some pearls.
Ooh.
I believe
that would be big news.
8. Ooh, big trade. One more trade.
8 pearls.
9 minutes in.
Wow,
Could
Davey
very
is
well
flying.
Be. Could be.
Hello, friend.
Could
oh
be.
my god, if he gets these pearls, that'll be huge.
Yep, Pete's got
Yeah.
his
And he'll
gold
be on
blocks.
like not just pace for this tournament, but really unprecedented PV pace.
And Pete's collecting gold. Might be able to go for some informed travel to save some time here. He's 16 minutes in.
Yeah, I don't know. Pete, I think he may have found this bastion a little too late to
Yeah,
beat the current time. But depending on, I mean, obviously with this bastion, he's gonna have to rely on just blind travel. I don't think he has the time to go for any informed travel at all. So I think just depending on how far away he is from the stronghold when he leaves is gonna determine the quality of this run.
It's a piglin party.
Wow, how pointless.
And that's, I think, 5 obsidian in that chest. That's definitely good. I don't know how much he already has.
Davey has a few more gold to try and get these
Someone
pearls.
said pick step. There you go. Ah, this is terrible. Oh, this is just
Yeah,
awful.
looking around. I mean, he's still got a fair amount to farm.
Where is my
He's got a
It is not there.
very good time to
Are
get
you
more
mad at
gold.
me? I don't think so. No, you're not. Back
But it looks
down
like
I
he
go,
wants
and
it
I better
bad.
Not see some despawn
Not any
penguins.
nearby gold.
Yeah, he has tons of
Wish
time
they'd
to
be
stick
there.
with this
I
run
wish
too.
good for them.
But
Good to see you. All right,
maybe
bottom
going for
10
Bastion's the
city.
play,
I got a lot of
but
things.
we'll see how Davey decides to do things.
Pete's got some pearls.
Automat
That's
is.
almost the least of my problems.
Does he have 8
Only
obsidian?
8 from
Or is that something else?
heroes.
I think it looks like
We
8
need
obsidian,
string,
maybe?
We need obby, and we need pearls.
Or is that crying obsidian, maybe?
I'm not
That looks
sure.
like crying
Automat?
obsidian.
Automat or Davey?
Pete.
None on
Oh,
this.
Pete.
Oh.
I think that's crying obsidian on his screen.
Yeah,
Really
it is
slow.
crying obsidian. Sorry, this is not looking good for Pete.
Yeah. He doesn't have any obsidian, I don't think.
He does get the
One
rest of the
obsidian.
pearls, but 1 obsidian.
Yeah. Ugh.
10 is
Some more
there.
obsidian. 3.
Oh
it
my
looks
god,
like.
there was 10 down there. Okay,
did he
he's
pick
doing
up more?
fine. He picked up 10. Wow.
If he-
Is a little bit more
11.
string, and we're good to leave.
Oh man, if his blind travel is a little better than Automat's, he could.
Ooh, are we done shooting?
It's looking a little dicey for Pete to beat that 25.5-minute time, but not out of the question with
Yeah.
some really lucky blind travel.
He just has to get in range and make that portal as soon as possible.
Bank on
I really
six.
don't think he has time
Oh,
to
I need to go get that iron.
waste in this bastion. Yeah, he's going back down and looting these chests.
Davey's in the
I
overworld.
really don't think he has to.
Get that iron to make sure.
Davey's leaving. Did he get another trade, or is he going to try maybe some risky stuff?
I only saw his
Good call.
his inventory
Where's that?
briefly. I'm not sure.
He only has 8. It's not out of the question that he gets more pearls.
Okay. I need to get some wood.
Yeah, I think he's just maybe he's grabbing more food, or he's. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what he's doing. He could be going to the stronghold,
Damn, these were close.
maybe hoping for a 4-eye, and if not, going into the nether from there to trade for more pearls.
That's insanity.
Yeah, and
Wow.
as for Pete's side, it's not looking great. Do you think he's?
Good
I
luck.
would hope he's not trying to go back for some informed travel. I would hope he's just trying to get better coordinates.
Still-
I
wait,
mean,
I'm going the wrong
Oh, yeah,
way.
he's
I'm
deep.
going
blind
the wrong
travel is
way.
really the only way. It's the only
Oh.
way to really have a good pace here.
I went
So
the
if
I
I'm
don't
Pete,
know.
I'm just building a portal like as soon as I can. I don't.
Yeah, he needs to get within range because he's way too far out at the moment. He just needs to lower that
Please don't hit a wall.
Z-axis.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's. I think you want to be around
Oh, no.
200 because the second ring. I think he'd be teleporting to the second, maybe even the third ring. They're just like way
This is
bigger,
where I
way
need to
more
be, not the
volatility.
other way.
Yeah,
No,
he wants to be at about like 250.
Yeah, 200 blocks,
Yeah, you must
250
do as
blocks.
well.
That's kind of their range.
My regen, please. Thank you.
But he's running out of time. I mean, this is not looking
Oh,
promising.
such a clear path too. For now, at least.
Automat has a fortress as well. Just more and more fortresses.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're getting some info from K4. It's 216 for the first ring, but for the second ring, you want to be about 540. So actually, at that point that he was
that
at,
makes sense.
he was about at 540, considering both he was far on the X and Z axis.
I think right about
Yeah,
here.
I mean, at this point, it might have been worth that risk of
I think like right about here.
right, like
that'd be good.
the spread out second ring. But I think he's wasted too much time.
Wait, hold
unless
on.
he's right on top.
Automat is at a.
Please don't kill me. Wait.
Did he loot a bastion already?
No way.
I was so focused on Pete and
No
Davey.
way. It's so hard to keep
No,
up with, man.
I'm in disbelief.
Yeah, I saw 14 pearls in his inventory.
Oh, it's gotta be under.
Is Automat about to bop
Oh,
himself
took too long.
back to back
I mean,
first place finishes?
That would be
Is that
huge
going?
for Automat.
And like, what a Chad move too. Just be like, yeah, 2 runs. within the span of
Oh
an
my
hour.
goodness, he does have the pearls.
Maybe I'm okay.
That's
Please
absurd.
get a better
He has
time.
either 10 or 13
Yeah, wait,
pearls.
does
I
he have
couldn't
enough
really tell,
obsidian?
but
I hate that
I
I'm
can't
starting
quite
the
tell
game
in his
already.
inventory.
even if he
1
didn't,
minute
like,
lost, maybe more.
even if he doesn't, I don't think he has any obsidian, unfortunately. So
I need to throw here and see if I'm close.
At 22 or nearly 23 minutes, I don't think there's
Oh yeah.
much
shit,
hope for
right.
this
I
run.
think this is a reset.
Yeah.
Not close at all.
Yeah, I think he should pack it up in this sort of format. Davey is not looking great. I mean,
I think it's a reset, chat. How do y'all feel? I think so.
this Enderman,
Yeah.
but he does need these
I don't think I'm
beds,
anywhere near
and
where I need to be.
it's
23
looking like it's going to be a
minutes.
lot of
Yeah,
time
reset.
investment to, even if he gets
No way I'm
lucky.
getting out there.
And Pete does reset. Very smart,
Yeah.
wise decision, knowing that you can't finish in time to beat Automat.
Zobaczymy.
Please be
Yeah,
me.
I don't think has any of Davy's pearls broken?
I don't think so. Which chances of between chests and the portal frames, having 3 is not so out of the question. It's on average you would expect to get 2 in total, 1 in chests and 1 in the frame. So it's not it's definitely not out of the question that Davey is able to finish this run. But
Yeah,
is
so-
it going to be in time is the question. I think
I
he's
don't
pretty
know.
far out. He might be close. No,
Ocean?
he's not far enough out.
Średnio, będę musiał jakoś...
Ocean's
But
very
there
nice.
is, yeah, the ocean is,
6 tego.
you know, if he does get an exposed stronghold and gets lucky with that 3-eye or some pearls and chests, it's looking pretty good for Davey, actually.
And Automat's luck has not been on his side. He only has, I think,
Oh
what,
my
4
goodness,
or 5
this
at
is,
this point, and it's been nearly 4 minutes that he's been here. Ugh. Alright, I think he finally...
Musimy lecieć tam.
You have enough? Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
he does have
has
7,
enough.
so
Finally
this is
leaving.
actually really good for... It's pretty good for Automat. He's in a tough spot with these blazes, but
Tamte strony jakoś...
leaving, he's going to leave near the origin. I don't think he can do blind travel or anything. So he is going to have to walk basically that full distance.
Dokładnie, nie wiem skąd,
But
ale
even
wiecie,
then, it's on
20-50
pace to beat his
będzie.
own time. So I
Yeah.
think Automat's,
Ja,
once we see what happens to Davy's run, Automat's going to be the one to watch. But
20-50.
if Davy is close to the stronghold, if it's a min-distance stronghold, there's definitely a possibility
Obsydianu
that
nie mam,
Davy
ale
clutches
dalej to jest
this
dobre
out.
podejście pod SAT 25.
Making quick work of the skeletons. A lot more difficult at night. You know, a lot of runners do opt to take a sleep, but he's also got to worry about the Enderman.
Musiał zrobić nożyce i po prostu liczyć na owce tutaj gdzieś blisko.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
might just... he really wants this Enderman, but he might just want to abandon the boat. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Especially on these islands, all the mob spawns are super concentrated, so it's difficult to just
Right.
single out that Enderman. Look at all those zombies, man. There's no way he's gonna get away.
Yeah, just... Man. I would put the boat down now and... Geez. He's wasting a lot of time that is pretty valuable. There's no guarantee he's
Yeah.
going to get one of these runs again.
Tak? Gdzie ja żem doszedł?
I think he opted to change the difficulty to easy there, just to minimize the chance that he dies.
O mój Boże.
Yeah, it makes sense. Alright. Finally getting that Enderman singled out a little bit.
Yeah.
To moja ostatnia zupka, fuck.
Let's see. We'll drop a pearl. One more hit. I can't
Ooh.
quite see.
I don't think he
it
did.
I don't think so, yeah.
50.
Or it might have. Wait, I'm watching the Twitch stream for this high definition.
Yeah, same here.
No, it
I'm
looks-
about to see.
O Boże, źle się wkopałem.
No pearl. Rip.
To jest Pepego.
I mean, it's... I don't know if it was really a good decision. He seems pretty
Chciałem począć
close.
skróty i nie
I
wyszło.
think that's sort of reversed on him, but he does need to get lucky, and he's just wasted so much time.
Przekopmy się tam po prostu.
You know, if I were Davey, I would have just gone for the stronghold.
Automat found a stray bastion. Looks like he's going to investigate.
Yeah, this is.
Grzybki, więcej grzybków? Nie ma.
Sizzler is in a bastion currently. Automat's just going back to the overworld. So Automat can beat his own time, but he needs a pretty close fortress. Sorry, stronghold. And
Góra.
oh, is he underground?
No, he's just on a slightly below the
Oh,
surface
okay,
level.
yeah.
Yeah, so he's doing all right. What, 16 minutes?
We really hope that it goes into the ocean if you're Automat. That would be really nice. And minimum
Taking a
distance,
nap.
definitely doable. Yeah, does not want to experience what Davey just had to go through.
Którą stronę?
That was very rough.
11. Dobra, to po drodze.
It doesn't quite look like it's going into the ocean unless
Powieczki,
there's
będziemy mogli sobie zdobyć
something on the other
drogę,
side of
to
this
jest po
land
prostu
mass,
nie
but
będzie źle.
Yeah, but it looks like
It
he's
looks-
decently far out.
Yeah, Davy's definitely in
I
range.
can't tell the
Yeah,
coordinates.
he's like 500 blocks within,
Więc jest szansa, że to będzie blisko.
I think.
I believe
Yeah,
he's
he's
at like
about
1500.
Davey
500 blocks
and
in a
Automat.
direction. Yeah,
Davey and Automat are kind of the
Bardzo dalej
the
w
forerunners
stronę,
here.
tak.
Davey, it's
To jest tam
slipping
dalej.
away from Davey, but Automat certainly has a chance.
yeah, I think Davy's triangulating at the moment,
Owieczka
building his line. If he's not close to it now, I think
ogółem?
the run's probably dead.
Sizzler with a really quick bastion as well.
Yeah, if you're Sizzler and you see a fortress, that is
Juicy.
some great news. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Now,
and it's definitely a lot nicer to see a bastion before a fortress because you can get all those fire resistance potions and all the pearls to just navigate super quickly.
yeah. So
And is this it for Davy?
He's digging down.
if he doesn't miss it, it looks like he used that 4-4. So
Mm-hmm.
presumably he kind of knew the chunk, and
Oh, he's going pretty deep now.
he is pretty deep. I don't know if he was sort of on a mountain,
Never doubted myself.
and he is in. So he did find it.
Okay,
as he
this
digs through
could
the stone brick.
still needs his pearls though. That is
It's
the main
tight.
problem. He's at I think
It's
he still
tight.
has
He
8.
needs. He has 9, I believe, unless one. No, I'm pretty sure he's at 9 because he killed that Enderman and got one.
Oh,
So if it's a 3-eye and there's an Enderman here, he might try and kill it.
Definitely.
Time is
Two of
running
them.
out.
Two
though.
Endermen.
oh my god.
Get in the boat.
Time
Come on.
time is so important right now. He needs to find the portal
Yes.
room like
One.
basically right now.
Yes.
Oh, that's
bro.
2. Holy
That's so nice,
crap.
so comfy.
Just needs a 1-eye.
The run isn't quite dead. He just has to find the portal room like right now.
Yeah, he has less than a minute to find it.
This way.
I mean, even if he doesn't beat Sizzler or Automat, still very, very on pace to take Pete's 3rd place spot.
Definitely.
Yeah, Pete's been struggling on a little bit. I wanted to note that I think the time that Pete put up to qualify was
always hitting.
24 minutes
2.
and something, if I'm not remembering incorrectly.
Ooh,
Oh, and
okay.
Sizzler died.
Oh, he's found it.
He's found it, and this is really good for Davey.
He's gonna have to get a really quick perch though.
He has 2 minutes. He has 2 minutes. Well, like a little minute and a half for it to perch, and I've seen it happen a lot. It could happen.
Opting to not throw his pearl, might be saving that for the ascending the tower.
Oh, does he have beds?
Either ascending or descending. He's making them right now. He has at least 5.
That's all I can make.
That 5
Yeah,
bed's
so
a
you just
little
have
bit
to-
scary.
Yeah.
This is gonna be tight. He might just not do the perch strats. If I'm him, I'm setting up the obsidian and waiting on the ground.
Honestly,
You
yeah, you
don't really
can't
have time-
rely on that.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to tell whether you really have time to set it up and go up the perch.
Oh,
Go up
and
for
he's
that
doing-
north-south tower.
He's doing east-west, it looks like.
This is north-south. It's kind of weird because
Okay.
you start on the east-west side.
Oh,
So,
okay, yeah.
These side towers, east-west. I mean, maybe this will
Back
pay
up,
off.
dude.
He does have. He has less than a minute for it to perch. But it's circling him. Oh my goodness!
Is it perching?
It's really just impossible to tell right now. He's got 45 seconds, not even 30 more seconds for the perch, and if it doesn't happen, it's gonna be heartbreaking to get that close and have it slip away. But it's gonna be a low perch, so if it does perch, it's gonna be quick.
He needs it to perch like right
Oh
now,
my
and it's just
goodness, it needs
not
to perch now.
across from him. Oh, you hate to see it. It's just flying around.
Oh, and it's
Oh,
Dragon not interested
that's
in
gonna-
giving it to Davey.
that is going to cost Davey the first place time, beating Automat.
IGT is 25.
It looked like it could have. I think he just wasted too much time on that island getting that Enderman, and it's very
Honestly, yeah.
unfortunate for Davey.
if it perches like right now, he's really gonna regret trying to kill that Enderman. Yeah, but of course he did get extremely lucky with those two in the stronghold. On the opposite side, but it is just not circling.
Circling the entire arena.
At least we can
Yeah, but
suck
not
Davey,
across
dude.
from him.
Come on. That whore, dude. Allow that shit.
We'll get a view of Automat. Is that 21 minutes, 22 minutes on his timer?
22.
That is not good.
Yeah. Oh, I guess his travel was not kind.
Yeah.
He's pretty far out. He's definitely.
I mean,
within
if
the
he's
range.
right on top of it now, we'll see the.
Oh, and there's
We'll
the
get to see
perch.
Davey try and kill the dragon. 5 beds that he has. Oh my, great damage. Is it a 4 bed? Not quite.
5 bed.
Really good job on Davey to close that out, but oh man, he's got to go straight into the next run. There's really no time. An hour left, basically.
Hour and a half.
An hour and a half, yeah.
GG.
He's got to go straight into the other runs. Maybe a short break.
But I believe you. Are they doing it at the end of the window? You can start the last run.
Shaking.
So right at the end, you can start a run.
Yeah,
Dude, if we had a if we had a
Yeah,
god,
but
yeah.
this-
So the overtime rule is you have until
pause
0-0 to
I
get
need
your
fire
seed,
this shit,
and then
dude.
once you're sort of in a run, you're locked into that
At least
run.
I got a
And
run.
in overtime, you can play it out, but no more resetting.
Yo, watch this.
So
shit.
they do have an hour and a half left to get the seed, and Automat. No,
Look at
it's
this.
it's looking unlikely for
this.
Automat. He again, Automat is not the one with the pressure right now. It's everyone else who has to catch up. But
Yeah, if you're Automat, are you trying to reset right now, or do you believe in the land in the portal room instant perch?
I know this could have been sub 20.
if I'm in his position, I'm
I
resetting.
left on 8.
Just
That's why I leave
because
on 8,
there's I'm not gonna PB. I'm not gonna get first place. I'm not gonna beat my own time, and
Czy idziemy dosłownie prościutko
think-
przed siebie?
25:30 is not really. Sizzler did put up a 22-minute time, and we've seen a 24-minute time as well earlier in the weekend. So
Idziemy
Automat probably
zdecydowanie
knows that
73.
25:30 is not a super safe time, and I would be resetting
this
here
looks
for
like
a
it's
new
still
run.
quite a bit distant.
And unlike Davey, he doesn't have he's not relying on that good luck to help him, because he already has first, he's in a comfortable position, but with Davey, if he has the opportunity to risk it and get into first place, he's going to do it, whereas Automat has definitely a lot more time on his hands.
Mógł być chunk wcześniej.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at the
Tam
spread
zostało
of
sobie.
these top 3 times, it's 26:32 to 25:28. Those are so close together. And Pete's got to play a little catch up, but so do the other two. I mean, second place almost does not cut it
Wszystko w Speedrunie
in this
było
format.
laki,
So
koniec stronghold.
it is really close among the top 3, but they've got to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know why Automat is still digging
Ja
down.
się wkopałem.
I think it's time for a reset.
To jest ciekawe.
Yeah, even if I'm not super keen on, even if I don't feel the need to reset a lot, I would reset, take a little break, go pee, do something, eat something.
Tak, to
Stretch,
było-
do some yoga.
Yeah,
to było
I mean,
wiele wcześniej, o Jezu.
and he does go into spectator
Ah, bo ja
mode.
nie
No
byłem
point
na
to playing this
środku
out.
czatu.
Oh, he was close. A slight overshot. I think he just wanted it just to do it, just to give it a shot. Wow, that portal room basically
Portal
one
room-
room away from the initial staircase. Oh wait, never mind. That's not connected.
It sort of looped around, but
He might have been able to
Davey
hear
does
it from
get
there,
a-
though.
that's true. Hearing it,
Place
yeah,
to
because
lock.
we've seen a lot of people not only in this tournament but the 1.14 tournament. I've seen a lot of runners dig
How do you know
straight
these
through the
names?
floor when they hear it, and it's a huge time save to not have to look for
I
it.
just have them.
But Davey did get a
Yeah.
shipwreck, so some ocean strats
This is
coming
what
out
I
for
like to
him.
see.
That was a
Pete,
clean run. That was
yeah,
a
some
clean run.
hyper modern stuff.
I
Pete,
lost a lot of time to the sheep.
I think
and
Pete
2B.
got a.
Bro, that 8-8 was sick.
That it's hard to
dude.
say. I didn't really watch. Maybe a
Yo,
village.
Who didn't believe in
Maybe.
me? Get on my
Maybe
chat.
not.
Yeah, I think he was also doing shipwreck strats. He does have the fence gate, he's got the doors, and he's found
The
lava
8-8 was
on
sick.
land. Maybe hit the end of the ocean, unable to find a ravine, and choosing to
When I
check the
fucking dug
desert.
down and just guessed that shit.
Yeah, it's not a great pace for Pete. Only 8 minutes, and you're not even in the nether. But
Oh, my Minecraft's crashing.
so this might be a quick reset for
Okay, it
Pete.
didn't crash this time.
We'll see about the other runners.
But
Everyone's
you
sort of
ne-
on.
I thought it was crashing, dude. It said Java is not responding on my screen.
Everyone's in the early stages of their run, basically.
I was gonna make a bad pun. It's good that you cut me off. Actually, it was bad.
I'm really glad.
I'm gonna play like
Really quick, we have a $25.28 donation from Sode3821 who says charity is PogChamp. PogChamp indeed.
Agreed.
Thank you so much for that. And guys, we have just under an hour and a half left of this event, Stack Up the Speed, which is in an effort to raise money for Stack Up. You can do Command Charity in the chat to find out about them. All the money's going towards them and their mission to support the mental health of veterans through gaming. So yeah, thank you guys so much for all the donations. We are just shy of about $75 from the $2,000 mark. So just a few more donations and we can definitely hit that. Let's see if we can bring them in. And yeah, thanks guys.
Yeah,
Let's hit
and
that 2K mark. And Pete actually has a fortress again. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Another one.
Yeah, wait,
Tossing
how many
them out.
fortresses have we seen in like the past like hour and a half? It's been kind of ridiculous.
The wither skeleton and the skeleton getting in a battle, letting them duke it out themselves. Wonder if he'll close off that entrance. And Pete
Oh,
really
and I
needs this.
realized-
He did just get knocked
Yeah,
out of top
someone-
3.
someone
So
had
it's
to put
this
that.
could be very big. Some gold in the chest.
Post that shit
7
on
gold
Reddit,
ingots
bro.
from that last chest. It's very nice.
Easy karma.
I'm looking
Yeah,
at the
I
wrong
think-
screen. Sorry, my commentary is delayed there. My bad.
That's all right.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah, what I think Pete has had 3 of these fortress runs that have just died to not getting pearls, I think, at this point. Or at least including this one. Hopefully this one continues. Oh, and Sizzler actually looting a a jungle temple.
He
Yeah,
got
this is,
a lot of gold. I think he just got like
Nah, it's so
17
dumb.
gold from that chest.
Like, who
Nice. That's some pretty good drops from
This
there.
is
Reddit knows
a,
nothing about speedrun.
all
How
advancements
crazy is that?
strategy here.
Obviously, it's not crazy, but I said
Yeah, where do you
Oh
go
my
from
God, it
here
is
though? It's
17
so
gold. That's
dense.
crazy.
shipwreck stuff, and someone was like, "Damn, bro."
Yeah, I mean, despite the
just crazy.
17
I
gold,
spent,
the
like,
jungle is
18
still a
hours to
horrible
look-
biome to play.
Looking for shipwreck.
However,
loot or I don't
you
know.
can
It's so
kind of
crazy
do
because recently there was this post on
1.7
Reddit,
strats in a jungle. You get
about
melons,
cycling,
you
and
find
I
a
got,
cave, get some
like,
iron, smelt it the
100,000
old-fashioned way,
votes.
and try and find a lava pool. Sizzler's had really good luck with those underground lava pools, so you know that might be something else. But he does find us a village, so possibly not necessary.
That was a,
Yeah,
a
and I mean,
fairly
at this
juicy
point-
start.
Like,
Yeah. If there was a lava pool in the jungle, Sizzler probably would have known, because those spread like wildfire. It's pretty noticeable, but he's abandoning the jungle.
Well, they don't spread like wildfire. They are wildfire.
Thank you for the clarification there. Definitely an important distinguishment needed to be made.
Yeah.
Davey almost dying.
Oh my
What
God,
a
Davey,
quick
nice
reaction.
save.
But it gets a little.
Hunting through the nether. When do you cut it off? As Davey, you know, best time 26:32, trying to beat 25, 28, 25, 56.
I always look.
How long in the nether before you don't find a fortress or bastion and you're
It's just like
resetting?
Yeah, if I'm Davey and I don't have
Saying,
a
dude, this is dead.
bastion or
I gotta go to the
fortress,
bathroom.
I mean,
I
at the
can't think
latest
after that
15
run, that was
minutes,
sick.
there's
think I
probably
executed
not.
pretty well.
Maybe you can go a little longer than that, but I would say, yeah, and he throws in the towel. But
Early
15
too. That's
minutes is
6
like-
minutes.
Yeah, I think he was looking at that terrain and realizing like this is gonna suck to travel on.
feel like
and it would just be a waste of his time.
Pete needing a couple
Pete,
more rods.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he's at 5 right now. Before he started
Pete,
this.
Yeah.
Pete has been getting
6 maybe
pretty
now.
unlucky with these drops so far. His blaze fights have taken a while.
Do I trade?
It's carried
Yeah,
on
he's got
thick,
7
man.
rods, but
I'm in a bad biome.
oh, and wait, he has a wither skull.
Swag.
Hello, friend.
All bosses,
So
PogChamp.
yeah. But he needs this gold, and if he gets the really lucky trades, this is still a good pace. But without a bastion, I mean, you know, there's always that chance.
This
But
guy first. That's optimal, I think. 13 gold. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Davey's taking a break after that one. Just
The
completely
mental breaks are
understandable.
important. You know, it gets intense. All these runs, maybe the 5-minute break is more effective than 10, 20 minutes of runs when you're a little bit out of it.
Yeah, it can definitely help reset your mental state, because under pressure for 5 hours, constantly doing runs, racing against other top runners, it can be stressful.
Actually put in like a
yeah, definitely got to know yourself, know your limits, know when you got to take breaks. Davey's back already, so it's probably just a quick reset, maybe a pee and a stretch, but.
Yeah, wait, I think that was actually what it was yesterday. Davey went and left his timer on and he made it back in about a minute. I think that's a new PB for him.
PB, yeah, maybe.
18 of it.
Pissing speedrun.
No pearls though.
Yeah. Pete trying to trade, but I don't think it's going to work out in his favor.
Ooh, actually,
He
we're
does
seeing another ocean
more
monument
gold.
from Automat, but I think, did he just get
He
Did
does
just
have
get
mining fatigue.
Yeah.
He does have mining fatigue. No cow.
Probably going to be reset.
I don't remember if he spawned here. He might try to die. Yeah, it looks like that's the plan. I think this is where he spawned. So he can respawn, fix that fatigue. He's got the spot in mind. But, I mean, it's possible that you just repeatedly get mining fatigue over and over. But if he does get this gold, that's super, super nice. If you go in the nether, you're pretty much guaranteed your pearls at that point. Just need to find a fortress.
Hey now, hey now.
Big brain death strats coming out from Automat.
Yeah. Pearls? Was that 2 sets of pearls? He has 11 pearls!
I believe that was.
Holy moly, 11 pearls, and Pete is
nice.
Really good run now. Definitely on pace to
Yeah.
beat Automat's time.
Out of nowhere. After just being dropped from 3rd place, the redemption arc begins for Pete.
What string do I
To
have?
possibly swipe 1st place 15 minutes in.
Yeah, it's
have to move
definitely
quick.
possible. His travel is going to have to be really good. Because we saw from both Automat and Davey, their travels took a while when they were on pace.
If I'm Automat, I would just reset here.
I know, dying again.
Yeah, get a better seed, maybe. I mean, it is tempting to try the monument strats, but if you have to die a lot to get them, I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah, and I mean, Automat, he does have the time to work with. He's in first, but Pete could change that. So I don't know.
No, but that's nice. Iron would have been better though. Stronghold.
Yeah, those pros were a huge break for Pete. He's been struggling compared to the other runners all day. It took him a little bit to put up his first run, got a 3150, and he's been bopped. So
Definitely did get bopped,
This is his
but
chance.
it looks like he's ready to bop. Can't be too far now from his portal.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see the time that he exits and how far he is out already. Did he do ocean strats in this run?
Yeah, I think what happened is he was started in ocean and then he couldn't find a ravine and then went through a desert.
Okay.
That's the only explanation I have. He does have iron, pick,
he's far
iron.
out. Yeah.
All right. The moment of truth.
So this could actually be another redemption for that run he choked earlier on 22-minute pace, which would still be much faster than the other runs.
Taking a quick nap.
And if I'm Pete here, I think it is actually worth it to kill some Enderman. And that's a good direction, I think. I it's hard to tell with his
Let's
coordinates.
see. Oh, it is a good
His
direction.
Z is increasing.
His Z is increasing, and it's in a desert. And he's already at like 1.1k.
Yeah, this is so fast for Pete. I mean,
I might have time to
this is
chill
this is looking good.
What, with
I
no
think his
eye
PB is
breaks,
like
he's gonna need
21 or
one,
something, right?
I think.
Yeah, he is gonna need a pearl somewhere, but there's a lot of places you can get one pearl, and the chances that you get 0 are pretty. They're not low, but they're not as likely. So, if you're a PeteZahHutt fan, you're really kind of on the edge of your seat right now.
It looks like he's heading into an ocean.
Definitely.
So definitely gonna want to throw an eye before getting in the boat here. Could be still on this desert island.
But I can't really do the same.
Yeah, we'll see. He's definitely approaching minimum distance at this point.
Yeah, no question. I mean, hopefully it's not like a max distance, but oh, and he does need those beds. He doesn't have the crying obsidian or anything. He might need to find that library too.
Happen right now for this run to still be viable. But the first
Yeah, I
thing
don't
is
know.
I need to kind of
He could get just screwed over by the lack of beds.
That's first and foremost.
He looks to be deviating from his line a bit. Did he see a village?
Ship over there. That does have iron.
Might be going for the triangulation.
Yeah, might be prepped to have it reverse on him.
Maybe.
It's not a bad angle, but it's still a little bit of ways, and it does break.
Oh, no, I break.
Oh man, so he's gonna need 2. He may opt to go into this forest for sheep.
Nearby.
Yeah.
I think it's the play.
Yeah, I mean,
it's gonna be a
kind of depends. Getting there's tons of dolphins. We'll see what happens. Not a bad run, but it's looking a little dicey.
We do have a $10 donation from YZ Hakizi, and they just say yeet. Thank you very much for the donation. We appreciate it.
Thank you, YZ.
Yeet indeed.
Pete acquiring some iron from the boat.
Oh, that's good. He can make shears. Oh, he already had. Or how much iron did he get?
From the boat just now? I don't think he had any iron.
Then that's good.
Ooh,
he gets those shears and gets some sheep. I mean, he has, with how far out he is, I think this is like, I would honestly put this as a good chance. If he gets the pearls, I think it's a good chance that he beats Automat. But he's got to not choke it again.
All right.
Probably get some extra blocks so he doesn't mess up like last time.
Yep, he's looking at the bed situation right now. Does definitely need to find some sheep. Would be very nice. Could pick some blocks from these leaves off these trees with the shears. I don't know how many blocks he has at the moment. Would be nice for the end, perhaps.
Yeah, you could easily get 2 stacks of blocks.
Yeah, shears I think is the fastest way to get blocks quickly.
Sheep have gone extinct. They're not here. Moving to another location. I wonder if he's thinking about where he is relative to the stronghold at this point. I feel like he's got to be closing in.
At least, yeah, I would say a couple hundred blocks away, if that. But he's also thinking about those beds. Can't really do it without beds.
Dem beds. Very important. Could find the library, but I feel like that is a pretty scary thing to rely on. And there's not even that much. I think there's maybe enough to make 3 beds from a library, 2 or 3. Not a lot of string.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not many. He's gonna need this forest to have some sheep.
Timer's going up. 21 minutes in for Pete. Davey with a reset. Sizzler in the nether. Acquiring gold. 5 minutes in. Pretty good pace in here.
Yeah, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but I think this run is gonna slip through his fingers. He doesn't seem to be having luck with much sheep, and he's running around kind of off of his line. So it's going to be a little bit before he even gets back to the stronghold, I think.
Co-commentator, not wanting to be a Debbie Downer, but actually just turning into Debbie. And, the downing is coming in from the new information. It definitely is not looking that good.
Yeah. He might reset soon. It's just those beds. Maybe he wants to improve his time, but if he didn't have those beds, he certainly would have gone straight for the stronghold, and he would be there already.
Yeah, it's so sad to like lose to beds because you think, oh yeah, I've got all the pearls and I've got all the rods, but you have nothing to kill the dragon with.
Yeah, the downfall of those hyper modern strats.
Like the stronghold is basically here. That's way too far.
Something that we have actually seen from Pete in the 1.14 tournament. I don't know if it's viable here at all, but he did climb up each tower individually and break the crystals with a stone axe.
That was definitely a desperation move. And with the time to beat being this fast,
right here, please. Fuck.
I don't know what he's gonna do.
I believe that's another broken eye as well.
Oh,
it hurts. He's going for it.
He's got no choice. He's kind of got to risk it all.
And they have good reason to.
He has a diamond sword, so he doesn't need to do as much damage. He doesn't really need to kill it with, but at least two more beds would be nice.
Does he even have enough for like a respawn anchor? Does he have glowstone?
No.
Ugh.
Let's see how many eyes it is.
Oh, he's found it.
It's a very quick portal and a reset. 0 eyes.
Oh, you hate to see it. The 2 eye breaks.
With an hour and 10 minutes left. GG, but with an hour and 10 minutes left, it's looking bad for him.
Yeah, it looks so promising.
With this much time, you got what? Enough time to commit to maybe 5 runs? Takes about maybe 10 minutes to get a run going, at least to the nether. It's still a chance, but that one's definitely by far his biggest chance. Heads and the pearls. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that big choke he had in the end when he was going to get that 22, maybe at worst 23-minute run. I think that's going to haunt him a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like I don't know if Sizzler has. Yeah, no, he doesn't have any rods, but he has the pearls.
Pearls is very nice. Swimming through the lava, taking a deep swim.
Yeah, though he doesn't have too many. He's down to 12 at this point. I'm not sure exactly what his plan is. I think he's just on the hunt for a fortress.
I do want to say, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being in the booth. Thank you for having me. It was enjoyable. I will be watching, but I am bouncing. Good luck to the runners.
Hopping in.
Real.
Yeah, this was fun. Peace.
See ya.
Believe we'll be getting Howl. I don't know. Is your time numbered?
My time is coming down, so I think we're gonna swap in a moment.
Yeah, we're gonna do a commentator swap. I will remain on with a few other commentators as they'll swap in a couple minutes. But Howl, it's been awesome. It's always nice hearing you talk about this game.
Yeah, it's been nice being in the booth for all these runs throughout the weekend, and I hope I'll be able to do this some more. I'd love commentating.
Yeah, I hope we'll have an exciting end. So everyone should stick around and see what these runners can make of this situation.
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna hop off. So see you, chat. See everybody, and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
All right, thank you so much, Howl.
Bye.
I'll be joined in a couple minutes, or maybe not even. Oh, hello. Welcome.
Yeah. So catch me up to speed. What have we seen so far today?
Yeah, so the recap is we've had a ton of fortresses. I think more fortresses than bastions.
How's it going?
Wills.
It's the game.
It's going well.
Yeah, so
I'm just doing my recap of what's going on. So early, we saw Sizzler complete at 25:56, and that's a good time. But we did later see it beaten by Automat.
Ooh.
And Davey took a while to complete one, and it wasn't quite enough. The Dragon Perch RNG was just
I saw that. That was
enough.
tragic to watch live.
Wow, so we have some tight runs here.
Yeah, and then
and really what I am concerned about is Pete had a really early run that was so he finished his first run as a 31 minute, and then later on he had a really good time, like a 22 pace run, and he just he played some weird strats. I think he was out of blocks and started using doors to pillar up on the tower.
Heck yeah.
And he just kind of fell off when the dragon was around. So it was really just heartbreaking to see. I mean, he would have a really good shot at finishing in first place if he'd completed that. And then you might have been around just now for Pete. Pete had another shot, but a 0-eye, and it just he had no beds. So.
Bad about that. But yeah, certainly each runner has their own fantastic story for the day.
Oh, for sure. This looks amazing. I'm glad it turned out a lot more interesting than just two runners getting really low times or something bad like that, you know?
Yeah, it's a lot of runners have gotten some really good nethers. We've seen a ton of fortresses, so it's been exciting. And by the way, do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
I am Matthew Bolin. I've been in the speedrunning community a lot longer than most. But I'm still not good.
My name is Wills. I've been in the speedrunning community for like 3 seconds, maybe 3.5. And I'm watching them speedrun and commentating. That's what's happening alongside.
Yeah, we picked him up off the street.
Yeah. Said, you want to be moderator? And they said, yeah, we need another one. So
anyway, so got a number of very different runs going on right now. Sizzler seems to be playing on in this Taiga village, which is something that differs between runners, whether or not they play on in Taiga villages, I think.
So yeah, Davey 7 minutes in, does he have? He just has gold. He doesn't have anything progressed in the nether yet, has he?
No, I don't think he's gotten pearls. Although I haven't been keeping track. He does have a lot of gold, but I don't think he has a fortress or anything.
Yeah, he does have a slightly late time for not having anything. So.
Yeah, I think he has enough gold though to the point where I think it's
quit.
at least it's 20s or something. Oh, he did reset. Okay, didn't look like anything was around.
Yeah, so most of our eyes are going to be on Pete here because everybody else has got these nice, comfortable times. I mean, still Davey is behind, but you know, Pete's the lowest here, and he really wants a redemption. So.
Yeah, but really, all these guys want to finish in first. That's they only had to finish in the top 2. Is that another fortress for Pete?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous. This is maybe some of the best fortress RNG we've ever seen in a 1.16 session. I mean, I would say maybe 10 fortresses he's gotten. On average, 1 per half hour. That's like, not even, I mean, that's like 1 per 20 minutes at this rate. But it's been crazy, yeah.
Free.
Yeah. Sizzler has had some good runs. Sizzler, I think, got a lot of runs to the nether. He got a lot more than on Friday. So his chances have been really good. Unfortunately, he hasn't really pulled through to take that first place. And we'll see what Pete can do. It's about 7 minutes in, and a gold block at least. So not the worst situation for Pete. I mean, my PB used 10 gold and got the pearls. So it's certainly not out of the question that with 9 gold you can get enough pearls. But
yeah, I mean, certainly. Ooh, hold on.
Sizzler quitting, yeah. So.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that, but I guess it makes sense.
Matt with the boat cow.
Oh man, Pete has an exposed blaze spawner in a Soul Sand Valley, which is not really what you want to see, and a pig man on top of that. So, kind of a unfortunate situation, but I'm sure he can play well. There doesn't seem to be a ghast.
A question that people new to speedrunning often ask us is why runners use axes instead of swords in the blaze spawner. There's a bunch of reasons for that. One of them is what you're seeing right here, is that these pigmen in the blaze spawner, you don't want to hit them, and the sword has that sweeping edge
There's the shield,
attack,
chat.
which
There's the shield.
there makes it very easy to accidentally aggro the pigmen.
Alongside that, axes are just primarily better in this version due to crits.
Ocean strats from Automat, 6 minutes in.
We are seeing a monument. Automat tried to do some monument strats earlier and got mining fatigue. Died to reset the mining fatigue. Went back, died, or got mining fatigue again and died. And at that point, it's just. Oh, Pete has all the rods.
Oh,
So Pete,
Oh my god.
That's
four
clean.
9
So,
minutes. 9 minutes. So this is not a bad run for Pete at
wait,
all.
so he doesn't have pearls yet, does
Can
he?
he get the pearls in that gold block?
No,
Yeah.
but he
So
we've seen some good luck with the pearls. So
Hopefully it keeps going. And yeah, Automat did get mining fatigue on the way out. But luckily boat cows are way more efficient than dying. So
yeah, he did not have a cow. That's
okay, guys. I
Also-
apologize. I'm getting a call right now. I'll be right back.
no problem. We'll take it. I actually had
this is
something to ask of Matthew.
Pearls only,
yeah,
please.
go for it.
Matthew, if we get to the stronghold, I want to hear some insights you have, because I've been told a little birdie told me that you have some knowledge about the strongholds recently.
Yes, I have
you've been getting very good at
I
them.
have spent maybe 10 hours over the past few days pouring through the stronghold code and
God damn it.
doing stronghold raids and such. And my average time spent in the stronghold finding the portal room has gone underneath a minute and 20.
the pig.
What's my average today? A little bit
Yeah,
under that.
it's extremely fast for an average
Yeah.
time. Certainly faster than these guys have been doing them. So maybe after this, there's some practice that can be done.
Yeah, I mean, the difficult part for me is that now I've got to explain all this stuff, but it makes me extraordinarily hopeful, because one of the worst parts of these tournaments for me is watching all these runners lose
That's
their
a little
runs
scary.
in the end.
That's really scary, actually.
And
You know, when you think that something might be a
and
possibility,
yeah, I
you
mean,
plan for that, Brandon.
Automat has a fortress
fall into
and
it.
so
You might
much
fall into
gold. This has to stop. I mean, Automat is on such good pace right now.
and don't count out Pete either. Pete is doing the bartering.
Yeah.
Looks like he's only 11 minutes in. With a little bit of luck, this run could continue too. We've got 2 runs.
Both of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Pete's further along.
Pete's run. Yeah, Pete's run has good pace, but the gold might kill him here. Automat, however, has everything. He has so much gold. He has monument gold. He got some gold blocks from the ruined portal. He's going to have no trouble getting these pearls. And he's right next to the blazes for the rods. If he does get the obsidian, he can easily use informed travel.
Yeah,
Or whatever he wants to do. So this is super good for Automat.
Yeah, so I think Automat's going to go ahead and do something. This is a strat that you see the Bedrock Edition speedrunners do a lot. Minecraft has sort of 2 engines, but the speedrun communities are kind of separate. But there are a lot of similarities between the two. And one thing that Bedrock Edition speedrunners have done a lot is you throw the gold down and then you leave and go do your blaze rods. I think that's just because the mechanics make that better suited, or you know, I don't follow their community all that closely, so I don't know if that's true anymore. But yeah, I mean, piglins are essentially an auto-scroller, right? To use a term from other speed games. If you can do something else while they're bartering, that's fantastic.
Yeah, he's close enough to where they're not going to despawn, and a lot of runners will use a strategy where you throw some armor down, and if they pick up the armor and the piglins wear the armor, they won't despawn at all, no matter how far away you go. So, so that's a strat people employ, but it looks like Automat's just really close to them anyway.
Yeah, of course, that's a mechanic that is added to just stop survival players from like dying to a mob. The mob picks up their items and then the mob despawns, deleting those items. But it's very, very abusable for speedruns.
Yeah,
We're gonna
Automat
see
having
Davey
trouble,
in the nether.
Automat having trouble getting to the spawner though.
This lava's terrible. So Blaze is being a very like fire mob, I guess.
He can easily block this one off though.
Yeah, that's lucky.
On tu idzie po mnie.
Yeah, blazes can spawn in higher light level than most mobs. I think
No,
it's light
dawaj,
level
dawaj,
11
kozaczku.
from a spawner. But lava gives off a ton of light, and that was a lot of lava. So imperative that he blocks it off.
Pete looks like he's still really struggling to get these pearl trades. Unsurprisingly. I don't know if he got one. If he got one, that's a good sign. I'm hopeful if he did get one pearl trade. It could still be really fast, but
Mogę nawet
Automat is
złotego
certainly on the better
puszczać,
pace right now.
I tak zrobię.
And
Automat's
Davey's just done.
yeah.
Davey's
Automat's
just done a. Pardon.
Go ahead.
Chodź tu.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that Davey just did an ocean portal, which is one of,
Jeszcze
I
mi żadna
think,
pałka nie
it's a
wyleciała.
strat that really falls squarely underneath the hyper modern name to me. I was curious as to your opinion, being a much older runner than all of us, about the whole ocean portals.
I think I think the hyper modern strats are really cool, and the ocean portals unfortunately are the worst ones to me because they just look nasty to do. It looks really cumbersome to have to build. But I think all the as much as I'm attached to old strats, the hyper modern strats are really cool, and it's nice to see more seeds becoming viable. And does Automat have all the rods? It's hard to tell on my screen.
I think he must. We'll find out again in a moment. And oh, where's Pete going? Did Pete get the stuff?
I can't.
No,
I wouldn't
he's looking for
imagine.
more.
O
how
ty w
he's-
dupę!
yeah.
Holy... Jak mi wyleciał typ, co nie?
Yeah, I'm not so sure Automat had all the rods.
That would have been incredible.
Um, Yeah, the piglin did just get fireballed. I saw that, and I don't think Automat's items are going to despawn necessarily, unless he goes. Yeah, actually, he might want to go pick them up soon. I think he has until.
I mean, I don't.
14 minutes.
Yeah, you know, in retrospect, I should have remembered the time more
Ale
carefully.
survival
But
się tu
yeah.
dzieje.
Whoa.
Damn.
Unfortunately, not sure about these
Ale
blazes.
survival muszę robić. Monka W.
I mean, the blaze spawner is, I
this is
think,
really
the
bad.
most dangerous part of the run. I think the most likely spot,
6 mam.
especially if you're new,
Wiecie co?
you will die at the
Mogę
blaze spawner.
wyzjolować, ale wydaje mi się, że...
There's just no doubt about it.
Czekać chwilę.
You know, I think
I
it's good
wonder
that
if
people are
Automat's thinking about that.
Znikać. Jakie były kordy portalu?
thinking about what? My
Yeah.
apologies.
His items are about to despawn. I don't know if he's considered that at all.
It depends on how far away this is. And frankly, only the gold will despawn, and then the stuff from the first few batches of trades. But still,
Yeah.
the longer that he spends
Still,
here,
I mean,
No, brzmi dobrze.
looks like he's headed out,
Brzmi
maybe,
sensownie.
and he's got to go quick.
Z tej strony.
yeah, that
Tak,
hurts.
tutaj mamy portal.
Yeah, if that's gonna suck if some of that stuff does despawn.
I've heard a lot of people joke about hoppers in this
Jeden typ
situation,
został.
but quite an expensive item, unfortunately.
Perły wydropił.
And
Są
yeah,
jakieś
so he has been thinking about those. Do
And
Lulu
he
look
does
like
have the
pearls?
pearls.
12.
I don't know how many.
Was that only one trade
Trochę
though?
mało, ale chyba na tylu pójdziemy.
I have no idea how many.
No, he
pearls
has
are.
at least 12. I think he has 12. Is he continuing
No,
to trade
pójdziemy
with
na tylu,
them?
wydaje mi się.
Well, yeah,
I would
he's
leave
got
with
more blaze
12.
spawner stuff to do, I think.
Oh wait, how many rods does he have?
Nope, here he goes.
Mamy
He's leaving.
Ocean Travel, więc idziemy na tylu.
Leaving 14
All right.
minutes in. Pete, in the meantime, has 8 pearls.
Eight
Still
pearls.
bartering.
Idziemy na
Looking
36,5.
like-
Yeah,
Looking
looking
18
unlikely.
17 minutes
Powoli
in.
daję, to może być
I don't know if that's
18
gonna
minutes,
touch
yeah.
25. It could. It depends
Yeah.
on what his overworld situation looks like.
Tylko mam mało nitek, więc
Oh, and
musimy
Automat
wejść
has an
w-
ocean.
Yeah.
My
we
God,
don't know how
Automat's
far
just-
Automat
cztery
is.
łóżka, to
Could
jest
we
za
maybe
mało.
focus on Automat so that we could potentially read his coordinates?
Bombing out
biblioteki
runs.
wstępne.
It's unfair. I mean, he's just getting all the runs
All right.
going.
I was sort of hopeful that zooming into one view would allow.
Look
us
at how
to read
big this
some-
ocean is.
This is a vast ocean and very deep
He's
too.
negative 400, 1,000. So he's
Co tu się
he's
odwala?
he's
It
getting
could be
very close to
ocean
that min
exposed,
distance.
You know, we could potentially see entering the stronghold
Monument
sub.
strat, resp pod fortecą.
Like if this is the minimal distance.
Mówisz strata z obserw?
Oh my
Nie,
gosh.
ale
Yeah, this
nie
is
wiem, nie
a
lubię go robić.
huge,
Nie mam
deep
dobrego
ocean,
timingu, wolę robić
and it
strat-
goes on for a
tradycyjnie.
long time. It seems
And
like.
Pete's leaving. Pete's leaving. Pete
Tylko
must have the
biblioteka, no,
pearls.
nitki właśnie, nitki.
I don't
Um,
think. He could just leave with 8. I mean,
Może być na tej wyspie.
but maybe he does have 12. He has 12. Okay, he got 8 and 4. That's
Everything
That sounds
just
like
got
it.
rapidly worse.
that is a
than
bad
it
distance,
was.
or it's not going into the ocean.
That sucks.
Unlucky for
Well, it
Pete.
looks like he's 19 minutes in. But in the meantime,
Yeah, he's gonna
To
try and
be
make the best
all
of it.
ocean
He's
beyond
not
this
very
mountain
far
here
out.
is to
It
be
looks
all
unlikely
ocean,
to
exposed portal
to
room,
be
otherwise
a
chalking
number
it.
one time.
No,
Although if this
that's-
ocean continues, it's not
this
not
might
horrible
actually
if
not be
this is in the
terrible.
ocean.
well, that
But
will all
Automat-
be irrelevant if
Here.
Automat Stronghold is nearby.
Yeah,
Don't
if
think they're
Automat
gonna
gets
be
a really
out.
quick
Hey, we got a
stronghold,
shot at
it's
it,
gonna
sure.
almost seal the deal for everyone else. It's gonna be exponentially
shot,
harder
we have
to
a
beat,
chance.
you know, a 21-minute time than a 25-30.
I mean, when you spend that long getting pearls,
Yeah.
like there's not much you can do. You
But
know?
he is at
Like,
that min distance, getting
every
advancing
ounce
more
of,
and
you
more
know,
into the
Should
gold
do
range.
you
another
have,
eye
like
throw
15
soon, I
gold,
think.
Don't mine more.
At least I
Go start
suspect that's what
trading.
he'll be
It goes
doing.
out the window when you don't get your pearls until
I
literally
have to
the
say,
last
I have
two
been
trades.
impressed by Automat this tournament. He was extraordinarily consistent on Saturday. Oh no, that's not the angle you want to see.
Yeah.
100% sure this is your
The
PB.
fortunate thing about this is that
Well,
it's
it's
more
not your
ocean.
PB, it could be. But
Um,
I'm not resetting for a
easy
tournament
travel,
PB.
and then there's a
Resetting
chance
for a
it's, you
tournament
know, right
win.
next to a coastline. So still looks
I'm not
good
gonna
for
dig into
Automat.
this stronghold
Certainly
in about
looks
2
good enough to
minutes.
beat 25-30.
So something that's not entirely obvious about why oceans are good is that if you're trying to locate a stronghold, a very important thing is that you're able to keep the initial
much
angle
ocean as you
of
can
the
ask
eye
for.
throw.
Yeah, that's good at
And
least.
if you're on land, you have terrain that you need
Until
to
it's
sort of
not.
weave around. Maybe there's trees in the way, maybe there's a mountain. And every single time you adjust your movement to move around such an obstacle,
Look, more ocean here,
you
and
lose a
other
little bit of the
nice-
precision of that angle. Not so with oceans. They're completely flat. You can turn towards the eye and you can
Mountains look
hold down
great, though.
W for, you know, minutes, and you will keep that angle all the way to the stronghold.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind is we are nearing the 45 minutes remaining mark. Automat may be close to this with the coastline. Man, if he gets a really good run here, it's gonna almost be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so as that doomsday clock ticks down,
It's actually the same direction.
of course, the runners have only 45 more minutes
That's what
of
happens when you travel
resetting
in pretty much the same
before they have
direction.
to stick with the world that they are on. And of course, the best time by the end of that period wins. And it's turned into land at like the wrong time for Automat. I think the stronghold might be really far. That's sort of the
Well,
thing.
see, if this is the angle, I don't know that it's that far, but
It might be here. It might be
Oh,
here. He thinks it here.
he thinks it's here, so
Maybe I missed a throw in there.
possibly
All right,
maybe
eyes on Automat. Let's
Bibliotekę
see it.
znaleźć.
maybe using some 8-8 strats, seeing where that eye intersects the 8-8 coordinate.
Yep. Digging down at
Stone
4-4.
Age teraz, co nie? Dobra, jest jakaś jaskinia, to musi być tu.
Might have missed it. That Y is getting below
Going quite
30.
deep.
I think he did miss it,
Słałem?
unfortunately. That Y is just too low.
Still going. He's still going. 15, 14, 13.
It's Y12, yeah.
Yeah.
No, so unfortunately missed it for Automat. And that's a huge That's like a minute lost. I guess he thinks it's very close though. But I would go up even more if I were him.
Trzeba było zrobić złote kilofy.
I'm not sure if he maybe heard a cave.
Gdzieś tam na górze?
Well, he'll be digging for a while, I think. Trying to find this.
Gdzie wy jesteście?
The other runners kind of in the early stages. Nothing great getting started so
Gdzie wy
far.
jesteście? Słyszę was. Mam drewno, mam drewno.
Yeah,
Davy's building this portal
Pete's
underwater
making
yet
it.
again. Yeah, we've seen so many of these underwater portals at this point.
I mean,
Davy does have a monument, so if Davy gets a fortress, that's something to watch for. That is a
Jest,
pretty good
mamy,
run
mamy.
if he gets a fortress.
yeah, did you deduce that from the Prismarine?
Oh, Automat got in. No, I saw the fortress earlier, or the monument. I saw him dig in to the monument.
Daj se siano.
But Automat has the stronghold. He's
21 minutes in.
not quite sure where the starter staircase is.
Right, so could we zoom in on Automat?
Yeah,
Let's take a
Automat's
look.
in the final stages. It's actually a really good shot at beating his own time, which is
Right.
just really crucial right now.
So
And if
just
he
to talk
finds-
about the stronghold strats.
He may need the beds. He may need the beds. Yeah.
Yeah, so to talk about the stronghold strats while we're watching him break this string. So I'm sure you all have heard about Forson's law,
Myślę, że łatwiej
right?
będzie nawet zrobić mieczyk.
Which is this idea that
Mm,
the portal room on
nawet
average
nie
spawns
potrafię.
7 rooms into
Mam
the
mieć
stronghold
jakoś
after the
taką-
starter staircase. So if you know, well, not even on average, but most of the time, there's some percentile of all strongholds have the
20
portal
to
within that
dodatkowe
distance of the
łóżko, czy
start.
Starczy mi tutaj na 6 łóżek? Starczy chyba. Ledwo.
But so if you know where the starting staircase is, you can always explore the stronghold up to
Jednej
that
nitki
depth.
dosłownie.
That
Szkoda,
hopefully,
że tu nie ma
and that lets you
portalu.
ignore most of the stronghold, exploring only a
Shut.
tiny portion of it, and usually finding the portal room, right? But what's turning out to be
Czy
true
to jest wejście? Nie.
is that the way that the stronghold is generated,
Let's go.
He's got it.
here's the portal.
Okay.
And it's a good shot. He has about 2 minutes for the dragon to perch and still beat his time.
Right, but it won't be the crushing lead above the others that we would
Right.
expect.
Okay.
Yeah, still very doable for the other runners.
Pięć
With
łóżek.
even with the fastest possible
We
perch,
need to do- we need to do this,
I
guys.
think a low 20-minute
Musimy
time
zrobić,
is a
okej?
lot scarier
Rzucę
than
łóżko
what's
może
looking to
tu,
be
a
a
nikogo.
24 or
Tylko żeby
something.
podsadzanie się.
No, this might even be a 25 something.
It is not
Dobrze,
actually
jestem
Forson's
sorry.
law. Forson did
Yes,
not even come close to discovering it.
yes, actually, that would have also have been me, and then a user called LSD Gaga took the data that I generated and I think came up with the heuristics to use in practice. So
I'm sure most people just first heard about it from.
yeah, I
Forson's.
mean, I'm okay with using the term.
It's a misnomer, but not.
I mean,
very bad one.
I was the one who made the initial data. The name is funny, but
And looks like possibly waterlogging from Automat, either waterlogged or slabs. The dragon's got to perch pretty soon. We saw this with Davy as well, where the dragon just wouldn't perch in time.
Ciężko.
watching with
It's not being super cooperative, but it is going to the other side.
he
I'm
needs
not
to
sure if
perch
that's
in the next like
20 seconds, basically.
Ta, portal
yeah.
były
But
to-
what's his
dwa
exact previous time?
Mamy
Is it
czas?
25?
Żeby się nie zlagował smok. Dobra, nie
Pausing.
zlagował się,
25,
dobra, tak gdzieś.
28. Oh no, not looking super good.
I don't think that
Um,
he's gonna cut it.
Jaki mamy do tej pory? 26 coś?
Still a great
Myślę, że
time.
Dragon
but
is
just not the
not-
best of the tournament for
Oh
Automat.
wait, is that going to
Chyba
circle? No, it doesn't look like it.
No.
Yeah, the dragon.
Będzie lato teraz
This is the
20.
dragon's holding pattern
This could
phase.
be-
Oh, that's a perch.
This could be it.
Ta, ta,
That's a perch. Go down. Automat, go down. There's still time with the in-game timer. There's no guarantee that the real time is super accurate. He's waiting so long, Automat.
Yeah.
If you want to
the
set up
dragons
waterlog,
never go that high.
he's not
on
setting up
the-
water.
Here we go.
Yeah, did not set up waterlog, so we'll see if this is enough to do it. It's only going to be a small improvement though if he can get these beds out.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Wow.
All right, so I don't believe that's going to be good enough on the in-game timer.
We're about to find out.
For 25-28.
25.
25-39, so not going to cut it, unfortunately, for
Wow.
Automat.
Well, still, that
Yeah.
means that he's put up the top 2 times of the tournament. At least. This,
Yeah, no one has beaten
Or,
that time.
no.
either.
Sizzler have a 25-38. What's Sizzler's time?
What?
He's also got a 25, right?
25-56. 25-56.
Okay, so Automat, if you want to count that in putting up the top 2 times of the tournament, not of the tournament, but of today. Sizzler still has the best time in the tournament overall, which
Right.
I guess means something.
As we wind down well under the 1 hour mark, guys, we have just over 40 minutes left of Stack Up the Speed of this entire event. This grand final of the tournament is our last part of the event. And yeah, just reminding everybody, we are so close to the $2,000 mark. So if anyone watching can do Command Charity to find out about Stack Up, the organization that we are supporting, and if you can donate anything, every little bit helps. We would really appreciate it, as it's all going towards a great cause. And yeah, we hope you've been enjoying the event and the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thanks, Milo. Let's hit $2,000. It is just a reminder that 40 minutes remaining for these runners to close out their times and try and get a seed, maybe take one into overtime.
Sizzler doing some classic ocean strats. He's got out his treasure map.
That is the way, but
Pete in the nether. Again. Man. Is he gonna get another fortress?
Fire charge?
I
Fire charge wouldn't
believe.
matter when we're going hyper modern anyway, we'll need to relight the portal from inside. What are you gonna give me?
But man. What an exciting day.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of runs today. Sizzler's also... Oh, no, in creative. Okay. So did not actually get a run to... Okay, not a very good nether for Sizzler.
I read the rules, right? They don't technically say you can't play on creative. I think all these runners need to adopt my ultra modern strats.
Now, someone recently came to me, it was like this year or something, a friend of mine, and said, hey, is creative mode banned on that speedrun.com? I said, yeah, duh. And they said, there's no rule about it. And I looked, and we didn't have a rule that said, don't go into creative. So I'm like, oops. It's hard to hit every rule. Although you would think that's a basic one.
Yep.
What is Sizzler doing? He just keeps checking these nethers. What?
He had a ruined portal by spawn that looked almost completable, and otherwise the seed wasn't good. I think he was just looking.
Why would you? Yeah, but that's just a waste of time. You don't need to know what's in the nether.
He's tilting a little bit, I think.
Possibly the pressure is kind of on.
But you also understand when all of chat was telling me to
yeah, I mean, of course, he was in this situation on the first day of this tournament, and then he pulled out a 22, the best time of the tournament. So, you know,
even later than this was.
Yeah, don't count any of these guys out.
Yeah, as we can see Davey with the underwater ruined portal.
COD strats from Automat.
Automat, yeah, doing some village strats.
Right.
Bucket of COD is always fun to see.
Right. So COD strats were pretty much a meme strat for a while, but now that iron pickaxes are so important, you sort of have to do COD strats if you intend to get a bastion in the nether. Because having an iron pickaxe is critical for mining gold.
Yeah, or if you're doing those monument strats or anything. I mean, monument strats are much more suited for a shipwreck, but just the iron pick in general, really helpful in these hyper modern times.
Yeah. You know, it's fascinating to me how the entire
forgot
face
specifically
of
where this ravine
116
was,
speedrunning
honestly.
would be completely changed if
It's
you
like
could
this
mine
where-
gold with a stone pick. Like
yeah,
would
it would be definitely very different.
I should save chords of ravines more.
But I mean, even without the, even with traditional gold nugget strats, it was still pretty beneficial to have that iron
Damn.
pickaxe. Although nowhere close to as necessary.
I thought that was it.
Oh, he just killed that god. He just curse stomped it. Oh my gosh.
What's the music?
And
Oh,
just
yeah,
like
I
that, we
just
got two
got
more
turned down
new
for it.
donations. We got $5 from Graxy and $20 from
Just lo-fi,
Kane.
they're regular
Thank you guys
playlists.
very, very much. We are now just $40 away from $2,000.
Bro, it didn't
Keep
place
them
the
coming,
other
guys.
one. Why didn't it place the other one?
$40. Wow. I'm sure one of our lovely viewers can
It's okay.
make up that difference.
I'll talk to Illumina
That
about it.
one bets if this one goes on.
Yep. That's the nice comforting thing about these traditional village strats, is having the beds, being very secure in your ability to kill the dragon. We've seen a couple of times that these hyper modern strats runners get to the end and they just don't have the tools necessary to defeat the Ender Dragon.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think
Damn it.
I
could've
don't
used
think that
lava.
that's necessarily a game ending thing. I think that people are going to have to get better at more of these alternative ideas to one cycle. Letting the dragon land, doing
I'll
axe
just go
hits,
along the path.
going for things like respawn anchors,
Is
other
that even-
potentially.
Is that viable though with the healing that the
Negative,
dragon has?
positive.
Letting the dragon land? Oh yeah, absolutely. People have done
Whichever
3
the
bets
direction
letting the dragon
terrain takes me,
land.
Easy.
The danger is that the dragon takes off. But
Oops.
letting the
Oh, yeah,
dragon
doesn't it usually
I
take
tried
off?
to do the dream boat thing.
I don't necessarily know how controllable it is, but I think
I've usually had it take off at about a third when you do a third damage of its.
it takes off when you do one. I think it's 1/4. But what the trick is that you damage it down to just below that, and then you do a bed hit. So that lets you do
Right, yeah.
while it's perched.
Yeah, they're really cool, 11.
Yeah, so but I mean,
And they
is
work
it-
really well too.
yeah,
Over
I've never
that.
been able to do more than half health.
Right.
Really.
Right. So anyway, you do a partial one cycle, then you let it land to preserve beds. Is the idea.
Oh, okay.
And that lets
Yeah,
you. It's much riskier, but it lets you cheap out on beds.
Oops, that could have been bad.
But yeah, and then things like
I
respawn
wouldn't
anchors,
say
library.
What up, dude?
I would not say not having beds and anchors is the runner's fault. If you don't get crying obsidian and you didn't have sheep or anything, what are you gonna do? I mean, we saw Pete earlier. His trades didn't give him any crying obsidian, and
Can't
there
seem
was
to
no
find
sheep. Like, what
anything.
there's no other way to play
Like
that.
I said, I don't have much time.
You can only get so much string from a
Why can't you
library, and
stop
that takes a lot of
25?
time.
Easy,
So
come on, give me the seed.
Yeah. I mean, I think that could also be routed. Back when GeoSquare and I were doing seed finding for 1.8, there were a few seeds where we tried to get beds from the library. And it turns out that with some pretty choice water placement, you can get the beds you need pretty quickly. But I don't know if a nice setup exists for general libraries.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how predictable are the string patterns or the cobweb patterns?
I think
probably not.
Airwalk in the library has a 10% chance of being a string.
Okay.
If memory serves.
Oh, please have one obsidian in the chest.
Automat in the nether again. I thought I just saw a fortress, but it's so hard to tell for me.
Damn it.
I don't know how
No
your
one
quality
obsidian in
is.
the chest, dude. Looting 2 though. Frost
Automat,
Walker, get
what's
off.
up? I kind of blanked out.
I was wondering if I saw a thing on Automat's screen which looked like a fortress, but I don't think it really was. I think it was just this basalt delta.
Yeah, I don't
16
believe he has a
hours straight?
fortress.
Jeez. That's sick.
We saw a lot of basalt deltas early on, but it's been a little bit since I laid eyes on one.
Right. So, what are your opinions on the new nether biomes?
I love them. I love 1.16. If it weren't for I'm not a big fan of it as a speed run, although it's still cool. It's my least favorite of the 3 categories, but the update is one of the coolest in the 10 years that the game's been around.
Yeah, I mean, from a gameplay perspective, I think 1.16 is. I mean, I remember really liking 1.7 when that came out, but 1.16 is fantastic. And 1.17 looks like it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen much of 1.17. I was I wasn't busy, but I was playing Genshin Impact when they did the
Yeah.
they did the reveal or whatever, you know. So
it will be
I'll have to see some of that.
A lot of people were saying that there's no way that any version after 1.16 can be faster for speedrunning. And the reason why is that in 1.16.1, you have these absurd piglin bartering, right, things, which can give you 4 to 8 pearls.
Yeah.
After this version, that was nerfed to a ridiculous degree. It's like twice as unlikely to get pearls at all now. And even when you do, the number that you get has been halved on average.
Not just on average, the minimum and maximum too. It's yeah.
It's no fun. But the thing is though, with the rise of Bastion strats, how much of a problem will that be anymore? We're seeing runners leave with 32 pearls from a Bastion. If 1.17 adds something even
that's true. Yeah.
Bastion strats might survive into 1.17.
Right, yeah.
That to me is one of the most exciting aspects about Hypermodern. Is that unlike the classic strats, I think it can grow into future versions.
There's only one way to know. We'll find out with time.
A few more months.
Yeah, boy.
Oh man, Pete, we are hitting the 30-minute remaining mark. Pete still looking for a seed. No one really has a good seed to work with. No one's on a good run. And the clock is ticking, entering the final stages. And
yeah, and just to remind,
I hope there's some drama at
oh
the end.
yeah. I want to see some changes in the standings. And yeah, to remind everyone, this is being done for charity. I think you can do !charity to find out more about the charity we are supporting. Stack up. And
dude. Nah, I gotta go for it.
yeah, we're very close to hitting the $2,000 mark. So if you want to donate, it's for a great cause. And yeah.
Oh my god, no, I have to go for the lava.
Automat seems to be AFK at the moment. Runners are allowed to take breaks.
Start a let's play? What if it's a good
but
run?
of course,
yeah. Automat is in the best position to take a break right now. He is the only one who doesn't really feel the pressure of having to get back into first place. Although it's still not comfortable. If I were Automat, I would not be 100% secure. You know, obviously as that timer ticks down, the chances for other runners become slim, but it's still possible for one of them to capitalize on a good seed.
Sizzler had an inventory boat.
They would enjoy that.
Sometimes the textures in this game glitch out. And so currently, look at the crafting table inventory, and then look closely at his boat, and you'll notice something very similar.
Dragon, and then I just live in it.
He's had this happen quite a bit recently. We saw it on Friday. We saw it today. I don't know if his game is personalized or something, but
yeah, I mean,
it seems like it happens to him more than anyone.
Yeah, it used to happen to Illumina a lot. I've definitely had it happen. But yeah, I don't have a good explanation for it. And looks like Baby's gonna be entering the Nether on a slightly uncomfortable pace. I think sub 5 enter Nether is about what I'm happy with.
Yeah, that is a very solid benchmark. Is 5 minutes.
Bastion where? Excuse me?
Of course, for world record, you need some ridiculous times on every segment. Just unfair.
Yeah, we are seeing Davy in the Nether, but it does not
I'll
look
get
like
you
a
your seed
good
after this.
area.
Do not fear. do
Pete's
not
looking
worry.
for some ocean stuff. Automat playing a Taiga village, which is
I saw T-Wags do something really it never occurred to me to do in a taiga village though. Because you see those campfires, right?
Right.
Now,
That's so sick.
being
Why
an
is he,
old
like,
runner,
total?
I did not know this, but
Am
you
I
can
twice-
cook food
twice
on
as bad?
campfires. You just like right click table.
Yeah,
I did
There,
not know
they're
that
free
either.
fuel, they're
remember where the
free
bastion is.
like
Actually, I think it's just over this hill.
Now, one thing I will say is that
Mountain.
Illumina's personal best is sub 20, and he did that with a Tiger Village seed. So, it's not out of the question. I mean, if he can get sub
Oh,
20,
I'm on the
you know,
exact
these runners can certainly beat that 25, 28 mark.
yeah, I mean taiga villages are
Positive
good. They're just a little weirder. I never when I see a taiga village, I'm never sure like should I get wood? I don't think you should because you can loot a chest and then suddenly you have 7 logs.
Please, man, I'll do anything, man.
Also,
So Sizzler
I just want it
does.
to be this seed.
Sizzler's in a decent spot. I think he had some gold blocks, as well as more gold on top of that. So Sizzler's in a decent spot. Pete's just looking for something. Davy's Nether looks pretty bad.
yeah, of course you can make one turn in the nether and then suddenly it looks very good. But yeah, not too hopeful for this
My
one.
runs have been sick, bro. It's like a movie. Where my bastion?
I believe Pete is in a shipwreck.
Damn it! Why am I going
and
positive?
yeah, gets a lot of iron. So
10 times out of 10.
his
Yes,
time is
100%
almost 5 minutes.
has a fortress.
Hopefully he finds a ravine. Oh, he's got a ravine. It,
Take these easy gold
maybe it
blocks.
didn't look very
Just
deep or
give me looting 3
something.
instead. I didn't want the looting 2 anyway.
I'm not quite sure why he's not opting for it.
Something that gives away the ravines that have magma in them is that you'll see a lot of kelp floating above the water. You know, for me it depends on how many lights I've got on, whether or not I can see the magma at the bottom. So I have to rely on
No, they're go block.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they do have those bubble columns as well.
That's why it's flowing.
I'm not, I'm not the most knowledgeable about that, but
bubble comms, you're absolutely right. I
Dripped out, dude. Look
be careful,
at me.
they can sink your boat. It's a
out.
really silly way to
Goddamn,
lose time in a run, is to let your boat sink.
Sizzler's Nether is not looking so hot either. Oh man, he's running out of time. I'm hoping he can get a few more runs to the Nether. Pete is going to enter the Nether as well. If he can get rid of this water.
Whatever.
Yep.
Finish his portal off.
We've seen him build this portal many times.
Many times.
Many.
I've seen so much. I think I'm ready to just go watch some traditional runs. I've seen so many ocean
you need some
portals now.
Palette cleanser.
Yeah, unfortunately a basalt delta for Pete.
Yeah. I mean, on the bright side, you can see a lot of this region right now. So that means that the structure for this probably
Right,
yeah.
I don't think that always happens.
So I'd at least look behind that little netherrack monolith back there. But
is that what you're saying?
I don't know if he's gonna
what a
do it.
And
Maybe it doesn't make sense.
yeah,
given
one
the
thing to
fortress.
watch
Dude, what
is that Davey does have a fortress, but I'm not sure about the gold situation really.
I know it's a thing.
Yes,
tell me,
but
like,
Davey definitely the
spawner
best
is
run
buried,
I think
bro.
we've seen in the past few minutes.
Is my spawner
Those are
buried?
looking like he's got nothing. Automat, I don't know what Automat is doing. Appears to be in a basalt delta. No, I can't tell at all. There's
He's in the
gray.
overworld, so
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, that should tell you
just
something about the resolution that I have. I'm trying, folks.
Sizzler unfortunately resetting, trying to get a good seed in. Oh my gosh, 23 minutes remaining, I believe.
Oh shit, I have looting.
They're coming down to their last seeds.
I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, if we see a change in the lead, it will
Oops.
likely occur on overtime.
No. Fuck. They dropped. Okay. They
Yeah, I
dropped,
mean,
it's
this
fine.
would be a very exciting finish if someone does happen to overtake Automat's time. We've seen Sizzler do a very. What happened?
Hold on. Can we zoom in on Davey? I just saw him use what looked like a sword on those blazes.
Okay, dude.
I
Yeah,
think Davey has looting
Oh,
of some level. Yeah, that's
Oh,
that's a gold
possibly.
enchantment. 2 blaze rods just
Oh my
dropped.
goodness. Does he have a warped forest?
28, negative 60. So I gotta go
I don't
negative
think so.
X.
I think.
He's got a warped
I gotta
forest.
go negative, negative. Okay.
Is he gonna go back to the overworld?
Which is this way. Where did
I
that
mean,
come
if he
from?
has that much gold, he probably if he has that much
Okay, we're just
gold
gonna go new
armor
way, 'cause
and
we
a
need to
gold
trade
sword,
anyway.
man, he was wasting a lot of the durability of that golden sword on blazes, which suggests to me that he
Yeah.
doesn't intend to farm Enderman with it. It is true that
Yeah,
one
but
of the
those blazers quickened. Yeah.
yeah, it's one of the most effective places to use a looting 3 gold sword. But if you're intending to use it for both blazes and Enderman, you have to be super careful.
Automat has a fortress as well.
Wow. And yeah, Davey will be mining gold. Although, I think if I have a looting 3 gold sword, I would heavily consider leaving the nether with 8 pearls. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah, one trade is might be enough for Davey.
I see that there's some gold down there, but
if he comes out during the night, that's really good.
come on.
He
where-
should.
This is exciting. This is exciting if we see a looting finish.
Yeah. Looting strats are, they're absurdly rare.
Yeah, few and far between.
Bro.
It's such a shame that you can only get out on gold swords. You can trade with the weaponsmith and get looting too, and that takes only about a minute or so to do. Which is, I don't think it's world record viable, but maybe if you want a PB, that's something to consider.
Come on, Piglin.
Yeah, that would be very interesting.
Yeah, in my test, it took
Hella
me.
gold for you, man.
Well, at
Oh
least.
my goodness, Sizzler.
Where you at though?
What did he do? I missed it.
He came out of the water and had a. He jumped over like a. He jumped up and fell into a hole. I don't know. It's hard to describe. It was very humorous.
Automat's looking like he's on pretty good pace as well.
This run is alive.
Yeah, unfortunately, Automat's gold is probably in a little worse of a spot than Davey. He doesn't have that looting either. He's in a basalt delta.
28, negative 50. I gotta go really negative.
It's certainly not a horrible situation for Automat, but it's not looking like the greatest run we've seen.
Looting.
Yeah, well. I mean, if Automat finishes another run, it's like he lapped the others. Davey's killing.
Yeah.
He's about to finish it off. He knows.
Oh my goodness, how many did he get?
I don't know how many pearl drops that was. Enderman can only.
It was 2, I think. Yeah, he has 2.
Yeah. Enderman can only spawn in 2 biomes in the nether. The warped forest, which is that blue one with all those funky mushrooms, and the soul sand valley, where they're much rarer, but they can still.
If he gets, I'll be very interested to see if Davey only goes for 1 trade. He does have 20 gold, so and probably some more nuggets, but
I just caught.
So like,
his sword is looting 3, not 3, 2. It's only looting 2. So maybe I'd be less comfortable. But even still, I think if you get 1 trade here, maybe leave.
Yeah.
Given
it would be interesting to see what. Wait. It'd be interesting to see how many pearls he gets here, and like what he does with it. But did you call warped forest something other than green?
They're blue.
No, they're not.
Yes, they're blue.
What? They're like teal.
They're
I would say
blue.
that's green.
I'd say it's blue.
No, they're green.
This has got to be quick, dude.
I mean, the warped planks are blue.
No, they're not blue.
Yes, they are. I mean, maybe the nylium.
My name has blue in it.
Maybe the nylium is green, but the trees are blue.
What? Look at warped forest planks. Like what?
How are the warped forest planks anything other than blue to you? I don't know.
What?
I'll leave on 10 if you give me 8.
They're like a very deep green.
Grab GG. Reset.
All right, this is very strange to
Look at
me,
C,
folks.
It's like a green blue. I could understand calling it like a blue green, like a teal, like a something in between.
Sure,
cool this
I
seed
admit there are
is, bro.
greenish hues in the planks. I'd still call them blue.
Look at this. Look at that.
Milo's in between, in between the argument.
Does
Davey?
Pete have a
Oh
woodland-
no, Davey.
does Davey have a
reset.
woodland mansion?
Yeah. Wait. Why did Davey reset?
I think just given the match
He
situation.
possibly didn't get any.
Now, Woodland Mansions, I don't think this is the time to be looking because of how critical the match situation is, but Woodland Mansions do have a room which can have 2.
Any cool rooms? I would love to see some cool ass rooms, dude.
Now supposedly very
Chicken.
rare.
I
Which
don't think
suggests to me that
it's,
maybe something got bugged.
No.
Because I used to
Chicken.
find
Yeah,
a
I don't
lot of
know.
Another
them.
chicken. Pog.
But yeah, it looks like a
Whoa.
fake end portal. Kind of funny.
Prison.
But yeah, I don't know why you're exploring this
You're
thing
an
when
attorney. What do you mean?
the Doomsday Clock
You
has
you are very. You are under a time crunch. There are almost. What is it? It's 16 minutes remaining, Davey. Okay, perhaps my monitor is not the most color accurate on the market. That's a possibility.
do the
I've-
people agree with me?
Look,
Do the people agree with me?
it doesn't matter what most people think.
like
Most
2
people could
runs
be
left.
wrong.
I will agree with that statement. Anyway.
I think it's erroneous to call it a definitively blue biome. Which sounds like backpedaling, but
The Blue Forest.
I'll maintain that
Hello
I'm
there,
not
Mr.
entirely wrong.
Perhaps I should call you Teal Crystal. Anyway.
Jeszcze z tej strony.
Automat with a Bastion. 13 minutes in. Like,
Oh my god, Automat
here's some RNG for the other guy.
always on these runs. Jeez.
Jakby come on, tyle musi wystarczyć.
I mean, Automat has potential for blind travel too, and it's man, constantly with these runs.
Wkurzacie się?
Pete is not looking great.
Yeah, but you
I
know,
don't remember.
you need one lucky moment to turn a run around. Well, 3, 4, 10 lucky moments. But you know, it can happen.
Certainly possible, I guess.
Przyjdziesz tutaj?
Sizzler gonna play on this village seed.
Chodź. Patrz.
Yeah, it's you really kind of gotta continue any seed that you can get to the nether here. You have to continue. I mean, hope for Bastion, hope for Fortress. You're running out of time. You have less than 15 minutes to reset for seed, and I mean, really, right now, I'm a little bit of a Pete fan, but I also feel bad for Pete. Oh, he does have a fortress. That's good, but is the Perluck? He has great pace right now, and the rods, I could, see him being done here by 11 minutes, with good luck. Certainly 12 minutes around there, but the Perluck has to be pristine for Pete to get another chance. Like I was saying, I feel really bad for Pete because he did have those chances and just those tragic chokes.
Yeah, I mean,
the other one wasn't really a choke, but certainly the early run, the 22 pace, it was definitely heartbreaking to watch. Oh, and he dies to the blaze.
All right. Well, as we mentioned,
Oh.
didn't really have gold to necessarily finish out that run, so that could be a blessing in disguise. But
Yeah, he possibly wasn't so attached to it, knowing that he didn't really have a good Pearl situation.
Automat with all sorts of goodies. We could be seeing another portal travel. Oh my gosh.
Chciałem jeszcze jednego trade'a dostać.
Sizzler digging down for his lava.
Dobra, no idziemy na 12, niech będzie.
Nobody is doing pizzas ready strats.
Blint.
Where is
Nie wiem, czy... Nie pamiętam
Automat making this blind travel. This is
15 minutes in.
This is crazy. I mean, he's on such good pace again.
Right. I can't wait for it to come out in the portal room. Nope. That has happened in the history of the Minecraft speedrunning community. There was, I think, a co-op run where the blind travel portal dropped them in the end portal room, but never gonna happen.
I mean,
matters.
This is so.
Okay, let's see. It's going in the right direction.
Okay.
I think
Wait,
for
he's
blind
at second ring.
Tak. Okay.
Oh.
He's in the second ring. He's negative 2,000, negative 4,000. So,
Right.
I'm
to
possibly gonna get out this boat.
Let's do that.
Yeah, go ahead. Take it away.
Oh, I'm surprised that given the fact that he had a bastion and was doing all that bartering, I'm surprised that he felt the need to kill that Enderman. But yeah, so Automat's looking for the stronghold right now, and the strongholds always spawn in certain parts of the world. There are arranged the parts of the world where the stronghold can spawn are arranged in big rings around the origin, so around 0, 0. And most of the time, if you're just running over land, the first stronghold you'll find will be in the very first ring of strongholds around the origin, because that's of course the closest one to where you spawn. But if you're doing blind travel, sometimes it's faster to blind travel to the middle of the second or third ring of strongholds and hope that you end up close to one of them, even though normally you'd never get anywhere near them. So Automat on the best pace right now. Pete and Davey both have runs. Sizzler,
Davey
is while we weren't watching.
Może być nawet na tej wyspie.
Yeah, I mean, Davey entering the nether. Pete found a temple, but still has to get to the nether. Oh man, they're running out of time. 10 minutes, under 10 minutes to find a seed and play it into overtime. This is, you know, if anything, it's going to be an overtime match. Is that a fortress on Davey's side?
O Boże, naprawdę?
That sure is.
And it looks like there might be some nether wastes too, in addition to this basalt delta. So, getting some gold from that chest. Davey is not looking so bad himself.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you do really want the massive gold sources that sort of guarantee a run success, but you can make do with scraps if you have to.
Speedruns are sick.
The one question is, will this be the seed?
Nice.
You know, will he keep playing on with this? Or, I mean, I guess he's 5 minutes in. This is as good a shot as any.
Yeah, I think this is it. Maybe his last seed. He's pulling out all the stops.
He's got a... Yeah.
And Davey made a shield, so just that desperation. Yeah, I mean, if Sizzler, man, it could be that Sizzler does not get a chance to close this out. He needs to enter the nether within 5 minutes.
So amid that excitement, Matt is nearing the strong.
5 minutes, 8 minutes. I think it's 8 minutes. We just had the timer and I forget.
7 minutes.
7.5 minutes. Okay, so they really are under a time crunch right now. Automat is perhaps approaching the stronghold again. It's that second ring, so there's
definitely a
not really a
second
guarantee.
fortress.
And this swamp means he's probably not quite there.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers
But I mean,
for
See that?
stealing blind travel.
Oh no, it's
But
not.
yeah.
Am I just Papega?
Just
Yeah, I'm
constantly
Papega as shit, dude.
getting
This
these
is,
25-minute
positive,
runs,
negative. Let's go
and
positive
even
to
better
see
than
how
that
it is. Let's try
pace.
to find a bastion.
So
Screw it, dude.
Automat's really put on a display today. We'll see if his best time of 25:28 can hold out to the
Right, 25,
end,
28.
or if someone can
Yeah.
come through in overtime and beat that.
25, 28. It's a respectable time. And it's a comfortable lead, no doubt. But it's not. It's by no means a guarantee that you're placing first. Anything can happen, you know. If it were 23, I'd be a lot more comfortable in Automat's position. But there's got to be at least some level of worry.
Sizzler is in a precarious spot. I don't think this seed is going to hold the key. He's probably going to maybe enter the nether on this seed and then have one more chance. Automat looks like he's perhaps getting close to the stronghold.
Yeah, I don't quite.
Although I don't know if that was a reversal or like still going the same way, but in any event, we may see him entering the stronghold
Davey up
soon.
to, it looks like 5 rods, 6. So Davey could have a serious shot at a run, but he's got to get super lucky with those pearl trades for the chance.
Ow.
Reminder, Davey almost had first, but poor perch RNG among other costs.
Yeah, among other factors as well.
He's got 7 rods though. 8 minutes in, looks like. 8 or 9.
Yeah,
Can't
if he
quite-
has those, Davey is 9 minutes in, and if he has those Corbanos trades, this is really good. But
of course,
I mean, he even has time to get a bastion as well. So there's a couple ways to play this.
Yeah, I mean, what a terrible decision to have to make.
Piglins, or I go for a bastion.
As we near down, I think we've got 4 minutes left. Pete waiting next to this wood, hoping for the fire to spread inside the portal.
We gotta bank on
And
trades.
Automat's giving up. Okay,
Automat
so
figures,
Alright.
I guess, no chance of finishing by 25-28. P is getting another shot at this green warped forest biome.
I am so sad that you spoke before I did there because I was just about to call it. We both thought of the same joke, except, you know, I called it by the correct color.
And Pete, this is not looking great for Pete. He may have to give this one up and have one more shot at the nether. I think each of these runners will have one more chance at the
At least
nether.
look around.
Well, at least something's
He's not
going
on
right
terrible.
today.
I mean, I guess it is 8 minutes in. But it's such a risky thing to reset, right? It's so hard to do, I must imagine, like just mentally.
Yeah, there's no guarantee of anything when you reset, really. Sizzler does have a village, so it's not looking bad for him.
Yeah, maybe this village seed will
Davey needs these trades. This is really important for Davey.
Okay, zoom in on Davey, I think.
Oh, I didn't bring a boat.
Nope,
I don't have a
nothing.
boat.
We'll see what kind of trades. Oh man, just the crying obsidian. We'll see. He can make a little bit more gold, but is it going to be enough? It's a 4.72% chance.
Yeah, in that neighborhood, it's a.
Oh, and he knocks down away. Oh my goodness, he's in a precarious spot. You definitely don't want to lose this run.
Okay, well.
And Pete's still going. He's got that notch apple, which means the blaze section will be easy. And Pete is resetting. They've got maybe 2 more minutes before the doomsday timer hits.
Well, actually.
And
yeah,
they're playing on whatever world they're on.
I'll go pause.
3 minutes remain for these runners to get a seed before overtime begins. And once it hits 0-0 on that clock, they are locked into the run that they are on.
I always forget my crafting table. You know what? You can have it.
And, as a reminder, this
I mean,
event is
Davey.
1 in 40K. There's
Yeah,
no
let's try and hit that $2,000 mark. If anyone has,
correct?
we're only $40 away from hitting $2,000 raised for stack up, and that would be awesome if that happens during overtime or before it.
Yeah,
As we might see we'll hope to see a gripping conclusion to this race.
Now,
Automat is poised to win.
Where's Davey bridging?
Can't be taking this much damage.
Probably just trying to find more gold, more piglins.
Where's my boat, bruh?
He's got
Davey
his
is
pickaxe, so
running
if he
out of-
gets that bastion.
Yeah, but no bastion so far, and
No way.
he may just opt to get the gold nuggets.
Travel right on top.
It's looking grim for the runners who are not Automat. Automat is in the lead with a 25-28. Sizzler only 30 seconds behind that, and Davey only 40 seconds behind that. So, there's certainly another timeline where this run is and this tournament turns out very differently. It's incredibly evenly matched, but I wonder if they'll be able to get a good seed before overtime.
Yeah, well, Pete's playing a desert seed at the moment. He might continue to play this, especially if he sees a lava pool. I think lava is one of the huge things that you look for in overworlds nowadays. You need some way to get to the nether in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most important things in the whole run. Oh, less than a minute.
Davey has
ticking down. These runners are locked in to this seed. Or
they've got
maybe one more reset. Automat is going to enter the nether. It looks like that'll be his last chance. Pete is on this run as well. He's probably committed to it. Davey is in a village. Sizzler's in a village. They all look like this is going to be their last seed. And we'll see as they all enter the nether on this final seed, what is going to happen. Automat's not looking too good in this nether. He has time to reset for one more overworld, basically. But he's going to blow it up with TNT. It looks like he's committing to this seed. And as 20 seconds are left, it looks like everyone is going to play this seed out as their final hope for a first place victory.
Oh my gosh. 5 seconds left. Here's your last chance to decide against the seed. It looks like they're all happy.
Yeah. Whether this is the calm before the storm or the calm before nothing happens remains to be seen, as we have hit 0 seconds remaining. It is now in overtime. All of these runners, to reiterate the rules, these runners will have they get to play out this seed. They don't get to reset anymore. They can finish this run, but after that, it's over. So if none of them can beat the first place time of 25-28 set by Automat, then Automat will win. Automat another fortress as well, as though he needs it.
Oh god.
Oh my goodness. Share some of the luck with your competitors. And Sizzler is in a tough spawn, a little cave forest biome.
Give me the saddle.
This is the yellow forest. No.
Automat is going to try and, I guess beat his own time. Pete is going to loot this temple, maybe, and then try and find some sort of lava. He needs to enter. Surely all the runners know now that it is their final run. So they are just trying to play this out to the best of their ability. I don't think any of them should quit unless the situation becomes truly hopeless.
I just screwed up a little bit.
20 minutes into the run.
And as we make our way into overtime, we have a $15 anonymous donation, and all they say is heart. Thank you very much for the heart. Can we get some hearts in the chat for our anonymous donor, bringing us $25 away from $2,000?
Yes, we're so close as these runners are meeting the gripping conclusion to this weekend tournament. And
Sizzler. Sizzler has managed to find his way into more open areas of the nether, but doesn't have the structures he needs.
All right.
Automat getting
Yeah, as we see Sizzler struggling with this nether, Davey and Pete still trying to find the stuff they need in the overworld. Milo, do you want to read our most recent donation if it has a message?
Yeah, and there it is, another anonymous donation, this time $25, bringing us right at 2,000. Thank you guys so much as we round up this event in overtime. It's been a blast, and let's see if we got one more twist at the end of Stack Up the Speed. Thank you guys again, and yeah, enjoy.
Yeah, thank you so much, Milo, for putting this on and doing a wonderful job for charity. We will indeed see if these runners can do something. I am really looking forward to seeing some drama if Davey and Pete's nether can turn out well. I know Pete has had a good luck streak, but will it continue? That's the question.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, they need lava soon. Nothing else to say. I don't know what Pete's timer is looking like. But they've all got to be at around 7-ish minutes into their runs at this point.
Yeah, they are very similar in time.
You gotta dig,
with Davey just being at the 4.5 minute mark. So Davey finding lava soon will be basically on the best pace into the nether. Oh, Mike gonna try. I don't know that the horse strats are gonna be very good in this version, but just checking out their speeds by punching them, it's possible to see which horse is fast.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but punching the horses, they run around a little bit. It shows you which one is fastest.
Yeah, we'll see if this pays off. He is going to tame a horse.
I'm gonna find
and I suppose has a saddle too, but whether that matters, I am not sure.
Well, if you're trying to make a seed work, this is great because it means that you can cover more ground looking for a lava pool. And yeah, I mean, you know, when you have to make a seed work, some weird strats come into play.
Bring it down there.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a medium. It's not a very fast horse, but not a horribly slow one.
Very brave. He turned right and just took the horse into the taiga. A lot of stuff to weave around.
Sizzler is still riding this one out. Automat does have all the rods, and he's gonna try and get these trades, but again, not the one feeling the pressure as the other runners have to catch up, and Pete just cannot find lava.
I believe, dude. I believe. Come on.
Wow. Sizzler's trying
mountain lava.
He can in this run, doing the bartering first. Not even getting the luck he needs here, though.
Look at this height, baby. Bro.
Davey.
Give me mountain lava.
You know, I think
very. It's looking dicey. It's looking very precarious for these runners. Automat is looking very well equipped to take first place in this tournament. But we'll see. It's not over till it's over, and Automat does not have another attempt. So he does not. His run is sealed in. The time to beat now is 25:28. It's not going to get improved unless another runner beats it. So we'll see if they can do that. And you can go ahead, Milo.
Yeah, they're just pouring in now. We got another $15 anonymous donation, and this time they send a backwards heart. Thank you very much. And we got a $50 donation from Illumina, who says, this event has been amazing to watch. GG's to every runner, and thank you for this great event. Thank you guys so much for being so generous. That's awesome.
Thanks, Illumina. Thanks for your generosity.
Sizzler's got a fortress.
Sizzler found a fortress. It's not the best situation. I think it's a fortress, not a bastion. Yeah, it is a fortress. So he does have that enchanted golden apple, which is nice, but might be too little, too late, as he's.
This is a bastion.
Wait,
God,
he's got both. He's got both.
You're kidding me.
He has a fortress and a bastion. I swear to God, I saw a fortress.
There's no way it's both.
I saw purple. I saw nether brick.
Well, we all know how.
I am aware of how they spawn, but I'm telling you what I saw.
Yeah, I mean, fortresses can get big. They can overlap. That's not ridiculous.
I promise I saw the secondary part of the fortress. Maybe this is sort of a blue-green thing, but
I think it's just the bastion and your
oh my
ability.
goodness.
Is that a fortress?
No, that's a fortress! That's a fortress! I was right! It's a fortress! I was right! I'm always right! Sizzler is suddenly not out of the question right now.
Okay. So what needs to happen for Sizzler?
No. So what this means is that warped forests are blue. That's what this implies. That's what we. My goodness! And with the fortress luck he's gotten so far, it's not.
I think that's a bad sign.
I mean, these guys aren't on great paces, but with that nether travel and with some quick blazes, they have a chance. And it's a slim one, I think, but we'll definitely see it to the very end.
Yeah, Pete 10 minutes into his run in a bastion. Sizzler 12 minutes into his run has a bastion, also has a fortress nearby. Davey looking like he's reset and is officially out of the tournament.
I forget it.
But 2 runners in bastions.
Yeah, so this is
Entirely over.
one, but just one of the puzzle pieces necessary for Pete. Oh, Sizzler.
Why is he paused?
Something happened. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Not thinking that he can do it.
I was scared about a potential reset there, but
I think you just have to pull out all the stops. You have to just try whatever you can.
Hope for a miracle, you know.
Yeah,
So
that's all you really can do.
Runners, I think this late into the Nether, Sizzler's quitting.
Of course, you get fucking Hogland stable with no fucking good pots right next to a fucking.
I mean, I'm not. But
yeah, not the greatest seed for Sizzler. We'll see how long Pete plays this out, as we'll get a nice close up of Pete, as he is the one remaining runner in this tournament, to see if he can close it out and possibly beat the time of 25:28 set by Automat. It's not quite GG yet. He does have a chance, but it's going to take, I would say,
it would take a miracle.
I would almost call it a miracle. I would almost call it a miracle for this to happen. But miracles can happen. So
right,
we'll find out.
He does not have rods at all.
He's gotten pearls.
That's good.
And the sooner he gets the pearls, the sooner he can get out of here and look for a fortress. So that's big. I'm really hoping he can get the obsidian as well.
I don't know if he got obsidian from the chest, but there's a lot of chests in this part of the.
He's got the pearls. He's got 11 pearls. So, you know, anytime he feels comfortable, he can leave and go for that fortress.
With this much gold,
Got another obsidian.
8 obsidian. He has 8 obsidian.
I need to wait for more to get pearl
the 10 obsidian is going to be crucial for this. He needs the nether travel. And I mean, if he turns a corner and finds a fortress, there's a certain just life that's going to be breathed into this run.
I mean, it's something, but
Yeah, but
I'm at my wits.
yeah, he'll be sticking with it. At the very least, he can.
He's got more pearls.
Yeah,
Pete has all the pearls. I don't know if he has the obsidian. He's going to head out, it seems like.
Doesn't want the obsidian.
I couldn't see with the tooltip covering it, but
Yeah,
maybe
I mean,
he did get 2 more.
Could be thinking, oh, okay, I want to put a good time on the boards.
He's going to check those other quadrants. Good idea.
Positive right now.
Yeah, he's got
Unfortunately, it's
pearls.
basalt deltas.
The pearls and the fire resistance make traveling in the nether
Yeah.
so much easier.
Oh jeez.
Right, he's very well equipped to travel quite a ways away, and even if he only has 8 obsidian still, he can he could potentially find in the secondary part of the fortress. He could find.
That would be a bizarre timeline.
He's not out of it. That would be insane. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he can try and put a sub 30 on the boards. That would be a nice way to finish it out, if bittersweet. You know, when you're trying to make an arbitrary team work, of course, I think he would have reset this seed if it wasn't this sort of match situation. I think it's a really good attitude to keep playing.
Yeah, I think he should definitely finish this out. Try and get that sub 30 on the board.
Certainly,
But
certainly.
if
But wow, what a day!
yeah,
right?
just checking these other quadrants. Yeah, this has been quite a day to watch.
Yeah.
Automat currently in the lead with 25-28. Pete is the only one still in this race as he tries to make heads or tails of this seed. And if I believe he has 2 more quadrants to check around 0-0, maybe just one, but
I can't go too far that way. I think this runs.
if there is no fortress, we'll see if he goes a little further or just decides to give up. He does still have that 8 obsidian, so no, currently no nether travel, but that could change.
I think the decision to leave with 8 is probably due to the match situation too.
Yeah, for sure.
Again, I feel like he would have set the seed had it not been for the overtime. The fact that he was in overtime, you know.
Yeah, you certainly play a lot differently.
Of salt balloons?
As he has the phase bone remnant, whatever they're called, the bone structure.
Yeah, I don't know. Nether fossils is what I think it is in the code. Or at least
Fossils, that's right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh my god, I thought that was a fortress.
Bastion.
We were just about ready to call it.
It was another rack just sticking out of the wall.
If nothing else.
He's still looking.
Wow.
I promise, I've got 8 obsidian.
But yeah, so Sizzler in the lead for a while. Then Automat took the lead from him. Davey with that incredible run lost due to perch RNG. Pete.
Yeah, and Pete. Oh my god, Pete with that very tragic, heartbreaking choke at. I mean, I think that was around the 1 hour mark. So very early in, and it's really come back to haunt him as he is running out of time to close this gap between him and Automat, as it looks like possibly no. Oh, there's a fortress! He is in this 100%.
I mean, okay.
Miracles can happen.
Third place, but he could certainly finish higher than 4th.
No, he's going all in. He's going to get these blazes and the nether travel. He is certainly in this. Miracle is going to happen here.
That's 1 rod. He needs magic number is 7. If you're playing realistically, magic number is.
He'll leave with 6. There's no. He might. I like to leave with 5. It's an overtime situation. You have to go as fast as possible. So. We'll see what he can do, but I think we have another donation.
Yeah, as this overtime continues to develop, we got a $20 donation from Howell, the commentary legend himself. He says, I've loved doing commentary, and I'm happy that we could come together to support a good cause. Thank you so much, dude, for your commentary. I'm sure everyone watching loved it, and thank you for the donation. That's very generous.
Yeah. In case this overtime comes to a really exciting conclusion, I think we're all thankful. The community is thankful that that GSA has done this for Minecraft speedrunning, and I hope we can have more, plenty of events in the future. We're starting to organize a lot of events in our own community, and it's been really fun so far.
I really like this format. I think that it could work as a good qualifier round.
Yeah.
For a bracket, I don't know. Pete, 3
the
rods.
Oh no.
I think.
Yeah, the blaze drops always for Pete seem to be today. That's been the bad part, I think, of Pete's runs is the blaze drop luck.
27-3.
Yeah.
Wait,
It'll be interesting to see how he gets out of here, because his coordinates are very they're not great. Let's just say that. He is going to be a little further out here than the second ring, so it'll be interesting to see how he likes to play that.
That's what he needed. 3 for 3 on drops just now. The next batch of blades.
Oh, and he doesn't even have the obsidian. Oh
he only
man,
has...
he needs to search the bad part of the fortress for that clutch obsidian. Perhaps I don't think he can make it back to 0-0 to your portal.
If you want a sub 25 from the situation, your only choice, search the bad part of the fortress, Hail Mary on the portal, and hope that you spawn in the portal room.
Yeah, essentially.
I don't... Gotta go get that. The rod fell.
Yeah, that's his last rod, I think. So yeah, I would definitely check the secondary section and look for those chests. It's rare to have obsidian, I believe, but
Yeah, I mean, he might just go back. I
Negative
think
200, negative
it's
150,
realistic
negative
to
200,
not be
negative
going
150.
for a 25, a sub 25 from the situation. You know,
if he
see that you had to settle
yeah,
for.
if he does
Yeah.
yeah, and it's hard to tell, but he may be in fact going back to 0-0. Looks like what he's gonna like to do. So I think I'm pretty comfortable in saying Pete is no longer in their running, and I think we can.
PB
I
for
think
the
I mean, you know, maybe something can happen, but I think this is the point where we can say that Automat has won the GSA stack up tournament. So congrats to Automat as we'll maybe get to watch Pete finish this run. But it was so incredible to watch these runners play and to have the chance to commentate for them as well. But yeah, it's it was just awesome to watch, and especially we had some crazy highlights. Sizzler getting that not last minute, but very close to last minute qualifying time in the first group stage was just unbelievable to watch, and the emotion that I think Sizzler felt and displayed afterwards was pretty electrifying because you can definitely tell how he felt. So it's been awesome to watch.
Well, I'm really hoping that Pete can finish sub 30 because he really just
be awesome.
30
Yeah,
today.
he's had so many. Yeah, he's played really well and just hasn't been able to close it out. So I think he feels like he wants it, and I think we all want it as well.
Yeah, you know, Minecraft is a very fun speed game, but it's about long-term dedication to it. You know,
Yeah.
you have to sit down, run for 5 hours, not get anything good, and then get up the next day and do it again. And
Yeah, it's a very patient game. I felt. Yeah. I felt, and he does get hot tourist destinations in this final seed. But yeah, I've definitely felt throughout my time playing this game that it's hard to have that patience and top runners who can sit there and play the game for however many hours a day, do it the next day, do it for a month. It's crazy to have that sort of patience and to have that commitment to the game and to capitalize on seeds that once in a while a seed comes your way. And yeah, so it's really crazy to watch these runners who have really honed their skills over the past like few months. I mean, the development of this game and these runners and the strats has really happened over the course of basically since April. And even though I've been here for almost 7 years now, the 2020 has really been the explosion.
How does it feel for top runners in RSG today? So random seed glitchless, right? A 2020 random seed glitchless run. It crushes your set seed glitched runs, right?
Yeah, so recently the world record for random seed glitchless beat some of my very first set seed glitched times. Set seed glitch is the fastest category. It's like the raw 80%, and random seed glitchless is the max limitations basically. So the first set seed glitched run I can remember doing was 17 minutes, something like that, which was not good even at the time, but
yeah,
the record was like
the record at one point was 1640.
Yeah, the record was when I started running was 1516 set by Bismuth, and who was the original Bismuth was the original was taken, by the way, just in case Dream's listening. Bismuth did it first. But yeah, so and the fact that 1516 was the record when I started running, and Corbanis and Kerway have both beat that with sub 15 and random seed glitchless is
Not much more
is
I can do from that. But
ridiculous. I mean,
depending on how far this
it's been a
forces
crazy
into the
7 years.
stronghold
Like,
is, I think it might be a reset.
it's awesome to watch.
By that, I mean,
Another
nothing
milestone that
crazy.
was
There
hit
is an ocean
recently
here,
that
which is
blew my
beautiful,
mind
but
was
depending on the curve.
there used to be a TAS of this game, a set seed glitchless TAS. A set seed glitch TAS, pardon.
Pretty fair.
That we all thought was like, whoa, this TAS is so fast, it's so good. And the set seed glitchless, so not even glitch time, just gone underneath that TAS.
The problem is I don't have a boat.
Which is mind-boggling.
Yeah,
I thought this was gonna save my life.
it's been crazy to watch.
Please don't do that.
As Pete will, Pete is actually doing a run, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah.
His way towards the stronghold.
Kind of forgot about that. Before I rant again, we'll let Milo read out a donation.
Yeah, we got another one from Automat himself. $15 he donates, and he says, GG, beautiful event, beautiful people. I always wanted to contribute to charity through gaming. I'm really happy. Let's go. Thanks so much, Automat. Congratulations for essentially winning, and thanks so much for the donation.
Yeah, and as Pete's timer officially passes that 25-28 in-game time mark, big congrats to Automat for winning this tournament, and I think certainly shocking me. I think if you went in and asked me who do I expect to win, I would have said Sizzler. But Automat did a great job, and it was really fun to watch everyone destroy this game for 15 hours cumulatively, and 15 times we had 8 different sessions, or I'm sorry, 12. So however many that is, that's 180 total hours of man hours of watching this game. So it was incredible to watch. I hope everyone had a great time watching it too.
Might want to check that one.
I'm sorry, 15.
But I think I might need to
So 3 to. Oh well, okay. 15 times 4, 90, 70, or 60. That was my next guess.
Don't worry, guys.
I got way ahead of myself. Anyway, it's been
it's fine.
It's been it's been a long weekend, and it's been a crazy one too. So I'm really happy that we got to commentate. I'm really happy to have been joined by some great commentators. I think everyone did a fantastic job. I never felt like there was a point where the runners weren't impressive, and there wasn't a point where the commentators weren't impressive. And huge shout outs to Milo for putting this on. He's awesome. So definitely follow twitch.tv/speedrun, and they just do awesome stuff. And recently we hit 100,000 followers on twitch.tv/speedrun. So huge milestone. So
how far out is he right now? He could be getting near to the stronghold. He had to abandon a dolphin in that little inlet, and he didn't have extra wood for a boat, so he's having to settle for normal swimming here.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, as I think it's a pretty far stronghold.
Never wanted anything more in life.
Yeah. Man. And then
you put in what you want.
What else? Yeah. But yeah, all 4 runners today did fantastic jobs in their initial matches. Sizzler can take solace in the fact that he has the best time of the tournament. I gotta say, it's
a crazy time.
It's a little bit depressing that 8 runners of this caliber can grind for 60 collective hours, and the best time is a 22.
Could have gotten sub 30.
I think at 22 is ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. 60 hours, 22 minutes. That's a crazy time to me, and it's just, I mean, 22 for Sizzler to get a 22 is he had only 10 hours, 10 hours of session, and Sizzler got a 22. I think that's just it speaks a lot to how far the strats have come, how far players' individual skill has come, and their tenacity and patience, and just skill at this game. Pete will find the ocean exposed. Stronghold.
This is fantastic.
So we'll see if he can. Yeah, we'll see if he can close this out now. Super super fun to watch Pete finish this out.
Okay, this is the start. I don't agree actually with the branch that he just went down.
Yeah, it's a very linear one, I think.
Yeah, that's the big.
Not many branching paths.
Yeah, that's the big thing that's coming true. That's turning out to be a thing that you want to look at is how branching.
Ooh, this is nasty.
Yeah, so this is a 5-way intersection and even a 4-way intersection right before it. So this branch probably was one of the first to grow.
Right, yeah. So I would have actually kept going over there if I were Pete. Those two big rooms.
Maybe, I don't know, with the cave cutting through it, I don't like it. But
yeah, no, this ravine is horrible. I think it's just a terrible terrible stronghold. But we'll see what Pete can do.
Keep in mind, the seed wasn't great. Pete had to stick with it because of the overtime roll, and he's still slated to finish with a very good time. So
yeah, Pete. Pete playing this not a great seed, but is coming very close to my PB, which is maybe more of a reflection of my PB, but
My head's cramping.
yeah,
certainly a good runner, and he might be thrown in the towel now.
Nope.
I'm really
Just
not
rolling up the sleeves, showing the stronghold who's
rolling up the sleeves.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
going into the end to fight the dragon.
I do agree that it's from what I've seen so far. My bet is that it's down that room with the ravine cutting through it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I mean, there's always the chance it's not, but
so he's
you got to play the problem. Yeah.
But the branching one down here, and this just has so many more branches than all the other paths you could have selected. That
yeah, and then
that could have ended.
I think Pete might have been a little more willing to play this path if it weren't cut out by this ravine. But you got to play the probability game when it comes to. I think he should have gone left there, but and go into this other big room.
Stronghold navigation, it's like
yeah, I would go down this path. This is what I'm thinking.
We still don't quite know a good way to do that. Like the new news is that there probably is a good way to navigate strongholds.
We nearly pulled it off, but also we.
This feels too.
Yeah, it's always been a tough part of the.
Okay.
And the salute, GG. So that is officially GG to all of the runners of this tournament. And it's been, I mean, I've said enough times that it's been crazy, and I'm sure Milo has some things to close out on, but I just want to thank him for
interviews. Runner interviews first, real quick.
We'll look back on that end dragon perch that I had, or the.
Okay, hold on. We will get runner interviews and then.
Lost coast in the beginning, but I had fun.
Yep, we're just gonna switch over there.
So what we're gonna do right now.
All right, perfect.
Chill for a little bit. I'm gonna throw a heating pad on, and I think we're doing an interview actually.
Hey guys.
All right.
Hello.
All
Hello.
right, let me go. Sorry, the Dolphins. That POV I would have ended much sooner without it.
Yeah, no, we saw that was important. But no problem. Before we get into any interview questions, we did end up raising over $2,000. So thank you all for your contribution to this cause.
Yeah. Yeah, GG's all around. Thank you guys so much.
Very fun to watch.
I've been saying for the past like 20 minutes on stream, but I want to tell you guys that it was awesome to watch you guys play, and consistently super impressive and fun to watch, and just the tenacity of going for 5 hours per day was really admirable. So GG's and really well played.
Another day on the job.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so let's ask some questions about how are you guys feeling?
Exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet. I bet it was exhausting. Automat, how do you feel that you win? I mean, you You actually had like way too many good runs.
Yeah, that was
I think you were
that,
hogging.
that was awfully amazing. I was just like getting fortress after the fortress, and I was like, okay, dude, just stop, just give the energy to somebody else. I'm already had a good time. But yeah, I didn't expect to win. I'm really flattered to hear that. It was a good job from me. I'm really happy to contribute to this event. I always wanted to do something for charity, and that was my first opportunity. So I'm really happy. And yeah, GG's for everyone else.
Yeah, it was awesome. And yeah, one thing was we saw so many fortresses during that finals. It was ridiculous. I mean, Pete and Automat just got a ton of, I don't know how many, but just a lot of fortresses. Sizzler got like sort of a medium amount. I think I think Davey really got did not get the most chances at it, but still really well played. And I actually want to ask Pete, how are you feeling after that just heartbreaking finish in the end on a really good pace?
You know, when I was stacking up with doors after not having enough blocks, at that point I probably should have just purled down and waited. So I'll say it was deserved, but yeah, that was definitely an ending to a run I haven't had before. Pretty happy that Sizzler was participating in the tournament, not commentating. Otherwise, that would have been a very colorful response.
Yeah, you know.
Okay,
but,
mate.
Yeah, hard to feel any. Yeah. Yeah, and so Sizzler, you had you were in the lead for a while there, but unfortunately after that, yeah, how did that feel?
I don't. I don't know. How did it feel? I thought I was gonna get I mean, when I got that time so much earlier, I thought, it's okay. I can get a better time in the next 4.5 hours, but apparently not.
Well, you do have the honor of getting the fastest time of the tournament, so that's something to keep in mind.
It's just 1.16 RSG. It's like, I love comparing Minecraft speedrunning to poker in the sense that in any given tournament / race / format, whatever, it's not always about who wins being automatically the best, because sometimes the best player will lose, sometimes the worst player will lose. But at the end of the day, when you have all these great runners all running at the exact same time, there is going to be a mix of people who get the best times, who gets the better RNG. So at the end of the day, everyone's great. Some people are going to win sometimes, other people are going to win other times. At the end, it's still fun to play.
Yeah, and of course, for a great cause, you're all very impressive for having dedicated your time to this event. And Davey, how are you feeling about Perch RNG after that?
Honestly, I did north-south. I did everything right. It just came down to the RNG. I needed a really good perch for to get first place, but nonetheless, I had such a good time in this event. It was really fun. The runners did amazing, and it's such a good cause. I just had a blast. So thank you everyone for setting this up and just letting us be a part of it.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch, like literally every one of you play. So thanks so much for playing, and it was I hope you take solace, even if you didn't win, in the fact that a lot of people really enjoyed watching this, and especially me. I got to learn as an older runner. I got to learn a lot of the hyper modern stuff, which is really cool to see everyone do.
Yeah, Blue's been thrown from the 17th century into maybe the 19th by now.
And you'll learn even more by the next time it happens again.
Yeah, I can't wait to see whatever everyone's doing by then.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
hoping for a
GGs,
lot of really cool events coming up, hopefully, and maybe we can get one on GSA again, because this was super fun, and I love working with Milo all the time. So
heck yeah, it's been awesome.
So it's always awesome. It's always good. So
all right, guys.
Unless you guys have any closing thoughts,
I know that in Simply's Nether Regionals, if Otto beats Benix and I beat Funda, I'll just get my revenge in that. So, please.
I'm gonna try.
Could happen.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, fellas. No. Well, thank you all so much for participating. Congratulations again to Automat and yeah, the other runners as well that participated in the tournament. All the runners throughout the event, you guys have been great. The commentators, you guys have put in a real shift making this all happen. Yeah, obviously. No, oh wow! Just out of nowhere, really quick, we got two. Oh, what am I seeing? Sorry, one $200 donation from Ninja Sydney, who says, "I'm the daughter of two Air Force vets, one of which is disabled. I appreciate all of you for what you've put on this weekend. Thank you all for supporting this cause, and shout out to my boy Pete." Thank you so much, Ninja Sydney. That is incredibly generous, bringing us to $2,300 right at the buzzer. That's amazing. Listen, yeah, just thank you. As I'm saying my thank yous, thank you to all the donors as well. Obviously, raising over $2,000. Yeah, just all for a great cause. Obviously, we were ambitious with our donation goal, but all of it goes to a great cause. It all helps. So we're happy the event went well. We're happy everybody watching donated and enjoyed all the content, the tournament. We're so happy to have everyone involved, and it was just such a good time. So the last big thank you obviously goes to Stack Up. Listen, that I can't say enough good things about them. Their cause is very noble and so important, and they've been a pleasure to work with. And we hope we can do something again with them. Obviously, do command charity in the chat, guys, or command Stack Up to find more about them. Find out more about them. Continue to support them in their endeavors to support the mental health of veterans. It's so important. So that's pretty much all the thank yous. Thank you for watching again, and we will see you next time.
Thank you so much, Milo.
GG and good night.
GG's, guys. Cheers.
Thank you for having me.
GG.
Peace.